worries, I'm always behind you. It means confidence that I can deliver what I set out to.
My goal is for my son to grow into the best version of himself.
Friendship to me is so important.
They make me feel calm, secure, supported, motivated, and they encourage me to be the best person I can possibly be.
Having a team that supports you, commitment and hard work is the most important thing.
My goals are giving them a safe space within their communities.
Like the drummer to the bass player, no worries, I'm always behind you.
No worries, I'm always behind you.
PUBG Esports fans, I'm your PUBG Esports guide, Annie, and I'm here again with Paperthin.
Hey Annie, it's good to be back, and I'm excited for PGC.
Yeah, it's been a long time, and we're here to talk about everything about PGC 2022. But before then, we want to wrap up PCS 7, which was held just before. Asia Pacific, Day Trade Gaming won again, and in Americas, again, Sonics won the PCS 7 Americas. But Europe and Asia had a different champion this time. In Europe, Question Mark won, and Asia, New Happy finally won the PCS 7.
So, and then you go over to EU, and it is kind of interesting. I think a lot of people were looking at Northern Lights, maybe FaZe or Na'Vi, and Question Mark comes through here with a team that's been together in this shape for a while, but they haven't really played that great recently until now. And now all of a sudden they exploded. They played great. In APAC and Americas, it was very much kind of what you'd expect. And of course in Asia, I mean, now that New Happy isn't bogged down in their fight for Yasnaya with Donawa, they played amazing, as expected.
So PCS 7 is over, and now only thing left for 2022 PUBG Esports is PGC 2022. It was held in Incheon, Korea last year, right?
Yeah, it was a really cool stage.
Yeah, I remember, and it was really cold back then. But in 2022, the PUBG Global Championship will be held in Dubai. Yay!
Yay, warmer, yay!
PGC 2022 will kick off in November 1st and will be held for 3 weeks. And 32 teams will be competing to become the PGC 2022 champion. This time we have the different format, right?
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit different this time around, and I'm excited because this really gives all 32 teams a real shot to show their best, to really show how hard they've been practicing.
So this time in PGC 2022, we have 6 teams each from APAC and America region, 8 teams from Europe region, and finally 12 teams from Asia region. So we want to talk about the overview of each region, how the playstyle of each teams in each region is different, and let's look through the PGC points of 4 regions. Let's start with APAC.
Maybe the most fun region to watch. It's a chaotic region, but in a really exciting way where teams will take fights, you know, maybe a little bit more challenging, or they're trying to set up traps more often for other teams. It's really hard to predict what these teams are going to do.
I'm sure that Day Trade Gaming and Brilliant United Esports have shown those kind of playstyle in the previous global events.
Yeah, I think a lot of PUBG Esports fans are going to be really excited to see Buriram back. Obviously, that is a team that brings a ton of explosive firepower. Day Trade is just the most balanced team in APAC right now. They're really solid at everything they do. Their decision making is good. And then, of course, I think you also got to keep your eyes on the dynamic duo for Day Trade, Nurens and Flash, who have been just consistently great players. So obviously, they're 2 players that I would really consider putting on my fantasy team, maybe.
In APAC, we have some of the veteran players that have been playing PUBG for so long, like Rossiter Jr. from T5, and Levis from The Expendables, and also Leo from Shigadui. Let's move on to America's region. There are 5 North American teams and 1 South American team.
This is an up-and-coming region to me. They just seem to keep getting better and better. Obviously the Sonics won PGIS, and they may not have won PGC last year, but they still had some good performances, some good results. When I watch this region, I see a strong region. Teams like the Sonics are cautiously aggressive, where they do sometimes, push out for kills and those kind of things. Latin America is really starting to rise up and catch up rapidly. So this to me is maybe like the region that I think of the dark horse.
Yeah, this region is full of veteran players. Teams like Sonics have always been playing so well in their region. And Luminosity Gaming, this is the old Shoot to Kill members, and they have won the 4th in PGC 2021 as TSM, which means they have potential in the global stage. The team name might sound new, but they are the teams that have been playing in the global stage in past few years.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a lot of these players you're going to know and love. United has a young, up-and-coming roster of really talented players.
Yeah, and Yahoo has Sparking, who have IGL, the Brazil team in recent PNC, and they have ranked 3rd. With other veteran players, I think they also could have a potential here. Next is Europe. The tournament format has slightly changed in PCS 7 Europe. There were no invited teams in the grand final, so some teams are very familiar, but we do have some new teams coming in EMEA region.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm really excited about Polish Power, for example, a team that doesn't have a ton of experience globally other than a few of them who used to be on any trolls in chat, but they played in Americas, so it's pretty exciting to see them and come into Europe and play very, very well.
Yeah, and we have to talk about Enterpeak and Question Mark, who won each PCS 6 Europe and PCS 7 Europe, but they're relatively new to the global stage.
I mean, I think everybody's going to know a doozy from Question Mark. He's been one of the all-time great players in PUBG Esports history, and now he's back and better than ever, maybe. In Tropic, it is really surprising to see a team that is as good as they were at PCS 6 not be able to qualify for PCS 7. My hope is that they'll learn from that and they'll be able to compete for the championship.
How about FaZe Clan?
There were a few mistakes I saw, especially with the early rotations from Gustav with his IGLing and stuff, but I think overall this is a team that can correct those and do really well.
Yeah, I hope FaZe Clan will play consistent in the upcoming PGC 2022. And talking about the consistency, I have to talk about NLT again, one of the most consistent team in the world in PUBG Esports scene.
I think the thing to watch with Northern Lights is how smart of a team they are and how well balanced they are. But Batuins does a good job putting this team in a good spot, clearing their edges, making sure that they're safe behind them. They do things like pre-rotations where they're in a car while the circle's already closing. All these really smart ideas that they bring to the table consistently make them a great team.
Last but not least is Asia region. This region is indeed the most competitive region.
Yeah, I mean, this is historically the best region in PUBG Esports, so this is going to be really exciting. PCS 7 was extremely close at the end. You had 4 teams in the final game that legitimately could have won if they were able to get the chicken dinner. So yeah, I'm really looking at this region as the favorites for this event.
This time, Chinese teams took 1 more seed, which means they have been playing so well in their PCS events.
They're all really, really good. New Happy, of course, is first and foremost. The 2-time PCL champions. They won PCS 7 this year. This is a stacked team, incredible players top to bottom. Yes, Ming Ming is widely considered their ace, but ZP Yan has actually been one of their best performers at most of their international events.
And Patrick Road?
This is such a great team. Long and Mill have been playing really, really well too, so you can't count them out, obviously. 3-time PCS winners, they could definitely do it.
And also 17 Gaming, they're always playing very well in PCS and also the global stage, but maybe because of the hot drops, they haven't been playing really well in the PGC level competitions.
Yeah, so it's going to be tricky for 17 Gaming, right? There's 4 teams going to be competing for Pachinki and Picado, 1 from each region. This is a team that I think could win this event, but I don't know what the drops are going to look like.
So this time we have 4 Korean teams. 3 of them looks really familiar. Frakes, Genji, and Danawa Esports have been playing in the global stage from past several years representing Korea.
Yeah, I think it's, especially for the Freaks, kind of par for the course. They do really well in the PWS, then they come to the international events and they're so-so. Genji, of course, a different look than maybe in the past. Now there's a lot of the old Ghibli team members on this team trying to upgrade their firepower. It hasn't really paid out. They're still good, but not great. Danawa has kind of started to fall off this year. Last year, very good at PGC, getting 5th place. This year, it looks a little bit shaky. Adding Lambo to the team as the IGL.
And now it's Begopa. The team name is very new, but if you look into the members, these members are full of veteran players who have been playing PUBG for so long, like DG98, PO, Taemin, Sungjang, and Two Heart. It's quite a nostalgic names.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that made a splash when they decided to come out together. You know, PO brought this team together. The team name literally means we're hungry, so they're hungry for wins. This team shouldn't surprise anybody that they're this good, right? You're talking about a PGC champion, a FACEIT Global Summit champion, Sungjang, who was on those OGN teams that got fourth at like every major event ever. Two Heart is nuts, and people don't realize, but in Korea, he was really, really good for a while. A great team. Can their style work on the actual global level? We'll see.
Recent PCS 7 Asia, Chinese teams won again, winning 7, actually 8, including Charity Showdown. This rivalry between China and Korea, it has been very long, and we have to see how this will show off in PGC 2022.
Yeah, there's conflicting styles for sure here. The Chinese teams are more aggressive. They're looking for third-party opportunities. They're really good at keeping track of their kill feeds to make sure they know the situations around them and when they should take advantage of them. The Korean teams play a little bit more passive. They're kind of more focused on controlling space and territory and trying to use that to their advantage as the game goes on. And yes, in the past that has worked very well for the Korean teams. These days it doesn't seem to, as the kill points are really, really an important factor. So I think now we need to see the Korean teams be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, and I think this applied to other teams competing in PGC 2022 to win against Chinese teams. We have been explaining the 32 participating teams, and we have some of the rookie teams and full of veteran teams. And the first step of the journey to the PGC 2022 championship would be the group stage, and the group was decided based on the PGC points rank of each region. And this is how it looks.
I don't feel like either one is significantly stronger than the other. Maybe Team A a little bit is kind of more difficult. You know, 3 of the top 5 teams from last year's PGC that are in there. But still, this is a really, really difficult group no matter which one you're in.
I would also like to explain the power ranking that we can have the information about the status quo of participating teams. Power ranking will be updated in Twire. We'll have the player ranking and team ranking based on their performance until PCS 7. So you can visit Twire and check out the power ranking of the participating teams and players of PGC 2022. So Pick'em is back as always. You can buy a PGC 2022 exclusive item starting October 26th, and you can get the voting coupon. You can pick the winners and reward it with EP if you get right. And there are another ways to earn EPs, like Fantasy League.
Yeah, exactly. So on twire.gg, you can go onto there, create an account, make your own fantasy team. You get to pick 4 players. You have a certain amount of money to work with, and each player costs more money the better they have done so far this year. So you get to put together your team, compete against everybody, make your own private groups, compete against your friends, and try to win. And you can win, like you said, some prizes and get some of those sweet purple skins. My favorite color, purple. Seriously.
We've talked a lot about PGC 2022 today, and before we wrap up, please be noted that PGC 2022 is kicking off on November 1st and will be lasting until November 20th in Dubai. And this time we're going to have a crowd in the grand finals.
So I'm looking forward to going to Dubai. Of course, you know, it's the best event of the year, so it's the most hype event, the best players, the best teams. What else could you want?
Please check out the pubgesports.com and PUBG Esports social channels for the ticket info and offline events information. Please stay tuned for PGC 2022 and check out which team will be the best team in 2022. We'll be back with more contents in November. See you in Dubai. Bye. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Always stick together, stay connected, have each other's back.
We have the best stars, the best stadium.
With the best fans and community behind it.
그 모든 힘이 저희를 더 강하게 만들어줄 거라고 믿습니다.
Nothing but respect, always like a wolf pack.
就2个字，卫冕冠军，卫冕。
Down to now 2v2. Soul needs to do wonders. Up on the hillside, can't do it. Jan finds an additional one leg blow. Solo player left alive, not gonna happen.
今天相比，因为去年可能自己打法上吧有点问题，然后后面开会调整的还可以，改掉了很多毛病嘛。然后再加上我们现在打了1年了，默契比较好。
我觉得是我们比赛打的很多的，就积累起来的东西。
New Happy also cleaning up USG.
我们会根据我们一整场比赛的信息，然后判断当时的地形，就是打完这波之后的收益，或者这波好不好打，然后我们进行这波战斗。
因为周平是指挥嘛，然后我们大部分大局观还是听他的。
就是如果我们处在圈中心位置的话，就会抽把，见人就抽把，然后如果圈刷走了就。打比赛是很开心的，我们这个就是我们打得很欢乐，所以我们就胆子什么的也都很大，就打得很轻松。因为我们个人能力强，所以不会惧怕别的队伍的骚扰。就是如果在比赛里有人撞我们分彩的地方的话，看来了就给他都杀了。我们这次比赛决心就是 champion。
We know that for each second in esports, you are dedicated to winning. Over a decade, XL Series has evolved alongside with gamers. We strive to make every product detail perfect so that you can perform at your best. Elevate your skill and maximize your potential with the ultimate gaming monitor. Zowie. Strive for perfection. Focus on winning.
Set me free and give me death, there ain't no other choices. When I lay down to go to sleep, I keep on hearing voices. Little whispers in my head, man, is you fake or loyal? Why no water, that designer, baby, pick your poison. These little demons living underneath my bed, creeping. Know the real, my soul lives above them all, sleeping. Thought you never see me again, looks can be deceiving. When they hear the sound of the drum, they'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. Yeah, here we come. Here we come. Here we come. Here we come. I used to think that people die because they wicked. Nowadays, people wanna see you dead because you gifted. So no matter what, I'm coming back and paying you a visit. So, yeah, here we come. Hey, here we come. Here we come. Here we come.
Если бы мы могли, мы бы от них попытались уехать, но если выбора нет, то придется убить их при краше.
To an unbelievable tournament here and question mark with PCS 7 Europe.
Can they close this out? At least look at the split from a doozy.
I thought they knew exactly where he was against the AWP angle too. Unbelievable tournament here and question mark.
53-point saga. That is just crazy and unheard of.
Yeah. Если к нам придет какая-то команда, то мы попытаемся отбить наш спот.
Если я вижу какую-то позицию, которую я хочу занять, я ее занимаю ради того, чтобы найти следующую позицию и отправить туда свою команду.
В той ситуации Адов взял на себя инициативу, и мы поддержали его в его идее.
Но мы используем эту стратегию не во время каких-то драк с командами, а для того, чтобы узнать позиции команд и посмотреть вперед по карте.
Зачастую я это сам решаю, но если я вижу, точнее я не вижу решения, то я обращаюсь за помощью команды. Если мы видим ситуацию, когда мы можем сделать third party и подключиться к драке двух команд, эти решения принимаются на основе выгоды этой ситуации.
Если у нас есть позиция в зоне, ну или даже не обязательно в зоне, если у нас просто есть хорошая позиция, и мы видим, что мы можем подойти и съесть фрикиллы, то мы просто делаем это.
Если на наш спот будет падать какая-то команда, мы будем падать и драться с ними, и драться в свой спот.
improvements to the folded shield, some spawn rate adjustments for vehicles, and a collaboration with one of the best footballers in the world. All this and more as we dive into the Update 20.2 patch report. First up, the folded shield is getting a few changes based on community feedback. The inventory weight has been reduced, weapon durability increased for both guns and grenades, and it now installs in half the time. You'll also find it a bit harder to run over than before, with a vehicle now needing to be going at least 10 kilometers per hour, instead of the 1 kilometer per hour it was before. In addition, the shield can now be placed back into your inventory, and deployment can be cancelled before it finishes. Let us know what you think about these requested changes. Next up, vehicles in Erangel and Miramar are getting a slight adjustment, with some spawning more and less frequently. You'll now find more UAZs and Dacias on Erangel, and more Murados and pickups on Miramar. To contrast, we've lowered the amount of boats, buggies, and aqua rails on Erangel. And speaking of maps, this update's rotation will now include Erangel, Miramar, Tago, and Destin for all regions. Regions with map select enabled will also have the option of playing on Sanaa, while regions without will instead drop into Karakin. As usual, the ranked rotation will remain Erangel, Miramar, and Tago. This update also features a collaboration with one of the best footballers in the game, Neymar Jr. For a limited time, you can pick up several Neymar-themed items in the store. Gear up and score big. There's also a reduction in the number of multi-care packages on Tago, some MMR adjustments for normal games, new workshop skins, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 20.2 is here, so fold up your shield, pack up the Dacia, and go catch a ball game. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Is starting to try to utilize BBS, jumps out of the window, up close, can do a lot of damage, and he kicks off.
Win here, he's got the pump, but he's not able to mime at long range now. Not too much damage coming out of that. That's a bit too far for those pellets to connect.
Obviously, the main strategy for us is going to be landing Pachinki Picado.
No, we haven't prepared playing out of other spots, but obviously we're playing to win right out the gate, so we're not even thinking about that.
We just play to fight, and, you know, the better team will win.
Getting thrown out both sides. It's going to be Shrimzy that gets hit. Tossing into Cal. Cal was not expecting this angle. He goes down. Look back at beautiful reposition coming out from Tiggleton. Be going on is now Sonics do get vision on what's going on with Dodge and Tiggleton.
Your champions for PCS 7 Americas.
Our IGL H1 puts us in a lot of good positions. I also think that our team dynamic has Shrimzy and I usually trading our teammates, or like in the back line per se, so our teammates will usually be the entries, and then we can spot where the enemies are based on what our teammates do and make a play.
We like to do splits where we can help each other, so we're close enough to reinforce. Generally speaking, as a rule, we like to do it early game, and we only like doing splits on compounds that are defendable.
Space is really important in this game, so to have 4 people in one compound is usually a mistake.
We're always playing together and close enough to reinforce each other, and you will be fighting us as a team.
Yeah, in the previous tournaments, the format was different to where fighting wasn't as advantageous, the winner-winner chicken dinner format. But this format encourages kill points, so we're just going to kill them.
In my mind, we're not leaving until we get eliminated or we win.
We will kill all of the enemy team.
I'm bad, take a look and see so bad. That is hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me.
虽然 PGC 2021我们经历过一次胜利，但我们的经验不够。没有队伍可以在迪拜赢我们。
ก็ทีมในโซน A8 นะครับถึงอาจจะอ่อนแต่ว่าเราก็จะเป็นความหวังของโซน A8 ให้ได้เลยครับ
I only waited for PGC. I want to compete with the best.
이제 저희를 이길 수 있는 팀은 없지 않을까요? 새로운 다나와의 모습을 보여드리겠습니다.
I already have the most experience here out of the 32 teams. It's my turn to give everything now and prove what I'm capable of.
可能性はたくさんあると思います。何があっても僕たちは諦めません。
我们在亚洲的比赛已经证明了自己，而现在我们只需要最后的世界比赛打出一个好的成绩。我对在迪拜参加的所有比赛都是非常有自信的。
В PGC турнирах Европа еще не выигрывала первое место. Надеюсь, что мы будем первой командой с Европы, которая выиграет такой турнир.
We're gonna show it here.
We're not afraid of any team because Yahoo is the best.
Chúng tôi sẽ cho mọi người thấy là đội của mình mạnh như thế nào.
We can be better.
Não importa com quem eu vou fightar, porque eu vou ter mais forte.
뭐 딱히 특별히 준비한 건 없고 정말 즐기는 게 얼마나 무서운지 보여드리겠습니다.
Никто и ничто не сможет нас остановить, и наша единственная цель — это победа.
최근 국제대회 결과는 아쉬웠지만 이번 PGC는 다를 겁니다. 편하게 들어가 보시죠. 다 상대해드릴게요.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back once again for day number 2 of PGC 2022, and I have it on good authority that Dubai frame is being saved for the world champion portrait of the team that is going to win here. It's going to be a very big picture. We are live from Dubai. My name's Kyle Laris, your host here for PGC, and joining me as always is good old Avenger. How are you feeling after one day down here?
I'm super excited, of course. Group B here, their first day here. You can feel the land jitters is real again now. Of course, that it's their first day to play here. And of course, there's some first-timers here. Excited to have talked to them and excited to see the game start.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be an interesting group, is Group B, considering that all of these teams, some with a lot of experience on the international stage, some not so. And of course, we are live here from the Expo in Dubai, the Expo City in Dubai. And PGC has been invited to the Dubai Esports Festival for 2022. It is a fantastic location to be able to host some of the world's best competing for that world championship. And here in Dubai, there are big plans to become an esports hub, not only for the Middle East, but also the North African region as a whole. Love the hair. We have got ourselves a great time, and you guys at home can support and cheer for all of your teams here at PGC 2022. So, Avenger. Yes, we had Group A yesterday. Some interesting results, fair to say. But let's take a look at the overview and rewind it back yesterday. We had that Group A, but today we start things off for Group B, but there's so much more to come.
Yeah, obviously we're here for 3 weeks, grand finals. far out, and the teams are vying to get that top 8, to get into that winner's bracket. Super excited to see what's going to be happening here for Group B. It's because it's feel like you've taken all your, your dice and just thrown them up, and it's so random where, drop locations, the mix and matches, and there's so many teams that are not able to loot their normal loot location.
Yeah, there has been scuffles in scrims, let's put it that way, here for Group B. And here is the overview for what we have in terms of the days, where our matches are going to end up, as well as who moves on, of course, because the full format for this stage specifically is very simple. Get top 8 in your group, and if you do, you move on to the winners bracket, and if you don't, you move on to the lower bracket. Here are our regional seeds. Yesterday we were talking about it. Asia getting an extreme representation here, and I think it's justified considering the power of the region.
Yeah, for sure, and also the amount of countries and the size of Asia in general, how much it's obviously representing. And then Europe there in second with 8, and then Americas and APAC with 6 apiece here. But still very, very strong representation here all across the board if you look at how the performance have been in the PCS 6, the PCS 7, all the smaller tournaments as well.
Absolutely. So let's break that down to what is Group B. Yes, Polish power, there they are. Get them, lads, get them. Anyway, we have a great group to come, because I think when you look at Group A, Avenger, compared to Group B, Group A was... We looked at it and we thought, okay, there are some names here that we think are going to dominate. In Group B, I think it's a little bit more tight.
Yes, it's potentially going to be very close for some things, but I feel like we're still going to have, a few top teams that are going to be running away with things. Yesterday, it was extremely close. It's still just, one good game and you're in the top 8 easily.
Yeah.
And it's probably going to be the same here. We're going to have, a few teams that's going to be running away with things, and then we're going to have a lot and a big mid-pack with a lot of teams fighting for those points.
Yeah, definitely saw all the players making their way into the stadium as well throughout the day. We saw them getting some scrims in, etc. But let's start things off with our first 4. 17 Gaming, BBL, Buriram, and Day Trade here being able to perform. And there's some big names there to start things off already.
Yeah, huge names here, of course. 17 Gaming able to do extremely well for themselves. BBL and Buriram, though, excited to see what these guys are. A lot of people have them as their kind of dark horse picks. They're kind of just outside of that contender spot. But we've been able to see BBL do very well for themselves. The 1-2 piece of Code Marco and Smash have an insane amount of experience, and then they've brought in some young fraggers that's able to kind of support them. So I'm having really high hopes here for BBL.
Yeah, definitely so. As we take a look at some of the highlights from these teams as well. 17 Gaming is a team that second in PCS 7, and the fact that they were able to get third and second in PCL throughout the year as well shows that they are a contender for the very top in all things considered. It's a difficult region to perform in, and always getting podium finishes is extremely respectable.
Yeah, insane for them here. And 17 Game actually one of the best performing teams on Erangel, and they have been doing extremely well for themselves. 8.8 points per game.
Damn.
Quite high. One of the highest Erangel performance there, and that's of course in one of the hardest regions.
And there's a reason why Day Trade has 2 stars above their logo, because they are excellent in APAC as well. I mean, even beyond PCSs, they're always getting first and second in their region across all tournaments, so they're coming fierce.
Yeah, and one of the highest performances, the Miramar actually 9.5 points per game in PCS 7 8-pack. It's insane. This team is going to be doing so well, and I'm having really high expectations to Day Trade here, and they're going to be jumping on Chuma, of course, so that's going to have a little bit of an impact in terms of where we see BBL opening up and what's the sharing is going to be like.
Let's move on to our next 4. United, FaZe Clan, Genji, and Luminosity. What do you make of it, Avenger?
I gotta say, I love, of course, our teams here, but you look at this is a potential contender lineup here, right? We have United that have been able to do so well throughout Americas. FaZe Clan, of course, the team that have been there, so much experience on the team, and on top of that also have had quite good performance. Always top 5 in Europe, but they haven't just really been able to close it out. Now we're looking at them and really thinking, okay, they're probably one of the teams that's going to end in the top 4 in this group for me, at least.
I mean, they do that very often, I think it's fair to say, but we'll see if that can come to fruition. It is a United to start things off. Ultra consistent, I feel, in America. Yeah. Whenever you're watching the tournaments over there, especially throughout 2022, this team has always been striving for excellence, and they've been able to hit it quite a few times, getting almost always podium finishes again.
Yeah, fantastic team. I love watching United, obviously, with the kind of upgrade of what you can say as compared to last year. They've taken in Flood, and it's just to win tournaments with that, I suppose. And here, Genji, James, one of your guilty pleasures?
There's many guilty pleasures, Martin. There's many, and Gen G is definitely one of them, having followed this team since its beginning. Not even just in this game, in other games as well. And they, in terms of our roster, pretty much an all-star lineup. This is a roster that we've known for such a long time, and again, there's a reason why they've got gold in their logo. They are capable of doing it.
And it's one of my favorite logos, all-time favorite logos, after you explained me the law behind how it's built up.
Thank you.
It's absolutely amazing there. But yeah, Gen G, high hopes for them. They have a steady 5-man roster, and I'm really interested to see who they're going to be fielding and what the change is going to be throughout.
One important thing for me is that they're one of the main contenders for South Korea to stand up to China, which is a big narrative for 2022. But anyway, moving on, Petrichor Road, Polish Power, we have Question Mark and the Expendables. Martin, who do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about Question Mark, of course. The winner seed out of coming into here for Europe for PCS7. A lot of eyes on them, a lot of high expectations to them, and also very expensive on the fantasy team because they won PCS7.
True.
But I feel like they're more of a dark horse contender rather than a, favorite to win the whole thing.
I mean, when you look at PGC 2021, you can see why, right? They qualified as Question Mark, they became Team Unique, but on the international stage, it didn't quite hit the mark. Of course, it's a different roster to a degree right now.
I love that they've brought in Phil first. Very young player here, not so much LAN experience, but he's going to be loving playing here. 0 ping, playing against everybody, and he's going to be having a lot of fun times with everyone in terms of how he's going to be fragging out. But I have high expectations to him compared to what we've seen and how he performed online.
One of my favorite teams of all time as well in Petrichor Road, and they are excellent from start to finish. Them losing the last PCS7 just to New Happy, that's the first one they've lost in 4. They won the previous 3 in the Asian region, and that's ridiculous.
Of course, Ix left the highest rated player here in the tournament. If you look at the power ranking, I gotta say, honestly, there's so many eyes looking at him. There's so many expectations to him. And I'm hoping that they're not going to crumble under the pressure from outside, the fans and everything. They are a big contender, of course. New Happy is our champions, but I feel like they're a contender. They're one of the favorites potentially to be going into winning everything here.
And here's Question Mark. As you already brought them up when it came to PCS7, I think probably there's a lot of eyes on them as well. As you say, kind of not dissimilar to Petrichor Road, but the fact that when you look at them, it can be so up and down. They can either win an entire tournament or they can kind of bottom out. So we'll see how they perform here.
And also, here's Question Mark. There's not that much pressure on them. There's nobody that's kind of they're themselves. They're here to represent themselves, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do.
Take Me Away, Tyloo, Donuts USG, and finally Wild Card will round out things. And I mean, when you look at it, there definitely is some wild cards in there, no pun intended.
100%, yeah. Of course, Donuts, a lot of experience on that roster. They're coming in, of course, as the Japan seed, but still a lot of experience. If you look at the roster, Take Me Away, come in, but one of my eyes are looking at Xiaohai. Xiaohai won with OMG at PGI that you and I were there in 2018, so an insane amount of experience for this team as well. But they came in kind of from the side, didn't play well in PCS 6. Then they managed to get a spot in through the PCS 7. Oh, they didn't manage to play PCS 6.
Right, yeah. You're making me feel old. All the way back then. Yes, we've been around a little while now.
4.5 years ago.
Yeah. Wow. It feels so recent still.
Yeah.
The time has gone so fast. But yes, here is Tyloo, and I think, there is going to be a microscope on them as well when it comes to Erangel especially.
I'm really curious to see where both their drops are drops too close or contest drops on Erangel. I'm really going to be playing 3 Erangels today, so I'm really curious to see what's going to be happening with them. Wildcat though here, James, of course, Adam in there, one of my all-time favorite guys to talk to and play with. He's a fantastic guy. And his brother is here too, of course, at FaceClan.
Yeah, definitely so. So let's see how they're going to fare for the North American region as a whole. I think North America is going to be looking good here throughout this. They've brought some real contenders.
Yeah, this group here, I definitely could feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of American representation in the top.
Yeah, all right, well, that is that. Let's take a look there as well. You guys at home could be joining in with Twire.gg with the fantasy teams. And we noted that there's already 10,000 teams have gone in. That's unbelievable.
More than 10,000.
Love it.
Custom fantasy team. You can still go in there and make them for some of the later stages because the Group B and Group A are locked for now. But yeah.
Yeah, the rules are very simple. You create your fantasy team. You get a budget of $100,000 per group at the moment, and you create 2 rosters actually for now, which means that you can then be able to try and accumulate points, etc., to be able to get you all the way to the top. And now a change for this tournament, you are able to give someone the captain role.
Yes, and the captain can be changed from day to day, of course. Group B is playing today, and they're playing the day after tomorrow, and our last day on Sunday, so you can change your captain from that. Here, the fantasy top pick players, and Ike's left with 47% for Group B here. That is insane.
That is pretty crazy as we move on down as well. You can see actually, in terms of the prices where we're coming in, Marsalek, 15%.
Because it's 14,900.
Yes.
Super cheap, I would say. That's a value pick right there. Noadra, quite high pick as well. He also did extremely well in APAC for 26,000. I actually have Noadra on my team, and I also have Ikeslip, so I actually have 2 players in the top 4 there. And Onyx 13, even though he's super expensive, 13% pick still. Copy 12%.
Let's just not tell Marsalek he's top 3, otherwise he'll never shut up about it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he's just gonna keep ramming.
Yeah, we'll leave that away. We'll leave that away.
It's a proud moment for him. Gotta give
definitely,
it to him.
Definitely. Nurens as well, representing strong up at the top. So that is how this shapes up.
All my players on top line, by the way.
Are they? Uh-oh. Well, that didn't work out too well for me yesterday, unfortunately, with Tiggleton in my squad. But, well, thankfully, I did change a few things around. Here's my lineup, as well as all our lineups for the talent that are going to be supporting you today. I have Fex, Filth. Actually, I disclaimer to my roster here, Avenger.
Right.
This is the most wild card roster I think I've ever thrown out there in fantasy.
It could pop off. It could be insane, but it could also be really rough.
It
Phil
could,
first, Adder, Copy for you, Fex. Yeah, that could be interesting. Captain Fex for you, Captain Ikeslave for me with Noadra, Code Marco, and Copy. Then we have Toby's team. He has Ming, Gustav, Flash, and Copy. Also a pretty good team with Ming being his captain. And of course, we have Poro's lineup as well here with Show, Kickstart, Marsalek, and Shiva with an 11,000 value pick there. That's a really good value pick. But Kickstart, 36,000, extremely expensive. Show, 37,000. But I guarantee you, he could not decide who to put as captain, either Kick or Show. That was going to be a hard one for him.
Yeah, definitely so. Definitely. So those are our rosters. You can tweet us as well and tell us what your roster you settled with. We'd love to hear that out because, I mean, ultimately there were so many combinations because of the prices of all of these players and being able to kind of mix and match where you can.
Yeah, honestly, for me, this was one of the most fun times putting together a roster because you have a lot of teams with no experience from a global stage, right? So there's a lot of potential with putting, your super value pick that could do really well, but also an extremely expensive player that you have to put as captain.
Yes, no, absolutely, absolutely. You guys at home can be involved in more ways than just that as well. We have the Pick'em challenges that are going on in the game as well, which was not only the Pick'em for who you think is going to win everything, but also the regional picks as well. Those kind of regional rivalries that occur. You can decide who you're going to pick, who you think is going to be able to get more points down the line, etc.
Yeah, the head-to-head, I love it. Obviously, in the esports tab in-game, go and check it out. You can also claim some codes in there. You should probably go in and open the game if you haven't already and be ready for that.
And the Twitch drops as well. If you keep watching, you can be able to garner yourself some good old Twitch drops. And we have the Pick and Go, which is the good old bingo that's going on over on Twitch.
I love the bingo. You go against some other
random people.
No line there, but then you can win if you do well. That's quite funny there, of course.
Some free EP, not too bad at all. So that is how that shapes up. So lots of exciting things for you to be involved in when it comes to at home, be it the fantasy, etc. But Pick'em's in game at the moment, still pretty heavy on new happy.
It is. Yeah, nearly 50% of everyone that did a Pick'em already did pick new happy. And of course, next in line,
are you surprised?
Road. I'm not surprised. There's a lot of regional support for that, of course, but for your voting coupons, you can hold on to it. You can wait. The deadline is not reached yet, so a lot of people are, as you said yesterday, Giga Chats. They're just like, we're certain. They might not even be
on the table.
They might not be in the final, but they picked them already. So it's good to see the regional support coming in.
Indeed. I can understand as well, because when you're watching Asia especially and you're seeing the Chinese representation looking so strong, especially against South Korea.
For sure.
Why would you not try to go for a new happy, a Petrichor Road?
They've been so dominant in Asia and PCS in general throughout the year, right? So you're thinking that really translates well into global stage, PGC, stuff like that. And honestly, that's fair.
they're stone cold killers.
Yes.
We were talking about the pulse rate of Ming Ming yesterday, and it was barely visible whilst he's just taking fights. But yeah, that's how that is. Crazy stuff. But we are indeed here for Group B. I think it is going to be a closer one. Let's take a closer look at some of these teams as well. It's FaZe Clan coming in from Europe, a mainstay of international tournament.
Yeah, the amount of experience of this roster is just through the roof. Super excited to obviously follow these guys here. Danish representation on the team as well. Both the Sop and Gustav, Danish guys. You know, it's
wow.
Yeah, it's wild. But yeah, Gustav managed to color his hair a few times, and now he's back to nearly his normal color.
What's amazing in Danish?
Fantastic.
Oh, that's boring.
Yeah, we don't even have. It's just fantastic.
I finally found one that wasn't that interesting.
We just don't have that many
Damn
words.
it. All right, let's move on.
The Expendables.
Hopefully they're not expendable.
No. Yeah. And Levi's one of the guys with some amazing experience as well, of course. He was there throughout 2018 many times. And of course know him from Divine with one of the best logos.
That was a good logo back then.
BBL.
BBL. I'm going to frame this candidly. Scraped through to get here. They were not in PCS 7. They needed results to go their way, and now they've got a lifeline. But anyway, we are now ready to head on to the commentary team here, as we have got Poro and Toby to bring you the games from Group B.
Thank you very much, Desk. And yes, it is I, Porosaurus. It is he, Toby. And we are getting ready to head into the first day of games here for Group B. We have 5 in the books already, Toby, and those were some exciting games yesterday. I know we watched them the whole time.
Yeah, one thing's for sure. Everyone's come here to play. Everyone is bringing the A game, and you will not see higher level of competitive play than what we are seeing yesterday and what we've been seeing for the entire 3 weeks of plays here.
Now, the question is, are we going to see some competitive gameplay at the very beginning of the game with the hot drops like we saw yesterday? It's just madness. Madness all the way through.
I feel like we have to ask Ty Lu and Polish Power that. I mean, the Death talked about him too. There is potentially a North George situation over on Erangel. We talked to Polish Power. They're saying, well, we're committing. So it's up to Ty Lu really to determine whether this is happening or not.
And I mean, the funny thing about Polish Power, I mean, notoriously anti-scrim, right? They don't like to scrim, they don't like to play, they don't like to give away anything. So what's Ty Lu got to go on? Even if they do decide to hot drop, they don't know how they're going to play it.
One thing's for sure, they know they're going to be there, and they know they better be ready for a fight. Now, the thing is, it is a North George, again, potential hot drop. There are just too many apartments. I mean, if you were to hot drop anywhere, go Hacienda, one of those places where you have to land and stick together. This is going to be one of those where everyone gets each their apartment building, sitting upstairs with shotguns.
It
could be a drag. It drags. So hopefully, also, I'm not so pro in that regard, but hopefully not a hot drop in North George.
I'll tell you what, Toby, we don't have to wait long to find out. Because we're getting into the game right now. Whoa. Let's take a look at that beautiful overlook. It's I told you earlier, everybody thinks that that's augmented reality AR. No, they wheel that in.
Yeah. It's before the start of every game. We have a lot of people working here. They just wheel it in, they get it set up, they get it ready to go, and I hope you guys are ready to go, because we are hopping into game number 1 of Group B. Playing path really here as fair as can be, Poro, to kick things off.
I know you were excited about maybe getting a little bit something more, you know, military.
Juicy?
Maybe something a little bit more exciting, but yeah, right off the bat. I mean, this is, you know, but this is a good way to get things started, get everybody's feet underneath them.
And one of the things to me in this one, Poro, is we've been talking Ty Lu, Polish Power. We might now see something else, because we know the Polish Power opt to do their alternative drop spot in Lepopka.
Sure.
And that's United territory. They haven't quite agreed yet on how far in do we go. Does Polish Power potentially get Mansion as well? Where does that cutoff go? What does United get to play around? So there could be a potential, if not a fight for it, then at least maybe a situation of fighting for vehicles or whatnot. As you're seeing them jumping out of the plane now, they are shoulder to shoulder.
Fairly close indeed. As looks like Rello and Kickstart are actually already down towards shelter, so the rest of the United boys, they'll just see the parachutes, avoid the parachutes. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Meanwhile, down here by the farm, though.
Yeah, Ty Lu, FaZe Clan, again.
Close there.
Again, a situation where maybe the border, there hasn't been drawn a line just yet. So even though we might not see any early shenanigans in this one, it could come later. Circle, though, favoring anyone who opted to go towards the southeast. Now, interesting with this playing path is, no one really had a direct cut to Milta Power. And obviously, most teams, at least the ones jumping late, will know that there's no one down there. So expect to see teams vie to go further east than usual early on here.
Some shots being traded here between BBL and Buriram, but nothing of substance just yet. Yeah, let them know, Cheesecake. Let them know with the full AK spray.
It's the first game. If there's a time to pufferfish, if there's a time to try and scare people off, now is the time.
Yeah, it seemed to work. BBL didn't come anywhere near him. Well, obviously today, Pachinki a little more calm, as 17 has that all to themselves, everything they could possibly want. Now, they do have Petrichor Road just off to the north in a decent little split, and USG Donuts right north of them near Razak. So if, however they decide to group back together and start making their rotation or wrap into this new circle, if they're trying to come in from the north, that northwestern side could be pretty scary.
We've beat a record in PGC 2022.
Really? Already?
Yeah, we're at 2 minutes 40, and no one's dead yet. That's got to be some sort of a record at this point, right?
I mean, yeah.
Group B, the place where people know what to do.
Shout out to all my fellow TIG owners.
You're one of them yourself.
Feels pretty bad. You know what, though? I still have faith. I have faith.
I mean, and you should. I'm sure they'll get it all sorted.
Yeah, look at the mini-map here. Snakers already in Milton Mini by himself there for E United. This is a E United circle through and through. I mean, we've seen it many, many times before, but again, starting off a little bit split. We'll see if FaZe or Polish Power end up punishing them for this, as we see Crunio on the move.
And it's Snakers make his way down there. I mean, you saw Marselik do the exact same thing. Polish Power, they love to send Marselik out far and early, especially if they get a circle they can get something in the center of. Again, as I said, all these players that jumped late, they saw the playing path, they saw the teams that jumped, they know no one went south. So Polish Power and E United both trying to get something here.
Ooh, sneaky feet. 777, he knows.
He's heard it.
Sia all by himself.
Here comes the cavalry.
He's got the backup now. Now it is taking a little bit of time to get there. I think Sia has no idea. 777 just kind of vibing here and just making sure that his prey stays where it. Oh, look at that. He's thinking about that 8x scoop he's about to have in his own pocket. And Sia! Oh no, 777, you gotta go. Okay, there you go. Ooh, that was close. Sia. Okay, just trade that gun for something.
It's an AK. Just let the cars run him over.
Drop that thing right now. Just take whatever Sia's got in his pocket, pick that up.
And you know what I mean? You and I, we talked to Expendables just before the game started. We came up just directly, asked them, how many games are you going to win today, guys?
How many games?
777 said? Two. Confident we're going to win 2 games. So fortunately now the spray is dialed in as well. So fair enough. You know what? He gets the first kill of Group B. He wanted 2 wins today. We'll see if they're going to fetch themselves that.
2 magazines later, we got him.
He's not in a hurry. I mean, they get to rotate, they get to loot, they get to get some more ammo, maybe get a barrel instead of that AK. He's going to be all good.
Checking in with 17, worth noting, cutting back to what we were talking about a little bit earlier, E United, Polish Power, FaZe Clan, all finding spots right next to each other, betwixt and between each other, as it were, but nobody really taking shots at anybody other than that. So 17 making their way through, although it looks like LG and USG Donuts getting a little close to each other just south of Mansion right now.
A lot of shoulder-by-shoulder rotations coming through here. And again, of course, I mean, it is the first game. And while we have seen scrims, we love watching them. It's top-tier PUBG, but it's also top-tier PUBG with a twist of as much as people want to try hard, they don't want to give away all their strategies coming into it. So you can't really put too much into scrims. So here, really, it's the first time properly that you know all these guys, what they're doing is what they've been practicing, it's what they've been getting ready for. And therefore, we will also see some teams just, I mean, weirdly run into each other on rotations because there's no way they could have prepped for it.
Day trade just slowly making their way through on the south side. Now they do have a few teams just off to their west as QM, Buriram, BBL all taking their time making through. And Gen G, I mean, they're still in South George. Wildcard still in Severny. This circle not lending itself to any fast rotations.
There's no reason for them to try to either. I mean, when you commit to South George, Gen G had to jump out early down by Primus. We'll drive all the way up to South George. As soon as you make the committed decision to jump early and go up there, you go, you know what? We'll take an extra first aid. We might not even be there before halfway through phase 2. But then we also know that should the circle go anywhere northwest, we're going to be golden. Because, I mean, everyone, and as we can see as well on the map right now, everyone is trying to claim center terrain.
Some methodical scouting work done by Flash right here. Just checking the area in front of him. I'm not sure if he maybe spotted anybody from the Expendables, but they are just right over there on the north side of that bridge. Now Petrichor Road, they've started getting in here. It looks like they'll stop on the stop. Oh yeah, that's 4 deep. 17. Oh, they're playing it sneaky. They are playing it so sneaky here, Toby.
China versus China. This is a full-on red bait. They know the rotation's coming through from Petrichor. They know what they like to do. Sushu already found the first. Hopefully, Petrichor can get out, but I don't think there's a way out of this one, especially not now with Tyloo engaging as well.
Oh, Tyloo from range. That grenade might find its mark. Yes, it will. Suju will be the one that gets it, and now Ming will get finished off. I mean, fortunately for Petrichor Road, still 2 up here. They didn't do a full commit to the crash, but man, 17. How quiet were they? That was a sneaky 17.
When you do that on the first game of the group, you know they've read it. You know they've literally been in the Petrichor playbook and said, we've seen you guys do these sort of rotations before. This time around, we're going to punish you for doing so. And it's smart that they do it now, because, I mean, it's one of those one-time use things.
Sure.
Now you do it. Second time, there's no way Petrichor pulls up on that compound before stopping and doing a proper set of scouting. The only bad thing about this is that Ming was my captain, and I now have -6 points.
Feels bad, buddy. Well, maybe if any of my co-casters or analysts would have dipped their toes in the North American waters, maybe they'd be feeling a little bit better. I'm the only one out of all 4 of us with anybody from the Americas.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Feels bad, man. Well, Buriram, they're still taking their time just on the western edge of this circle. They don't want to take any risks of running into any edge teams. Fortunately for them, we see through the eye in the sky that they're pretty free and clear.
I mean, both Buriram, Gen.G, and Wildcard coming in late now, they're kind of playing off the same strat, but doing so from different areas of the map. There's no reason for them to try and claim center real estate right now. First of all, it's most likely taken, just like what we just saw with 17 and Petrichor. Secondly, even if you get it, if the circle shifts away from you, you've potentially lost players for no good reason. So when you're coming in late, might as well just chill around on the edge, scout as much as you can, of course, move further forward with the space that you find out that you're given, but then just chill, wait for phase 2, and that's when you react.
A lot of splits, a lot of real estate trying to be taken up. Although it looks like most of everything is just kind of centering towards the middle here as we wait for our first circle to collapse. LG right on top of logging camp. You can see FaZe just underneath, or at least Gustav.
I love that you're calling out the splits, because we're actually seeing, and for those of you guys watching the map stream as well, of course, there is a lot of center real estate being claimed by a select few, like 3-4 teams. And we didn't really see that in Group A yesterday. Teams were a little more hesitant to spread out. Of course, the circles were a little more wonky at times. But yesterday we didn't see a whole lot of teams there to try and spread out and take full control. It was more of a great, let's get some good games in to begin with. Let's just play it cautious, play it a little closer to one another so we can be there to back each other up if we get pulled up on or whatever. But this time around, teams, I mean, off of having watched yesterday's games to go great, if they're all playing passive, we claim real estate today. And it's only really Expendables, Take Me Away Gaming, and Faceline who have managed to take like all of this arena around Milton.
Yeah, you get a little bit better look there. Gen.G finally arriving, coming in from the north side. They slow down before they reach Petrichor Road, or our final 2 remaining players from Petrichor Road. New circle pops, and it's going on to Milta, Toby. That is a lot of water.
Usually you would allow for teams to maintain their splits through phase 2, but if I'm FaZe, if I'm Take Me Away, if I'm Expendables right now, regroup, because people are going to be coming funneling your way with very few other opportunities available. Luminosity instantly trying to group up. Faceline obviously hearing this, so they will have the info that there's a full team sat below them. Tyloo doing the exact same thing, actually giving up farm. They had farm control, but opting to vie for the split towards the east.
Obviously, everybody immediately in vehicles on the move once again. Axe left. They left the shelter. They'll try to find somewhere to play. Looks like they might be going for that shack here. As Polish Power going to take some shots from Kickstart. Nothing landed just yet. CC108 spots out Purdy Curdy on the intersection.
He's all alone down there by the toll booth. Unfortunately, there's suppressive fire. Yeah, he's got the suppressive fire, but brave, I would say, decision to have him try and sit down there by himself, because if anyone reads, like, it's outside a nade distance for really both Luminosity and Tyloo, so if someone pulls up on Purdy and he can't get away, it's going to be very hard for his teammates to back him up.
It's a very high risk,
definitely.
High reward from the information that you can gather from that spot, and just being able to flex out just a little bit more, though. We'll see how it plays out for LG as we check back in with FaZe. They have managed to hold on and maintain this 2-2 split. we'll see if they do. I mean, they can kind of get away with it right now.
Definitely.
Though.
I mean, a lot of the teams that were sat up towards Lumber, they rotated either further east or further west around to take control off of the rotations that came through. So FaZe reading that, saying we've not really got anyone in between us that's a threat to us right now. We should be all right. In the meantime, well, Burram, not necessarily casualties just yet, but Sherwood finding one. And that is not a place you want to be knocked outside. Noadra, we have to imagine it's going to be forced to use smokes to get it back up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he should be able to get him back in once those smokes blow him. You just crawl on in.
It's kind of odd because Konaxi and Edie are actually up towards, like up on the dirt road up north of Farm. So not all four of them have opted to stay down inside the Farm compound. And they're even sharing that with half of Day Trade too. So it's a... at least a territory they're familiar with having another APAC team as their neighbor. But you'd have to imagine that they'd want to, at least to some extent, fortify the position with more. But then again, I mean, Edie, Konaxi, up on the top, they can scout further north, shoot the Circle Sift away from Farm.
Roger using that carry mechanic to great effect. Yeah. One of the best additions.
It really has been a game changer, yep.
It's been huge. We've seen it's used so many times as shots being fired all around, but no real damage or no real knocks coming through outside of Cheese King, and you see he's back on his feet once again. So everybody just kind of holding court for the time being, waiting for that next circle.
Gen G, they've been playing it slow. They've made their way in from the north and are slowly pushing up towards Lumber Hill. In the meantime, waiting for the next circle to pop. But again, I mean, as we said, no one's really opted for the early aggression here. There's a bit of congestion out towards the east, but other than that, I mean, this next circle, it's going to favor a few, but it's going to be incredibly hard for many, pretty much regardless of where we go here, Paul.
Only 3 players down so far, 61 still alive. Let's see where we're going.
Milton.
There you go. Right on top of Milta. And it is, I mean, it's fairly open. So right now, TMA in a kind of a position to make some decisions here. Petrichor Road, they're probably just laughing. I mean, they were down to 2 a little bit earlier. Exactly. They get a great little spot inside the city, and everybody now on the move. USG was a little bit close to Polish Power on that eastern side, but eventually pulls away. Polish Power going to get away from that as well, but now getting kind of close to United on that coast.
I love how we see the circle pop it instantly. FaZe obviously regrouping on the hillside. Polish Power going west, United moving as well, and Donuts in the meantime going, they all went that direction, let's go the other direction.
Yep, not much there.
We don't need to backfill those 3 teams. They ain't gonna be all that pleasant. In the meantime, let's just see Gen G trying to make their way on forward. Now United committed to the full-on push on forward. They're going right through the split of Polish Power, not opting to pull up. Are they committing to the shack this early on? That would be a desperation play. But then again, we know we're shifting away from the water next circle. It might come to bless them, but it also easily could come to haunt them. Especially with this car there, because they can't get in.
You call it desperation, but this is where they've ended up for right now. Hopefully they can avoid any explosion from that car. As you saw, they were getting shot at for Petrichor, but it looks like they pulled off.
There we go. 4 in the shack.
This is
that is it's been a while.
It's, you know what, I've seen Oath well back in the day, Oath do this many times, and United, not too surprised to see them pull it out of their bag of tricks here. There's a lot of teams still available. I mean, you look at you're still 61 alive.
Oh,
You know, it's there's not a whole lot we can do here.
And yes, they could have crashed into Mills, and obviously with the knowledge that we have, there would have been space. But with where they're coming from, going straight through the rotation, like crashing straight through the gatekeep of Polish Power, it's not exactly a bad play.
And they have no idea what's going on.
No, exactly. They have no way of scouting it.
It would just be a full blind send. Exactly. So meanwhile, on the north side, we saw Wildcard and Gen G trading a little bit of fire between each other. No commitments coming out of there. It looks like Gen G is actually going to try to reposition through the blue, wrap just farther north around Wildcard as they are in vehicles. You see Asura.
Are they committing to this fight? Or are they trying to wrap around them?
I think they...
Because they know they're there.
Yeah, I think maybe just liking the approach from the north side here a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, they do get to isolate them, at least to some extent. Greg shut those spot out of those, so he's going to be first one down. Remba instantly finds one in return.
Instant trade there from Remba. As you see Asura playing in the place of Spear right now, so even trade there from both of those teams. Meanwhile, USG Donuts hear the fire. They're coming up here. They want to get a part of this. Maybe third party get a few points.
It's not a bad play, but I'm not gonna lie. 4 in a vehicle pulling up like that has me a little worried. Fortunately, they do manage to get out and get out alive. Shiva does fall, so no more surprise in that regard. Americano finds one. Waikiki Mukau falls, but not before the flush comes through. Americano does get the flush in return, though. So a killer piece circle, shifting essentially the only place we thought it was going to go, with having to go away from water and all, and now is where the blue really starts to hurt.
2 down for essentially everyone here, except for Wildcard, down to just Adam, eating a little bit of blue damage as Gen G will find Nikos. They'll finish him off, and there you go. Adam was going to find an Onyx. He's going to get the point. Trying to flush him out. I think he might spot a Sir as well. Yes, get your points where you can. Wildcard, 4 in the bag, and he's got enough heals ready to go here. And look at this. Yeah, 17 starting to make their way up from the northwest.
What was bound to be initially a rotation has turned into a 5-way fight of teams on the north, all trying to claim. There's an issue for Adam now, as you can see. He's in the blue. And 17 Gaming, they're going to be sitting here and making sure there's no one making their way out of Lumber alive.
Remba, the last one up for Gen G, pushing just on the other side of the hill. Looks like they'll be able to stick the res onto Americano. USG wanted this. This is what they wanted, the fight that they wanted, and they ended up paying the price for it, losing one, almost losing Americano at the same time. But they spot out Remba. Oh, no. They are not looking that direction, and Remba, sneaky boy, will stay alive.
Get that one through Adam. Those find one. So damage on through towards 17. Issue is now they know exactly where he is. And damage being done once more. Is he gonna? I don't think he's going to have time for first. That he's just going to have to commit to it. Try and see if he can find one more. And there you go. 15 for Wildcard, as they could not maintain control. Fair enough, though, of the north, because half the teams on the server was up here.
Good effort from a bad spot there, but they managed to get a few points out of it.
Salvage.
Despite going down there, it's 17. They'll try to res their knock. 17 Show, actually still way off to the west, is taking shots here at Buriram. And now Buriram looking like they're setting up to take a fight here with Day Trade on the outside edge of this circle. Now keep in mind, Tai Lu still inside, hard cover just inside. This has a kind of a overwatch on this as well, so they have to be careful about how they want to approach. Naraja will find one, immediately gets traded down by Flash. 2 down for Buriram so far. Belmoth, the only one down for Day Trade.
Now, who choose? He is up close. You heard the footstep of 2. Edie's right over on the other hillside. Can't get the angle, though. Edie finds one. Will he find the second? Almost. As Flash is forced back. Flash, though, turns on a dime and finds one. Kanaxi gets one more in return. This is damage done across the board, but in the end, it's going to be Day Trade. Our victorious. Issue is Blue is pushing in. So Norrens, nothing he can do, has to make the runoff. And both 17 Face, Luminosity, and Tai Lu are going to be waiting for Norrens to make this play. I don't see Day Trade alive as this circle comes to a close.
Oh, and look at QM actually finding spot. There you go. CC will find Norrens, and that'll be it for those 2 APAC squads. Actually, I was going to say QM actually getting an angle on that, stealing a point away off of those knocked players as you see things starting to settle down just a little bit more. 17 and USG Donuts still up on the north side. And then we have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams inside Milta, and one of them's going to have to move.
All of a sudden, United, that phase 2 push 4-man into a shack.
Yeah, you still think it's a desperation move now?
I mean, it was, but it sure as hell has paid off for them. Donuts, we don't need many cars. We just need to make smart rotations, and they've done that thus far. Norkis is up close. He's going to, of course, be able to fetch the information and give it back towards his teammates down below. Polish Power has been a quiet game for them. On the east, they have been slowing things down as of late, which has really contributed to their success in the PCS tournaments. They used to be kind of the hounds let loose and just fight all the time. Now, they're very particular about when they opt to go aggressive, because we know that once they do, they are really scary.
Yeah, just trying to, looks like more trying to get a feel for what's going on that eastern side more than anything. Here's QM starting to make their way up the road. Doozy has managed to make it to that gatehouse. Tai Lu,
they're backfilling this too.
Not even looking over in this direction.
Nope.
So,
I mean, he did run the entire way here. Now with the car coming up, you have to imagine that Tai Lu is aware that there's a team in between them.
Well, they're fully aware now, and LG also in that compound. That's compound just inside circle, so they have vision on all this as well. As soon as Tai Lu has to move, they've got some decision making to do really quickly right here. And all I saw back there was a buggy. Okay, they got the Dacia.
3 in a Dacia. What could
Not
possibly
great.
go wrong?
It's not great.
Towards question mark we go, towards Luminosity we go, towards all the teams we go, but Tai Lu one fight at a time. We're going to take it straight to question mark. First one falls, second one falls, just one left alive. It's CC trying to stay put. Adusi is alive on the backside of this, but at 11 HP.
Phil first getting 2 of them down. Those Doozy will get spotted up by Yuppie, and there you go. Tai Lu will get taken down by well-placed grenade from Phil first. But unfortunately for them, that grenade actually also flushes out a Doozy. So QM down to 3, and they've still got to find their way inside this next zone.
They opted to go north. They had a chance to go along the beach and actually wrap all the way east around, but I think they figured there's nothing for us to come for out towards the east. Now, they might think different of it. Issue is they have to be really fast if they want to make it all the way south around. They're going to be running straight into BBL, depending on how they opt to rotate this one. Shushu finds Snorg. Is the help coming from behind as Donuts stay alive?
Oh, Donuts getting a big assist there from 17. And now USG Donuts, I think, realizing the situation. They see the kill feed. They know that Polish Power is taking these 2 knocks. Krunio just on the other side. We'll try to trade back. Ooh, good shots from Korn, but no.
It's 17 again?
The last one, and yes, 17, the party crasher from the rocks off in the distance as they net their 3rd kill.
You guys want to fight each other? Hell no, we're claiming all the kills. You ain't getting nothing down there now. Of course, I mean, for 17 Gaming, they want to make sure they're the only team to the east. They want to make sure they have no one playing in from behind. So seeing casualties on both sides is a clear-cut decision. We have to make the aggressive play forward. Donuts full United. Oh my god. That's what you get for committing phase 2, I suppose.
United has...
and no one can get to them either.
A team... That's fan base that has complained about Sonics getting circles all year long. Well, now in game 1 of Group Stage B, they get the best circle luck. Great call there from Rello to take that shed early. And what a grenade from Levi's. Hobbits, Phil first, you are down.
Yeah, limited angles for them to have to worry about. Now they find it. Here comes Take Me Away Gaming, though. Full speed forward. They know they have limited opportunities. They want it back out towards the east. Xiao Hai able to find the first as Krunio falls. Cabby does get one in return. Nate's lob it on over now. Now Marslick having to defend here. 1v2 not going to happen. Crazy finds one. Little Ghost now pushing from up above as well.
And this is all getting kind of gate-kept as well by United. You can see Kickstarter going to steal one away, and they actually do some damage there onto 17 as the Molotovs burn through. TMA just outside. Shawood will pull in. They hear the footsteps. He's going to spot him out, pull him off the res.
Flash comes on over. Again, the footsteps obviously hurt, hearing that he backs off. 17 Gaming hasn't been forced to take fights up close all that much just yet, so they're looking good when it comes to Kevlar and helmets. They are committing to the rest down below. The kill coming through, though. That's info up top there. Missing out on Suju. Gets the angle. Can't find it. Xiao Hai does find him. So now, a tricky position down below. In the meantime, Luminosity, Faceland fighting towards the northwest as well.
Oh, they had to leave their compound, and they got wrecked by FaZe and E United. A combination of both here, and you can see Petrichor Road actually still has a line of sight on this as well. Petrichor down to just 2. No kills in the bag just yet. But they are staying alive. They got to worry about TE on their backside, though, here, checking in with FaZe Clan, as they would love to be able to clean off what's left of LG here.
This is just third-party fiesta with E United being the turret in the center, shooting at absolutely everything they can see. Petrichor, in a way, doing the same thing. They will have to move soon, though. Luminosity running out of smokes. They're sitting on the hillside. Penta is going to go down. You'd have to imagine one more bullet away from doing just that. In the meantime, United still finding more knocks. Snakers now falls. That's the first casualty on this side of United. BBL out as well, as they did not succeed in leaving Milton.
LG managing to kind of reset a little bit here. They do lose a couple, but they managed to get the res back, so back up to 2 strong. Hiding in the smoke. Here's TE. No Ikes left! You can't hit those kind of grenades here, and they're going to find another one. AZ, Petrichor Road was down at 2, but 2 is all they needed. But eventually they will go down to Ninja 2K. But the blue is there, Tony. Toby, they have to move.
I'll be Tony for a day.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Can I be Tony Stark then?
Sure.
Which one do you want to be?
You might have a.
You can be Thor.
You might have some trouble with other people claiming to be Iron Man.
Fair. I'll be him just for this game then.
Yep.
That's Ninja finding one more kill, getting the flush onto Diggory as well, and saying, you know what, I did what I could.
Get
5th place
point.
for Expandables is...
Oh my goodness.
You know what, United, you deserve it at this point. Get those circles.
America's rejoice. We got one this time here. Get a little luck goes a long way as LG still alive. They have to make their way in phase. You can see Gustav and Fex starting to look over towards 17. 17 managed to get at least a res back up to 3 strong. But, I mean, like you said, United there, just a turret in the middle of a wide open field.
The issue for them right now is, as you can see here as well, they're very limited to what they can play around. And they can't start branching out and playing the outside positions yet.
17.
So whenever one of these teams gets close and Nate start raining in, you might see United eliminated in a blink of an eye.
They still got the vehicles here too.
Yeah.
So Let's see where they decide to go. I don't know if it's going to be a full crash here.
Have to go way out in the field.
Yeah, I think you're looking at the south side of the field and just kind of hang out.
As long as you still have Faceland and Luminosity on the hillside, they will have the superior position to fight you. So just get it down there, get as far away as you can, try and see if you can wrap around the United. That's exactly what they do. Play the southern side. You know there's a bit of an incline that's going to force them to, disallow for them to get the angle. There's a ruck there too now. Goes Stuff pushing down again. 0 kills for the team. Halo, though, instantly they have to respond.
Nice little trade there from Luminosity. They will end up going down, though, as now Fex, the last player up for FaZe. He won't be able to get that res on the Gustav too far away in the blue. And it is going to come down to United and 17 in the wide open field with that third-party variable, that wild card of the danger man, Fex.
Now, question here becomes, do they know that Fex is still up there? They are looking that way.
They absolutely
They are
know.
looking that way, but at what point do they say we also got to worry about 17? Because as much, the more we focus on Fex, the better position 17 is getting into. You can see right now, they're spreading out, they're trying to take control. And as long as Fex ain't showing himself, obviously with no smokes to work with, he's hoping that this fight happens before he has to do anything. But with him not showing himself, United can't really commit to it. They have to try and look both ways. And now they're giving it up.
Yeah, there's only so much they can do here. Fex will try to just heal as long as he can. I don't even think that's going to be enough. He might just go down to the blue. Oh, no, he's going to run it. Okay, I like it.
Next tree is inside circle, too.
And they actually catches United at a time when they're not looking back here. So makes it to the tree. Was able to stick another heal. Flood. Oh, Flood. Did they lost track?
They lost track. They think he might have already made it into the field. Little ghost, though, from the back. Safe. Actually, it's going to be Rello to find the kill, so they do realize that he's there. But for a second, the United looked like they were going to be in trouble once Fex started shooting. Not going to be the case now. 4v3 in favor of United.
Playing with fire there a little bit of United, but eventually they do spot out Fex. And now, as he said, the 4v3, the wide open field. How much utility do these guys have? 17 has been fighting. They have managed to do a lot of looting over there on that northeastern side. So you got to imagine their pockets are probably pretty full. Meanwhile, United has been hanging out in this shack for quite some time, but you can see the plan. Look at this. Rello and Snakers going for that long wrap while Flood and Kickstart hold that hard cover.
Yeah, there are only so many places these opponents can be, and remember, all these hay bales are destructible, so once they're gone, they're going to be very limited with cover. But then again, of course, United, as we know, haven't really had to fight up close just yet, so utility should be in their favor. Smokes, maybe not so much, but whatever lethals they had to begin with, they should still be in possession of.
I still like it. United, they come around, they get a few shots in, do a little bit of damage, stick and move, though. Don't stay too long in that same position and wait for the inevitable return of utility to come your way. As we see some shots landing there onto Flood, still holding that shack. Now Snakers has come up and joined Rello and Kickstart for that front line. Do Shawood, Suju, do they know? Do they see them? Do they have any idea of where these guys are? It looks like they're going to find one, but immediate trade coming through from Rello.
Clutch trade coming through as well again, as long as the numbers are in their favor. They're looking strong on the side of the United. Nade comes through to follow. Suju falls as well, and all of a sudden, Little Ghost. All that's left against the entirety of United. And you have to imagine now with him being seen that his days are gonna be numbered. Do you go out to deny it? Do you try to wrap to maybe get the flush on the last one? Or do you just want to die in this vehicle? Because that's what it looks like right now. I have no clue where it's going, and there you have it. Kickstart victors of the first match of Group B.
A beautiful, beautiful end game there for United. Now, look, at the end of the day, you got to call it what it is. They got a lot of circle luck, but they went for that crash onto that shack very, very early. You called it a desperation play because that's basically kind of what it is. Coming from that eastern side, they knew that there was nowhere else to go. Rello making the call, you know what, this isn't ideal, but this is what we're going to do. We're going to go 40 to the shack, and it ends up paying off huge.
Not a simple rotation for them, going straight through the gatekeeper Polish power, but they make their way on through. They get themselves the win. Now let's throw it back to the desk and see what they have to say after game one.
Thank you, boys. Big win for United here on the board in the northern fields of Malta. Ever present, ever clean in the shack. And it was nice for them. Look at how ecstatic they are. They're happy.
They're super happy. I'm happy for United here. They're obviously able to send it to one of the center shacks and survive all four. It's super rare, but I like the way that they set up the the car fought around it
yeah.
for the defense, and they were able to kind of flex out. And very surprisingly, nobody survived getting out of Milton. Nobody got in on that southern side of that fields area, and they were able to clutch out that nicely. I gotta say though, I'm pretty sure that Poro was kicking himself over him not picking Kickstart as his captain, and Show, who is his captain, was the first 17 member to die. So that's really unfortunate for Poro's fantasy pick.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Poro known as a regional traitor, just in general.
That
so
is true.
I understand why he didn't pick him as his captain. It's a usual play for Poro, but United, of course, doing their region proud to start things off. It is a big win for them, I think, considering the momentum that they can gain off the back of that. It's a shack that gets centered on, which is fine, but the fact that, as you say, they're so tightly packed there, there's still potential vulnerabilities that could occur.
100%, but the way they managed it, the way they had focus all around, you saw also potentially Fex being able to run in, but Relo actually managed to spot around once 17 Gaming started shooting towards him and got that last shot. So yeah, the first chicken of the day here for Group B, and I gotta say, United are one of the teams that we're expecting to be up there, and they're just starting off fantastically here. Smart rotation. It was a rough circle in general. These fields here, they are treacherous.
Oh yeah.
And it's so hard to get out of the city, right? They're kind of the unwritten rule we always talk about. Don't go into cities unless you know it ends there. And again, it happened the same here. Thus, so a few teams did get a few points from there, and good some placements too, but in the end, United.
Well, it shows. I mean, when you're talking about getting out of the city on Milta, when you look at, we'll take a look at the highlights from this game, this is important. Petrichor Road loses 2 from what I consider to just be regional rotations, and you're running into the same region as you continue on, but it shows that even staying as 2 alive as Petrichor Road, they were able to effectively gatekeep anybody coming out of that city. They really caused problems for a lot of people coming out of Milta.
Yeah, that 3-story effectively is the best kind of exit out of Milton, but they had such a late fight with the expendables that it ended up being really rough. Adam, though, put on a big fight here for Wildcat. Really happy to see him kind of get a few points and squeeze some points. A good amount of nades was to be had here. And then again, another regional rotation, as you said here, James, we were talking about it. Day Trade and Brian running into each other. It's just, you know, these things that normally works in your region then gets kind of copied into the globals, and then they run into each other so often.
A nice little defense eventually. They did get cleaned up, did Petrichor, but not before taking a few salvage points here or there, which is what we know them for. A smart attempt by Fex. I like the fact that he tried to stay in the blue for just a little bit longer to kind of almost fool the opponents that there's no one out there left.
The only thing I would have loved them to see to try was to stand up and, you know, try to be skinny behind the tree sideways maybe, so he didn't get spotted, because it was his feet that actually ended up spotting him from Little Ghost side, and then he was exposed a little bit.
Game number 1 goes to United here for North America, for the Americas, as they take that number 1 spot. And a lot of damage coming in as well. Plenty of kills to boot. I think when I look at that shack, I usually think to myself, okay, they're going to sit there and not really take too many pot shots at things, not really look around. But 8 off the back of that shack play, very nice.
Yeah, and you can see with the amount of utility used here in throwables in general, 17 had to work for this one here. 19 smokes, 12 grenades, 6 Molotovs. It's quite a lot, but they had to fight their way through.
17 was a whirling tornado of fights. I liked it. I mean, the thing is that they were hunting for the fight.
So active,
they
so proactive.
Yeah, they heard the Polish power fight going on down towards the east, and then when there was no options left other than going to that south ridge that you were talking about whilst we were watching the game, it's the perfect play for them to try and get themselves an eventual win, even though it doesn't come.
They were very slow with it. There you see here phase 7, how they were on the northeastern side outside that zone. So as I'm talking about here, the way that they're playing, it's super proactive, the way that they got into the zones in general, and they moved through, they had to fight so many times and so many teams. For them to get second here is so good. I really like the replay here. We're just getting a lot of information. Of course, Luminosity here in 4th, but they were kind of pincered for so long, and they kind of pushed themselves into a really rough spot. It's eventually you have to get some circles towards them, otherwise they're going to be kind of fighting to just stay alive with smokes behind those vehicles.
Yeah, almost barricades for United set up in those vehicles next to it, as you were saying before, which allows them to be able to have more angles to work with, more vision to work with.
Yeah, we just saw Relo's point of view for how he saw Fex. He had such an open shot to him that the angles at 17 and United they had on Fex, there's no way he could hide behind any tree. They were so wide, those angles.
And that will be 18 points coming in for United. 17 Gaming getting 13 points. And Expendables, actually, with the 8 kills, which actually kind of slipped by me a little bit in this game, with 11 points overall. there was a moment.
They cleaned up question mark
Yes,
quite nicely.
true.
Then they, of course, fought Petrica Road. They got the 2 in them, so through that, they got a lot here. 8 for United, 18 points. General is fine. Flood, obviously, farming some damage, but no kills for him. He had some positionings where he didn't get as many, but Kickstart 4, good to see, of course, from Poro's team.
Yeah, the thing I liked most about United, actually, play-wise, is I love macro. I'm a big macro guy. So seeing Snakers come down here as quickly as he did to try and kind of scope out the area, figure out exactly where was going to be the right point for them to play from was very nice. I like those early commitments from even just one player to be able to find themselves the right spot.
Yeah, honestly, the way, I know, of course, you love strategy in general, right? That is so important here for the macro. Their decision-making throughout, but the full commitment with 4 guys was lovely, and staying alive as they're able to do, and still positioning the cars that they did was crucial for this win here.
Definitely. All right, here we go then. Into game 2 in just a bit. Here is EU United off the back of the first game, and you know what, Avenger? I'm gonna go out on a limb. I think maybe, just maybe, here in 2022. Maybe we have a shake-up. Maybe it's not China that wins. Maybe it's not Korea that wins.
With one game, you're like, Americas, they have a chance. It's a United.
Maybe Europe or America. Even though they'll always claim that, you know, Sonics was, you know, a world champion
the PGC,
as well. There you go.
PGC is the global championship. So
Yeah,
that's the only way. But yeah, they did win PGIS.
Yes.
One of the biggest prize pools to be had, of course. Faisal as well. Had a good compound, but once you have to get down to those fields, James, once you're putting yourself into those spots where you have to play high ground down into an open spot, you are not going to get far. But they managed to squeeze out a good amount of points from what they were given.
Yeah, definitely. I think, though, with the position that they were in...
Face's hair looked even better here in this camera here after he colored it.
I was going to say, I was about to ask you, did he color his hair red?
Yeah.
That was going to be my question, and
great.
I guess that's the case. Yeah.
The Welsh dragon, Dreigach.
That's, there is a dragon in Wales, and it's Vex.
Dreigach is the dragon on the Welsh flag. It's called Dreigach.
Is it?
He was called that in-game for a long time.
Oh, why don't I know this as someone from the UK?
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, Wales, is that 100% that you committed to that? You're from the north, right?
It is part of the UK. I'm just not really near it that much, to be perfectly honest with you. I'm not near England that much.
It's also so like kind of it's like inside rivalries for you guys in the United Kingdom, right? Of sort of football and everything. It's not 100% committed.
Are you saying the Welsh don't get on with the Brits or English?
In football in general, definitely. They hate each other.
Okay, moving on. Let's look at modern North American teams as well. We've got Luminosity Gaming coming in. We've had a good few chats with them here, and I think with the way that kind of these circles condensed down, it was going to be difficult for them to wiggle into the middle of this one.
Yeah, it was practically impossible. I like the way that they moved the decision to go into a spot where you're making your last macro rotation with a vehicle to get as many points as possible. Getting 4th from that, getting a few points from the amount of kills that they're able to get is obviously as you can squeeze out of this here. So yeah, in general, rank 6, not true, they got 4th, but rank 6 in total points because they didn't get that many kills.
Yeah. So we'll see if they can get more down the line here.
Yes, a little bit of spice in from the Australia there. Luke, one of the more expensive players here. We had the pleasure of talking with Purdy before we started here. It's like, who is my 4th fantasy player here?
Oh yeah,
Luminosity. Very nice. Thanks.
A little birdie told me that he did pick Penta and then was going to guide him to the ADR.
Purdy's like, I'll take Penta, I'll put him as my captain, and I'll put him in all the ADR farming spots possible.
That's not allowed. No, you can't do this.
It's fantastic. He's setting it up. Polish Bar here as well. We both picked Kapi.
Yes,
they had a good position, but then again, they got third party from multiple sides, and they ended up kind of being roughened out a little bit and didn't get as much. He did get a good opening frag on to take me away.
I mean, if anything that I liked from Polish Power to start things off is they went to high priority compound super early off the back of it.
And on top of that, also Kabi, of course, playing with broke a little part in his foot to play football. That's very unfortunate. But they were happy to tell us that no pain, no nothing. He's done everything, and he's going to be fine here. In 6 weeks, he's going to be able to walk again.
There you go. There you go. And that's why maybe in the opening video, you did see him being pushed in a wheelchair.
Yeah, that's true.
He has some crutches as well, but he'll be good. He'll be good, it's fair to say. But I think, with them coming in on that east side, having a bit of a rough time to find exactly where they needed to be, and the third parties coming in, it was going to be always a little bit rough for them.
When it's fields in general, if you don't get one of the priority compounds or one of the mid shacks, it is so rough. You have to fight your way through it. The Expendables here, of course, as well. Levi's and the boys, they did super well the amount of kills. They were able to clean up all of Milta, but they couldn't survive. They didn't have time. And also, there's only one player, there's only, so they could not get out the smoke, so they couldn't push out of Milta and kind of try to backstab on that southwestern side where United was defending quite well from.
Speaking of great hair, there you have it. I mean, it's just unbelievable. But actually, just to go back on the Polish power situation that we were, the team that we were talking about, the plane path in game 1. Not able to go to North George. We saw drop adjustments here, there, and everywhere.
Yes.
Around farm area with Tai Lu, etc. Talk to me, Avenger.
Yeah, so in general, Polish Power, obviously, and Tai Lu, we were expecting them to fight in North George. They've been doing so in scrims, but they went to their, both of them went to their alternate drops, which were, of course, Lipovka for Polish Power, and then Tai Lu forced them in between the Expendables and Faceland, and there's a really interesting kind of fight there. We saw Shark Fin, we saw Farm, and Faceland ended up being pushed away to what they were kind of the minimum what they wanted, right? So they got the crossroads and they got the big white compound there, but they didn't get Farm and they didn't get kind of Snake and everything else, so they're fine.
I like that you describe it as minimum because we have seen some wide splits from FaZe.
They've been very greedy. They wanted Farm, they wanted Shark Fin, they wanted everything. So when Tai Lu goes to North George and fights Polish Power, we're going to see them flex out. They're basically only going to have one guy in Milta.
Which is
wild. Super greedy.
Yes.
They have all the control on the East Bridge completely on a lockdown.
Very interesting indeed. Buriram, kind of their fate was sealed over on that west side, along with the contentions from their regional brethren, unfortunately. But again, have we ever used the term regional rotations until just today?
No, it's great.
But it works, right? When you see these teams,
there's so many tendencies, right?
Yeah, exactly. They're great in their region, and they kind of learn so much from one another. So when, say for example, a good compound, you'll see regional rotation go, or regional claiming of these compounds, and they oftentimes bump into one another.
Yeah, and that obviously happens quite a lot. Wildcard, we saw them on that northern side here. They are late rotating here on Erangel General with their Novo and Servany drop, but looking forward to seeing, you know, Adam continue to frag out here with Waika, Muko, and Nikos.
That's true. And what was interesting about them holding off Gen G so well is that we were both looking at it thinking to ourselves, Gen G's kind of slow here up in the north. And the north entry point, there's a barrier of teams that you're going to have to fight through that maybe could have been an alternate path.
Personally, I hate coming in from the northern side on those Milta and Milta Power circles. You always want to try to go deep as possible and kind of move in from the east side. Otherwise, you have these bottleneck situations where you come into the same paths as many other teams. Yeah, Gen G, obviously in a situation where they were forced into multiple fights on the northern side. They had Wildcat kind of in the blue, Adam shooting a few. We had some nades as well that were coming back and forth from Gen G. And in general, it was just some scrappy fights on the northern side for what ended up being no terrain that they could work with later in the game.
An interesting notion as well for Gen G is that Asura is playing, indeed, who was in the Fantasies teams listed technically as a substitute, and Spear was not fielded, which to me is an interesting notion.
It is.
Interesting. For me personally, I think Spear is an excellent player.
Fantastic.
But Asura is here playing.
Asura is great. He's obviously had tons of experience, but playing coach kind of is what he's been like listed as before, and in general, it is a 5-man roster. They can be making swaps in and out if they feel like it. And it could be just, you know, more guidance that he's able to bring, and they don't feel like they're going to need that complete fragging power that Spear is able to bring, that you have more of an analytical approach and strategy kind of thoughts here. Oh, it's actually a little bit of a delay here. Maybe some headsets are being changed here. It's actually Asura that has those issues now.
We had sound issues for a moment, and we're just 3 minutes or so out, hopefully, before this game begins. We did take a quick look at question mark just before. This is a team that down towards that southwest side actually was putting in a little bit of work.
Yes.
Not too bad.
Phil first for you there on the ticket booth area west of Milta. Worked quite nicely for you. Personally for me, while we're talking fantasy team here, it was very expensive.
27,000, I think it was.
Something around
this
that.
I mean, him alongside Cappy, this is why I do feel like, for my fantasy team, it is one of the wildest fantasy teams I've ever picked.
Yeah,
like
and it could pay off hugely for you, or it could be detrimental to your last place.
Normally I'm quite the conservative picker when it comes
the
to
25 to 20Ks, maybe sometimes 30, but in that kind of region. But we had so many interesting and in general fantasy choices here. You had some, especially here in group, also group A as well, but especially here, there are some really interesting choices. With Azure playing, with Polish Power, all of them being super cheap. BBL for me, I have Code Marco. I feel like Smash and Code Marco was super cheap as well. 17,000, I believe he was around. So, yeah.
Notably, they were Code Marco and Smash, the last two alive when it came to that game. I think that when you look at this roster, yes, Tenderlost and Quetpa, they're great players, but Smash and Code Marco oftentimes steal the show.
Insane experience these two guys have obviously playing together. The dynamic duo, but yeah, I was hoping to see them rotate a little bit earlier. We were talking about it while the game went on, like, why are they not taking more control on the southern side, trying to get kind of in on the southeast side. They're staying a little bit too long in Milta, but then again, they hear so many teams fighting, and you're kind of, when you're only a two-man at that point, after that later, you're playing to salvage, you're playing to kind of get as many points as you can here. Got 2 points from that game, so obviously getting 6th place.
Yeah, Smash worked extremely hard for the position that he's found himself in terms of in-game and the fragging power that he now has. We've witnessed it. We've witnessed the progression of him in the European region, which is awesome.
Yeah,
as
the last 2 years have been great for them.
Yeah. No, definitely. All right, well, we're just a few more moments out here. Thank you very much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen, as you listen to the Colaris and Avenger podcast for now. It's Petrichor, again, who were on a bit of a salvage mission in the previous game, thanks to 17 bopping 2 of their members, but even when Axe left on salvage missions, he's still able to do something.
Yes, it was a good trap that 17 Gaming was able to set up for that. Being able to grab those 2 early on was, sometimes phase 1, you want to rotate a little bit more, you want to kind of check it out, but if you don't hear anyone shooting at you while you're driving into one of the priority compounds in phase 1, maybe not expecting it. So it's a good trap there set up for 17 Gaming. But yeah, for AZ and Ixlev able to close that one down and be able to get a good amount of points salvaged, as you say, is obviously something that you're hoping to do. When you're only 2 alive, you're in salvage mission. You get as many points as possible out for that, and then your other games where they're going to be 4 alive, we know they're going to be dropping, double-digit wins and stuff like that.
No
so
doubt.
I'm not too worried, and happy to see that they're able to get as many points from a 2-man show here.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. As we take a look at the stage, and notably, all the tiers and things like that, looks like the Burj Khalifa, huh?
Yeah, you pointed that out to me. I was like, yeah, that's actually right. Yeah. In general, I love this area here because the way that we've, Poro said they've built the entire thing in here, and actually what you're seeing sometimes on screen is just the replica, the futuristic replica of Dubai kind of here. I love the theme that we have here. A little bit of a player could be an issue, and
speaking of which,
not that long. We're going to be ready with the game.
This is ridiculous and a very big tangent whilst we're still waiting.
Yeah.
So why not have a good old chit chat? Yeah. Have you seen the insane ring structure that they want to build around the Burj Khalifa? Like the concept art of it. No. I'm going to show you it. It's insane.
Some of the structures here in Dubai is absolutely amazing.
It's like looking at CGI.
Really?
It really is.
There's some of the frames, some of the museums. The frame is obviously losing crazy, but some of the museums and some of the builds that they've been doing here is insane. Obviously, still Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world, 826 meters or whatever it is. Insane structure. When I got here and I landed, I was like, that is just out of this world. It's so tall.
This is your first time in Dubai?
Yeah.
Ah, okay, I see. So you've not been up yet?
No.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know how far off you can go.
I don't think to the exact top. I can't remember. It was a long time ago that I went up, but anyway.
Some 100 meters at least. You're going to have a nice...
Oh, yes. Oh, it's a great view.
Another thing is, though, this frame that you said, we should have a big, big picture.
Put the picture of the PGC
champion. It's 150
champion.
meters tall. So it's probably the biggggest picture you've ever seen in the world if you're putting in a player into the frame of Dubai.
All I need is a giant picture of Marsalek. Can you imagine? I said he wouldn't shut up about being 3rd on the picks. He would never shut up about that.
Imagine if you get the MVP of this tournament and you get your picture in the frame of Dubai, 150 meters tall.
To be fair, though, actually, there's been a lot of edits of Avenger in the past. So if somebody out there could edit Avenger's picture into that giant frame. No, not me, not me. The parachute of you and everything like that.
There's a few memes out there.
Yeah.
We've learned to love him.
That'd be brilliant. That'd be brilliant. But realistically speaking, I think when you look at our Korean rosters as well as our Chinese rosters, maybe in that frame would beat one of them at the end of PGC.
That could be crazy.
I'm excited to see.
And this is just speculations. We have no idea. We're just thinking that we're making this up, and we're like, that would be amazing.
That is, I mean, we are 1.5 days into a very long tournament.
So you're thinking this could potentially happen?
Maybe. There's, I think it's wide open. It's 2022.
You're doing some inception work right now. You're trying to plant some ideas here and there, you know, deeper and deeper. Now that we're this early on, then the further stages we get in, once we're in the winner's bracket, you know, I mean, say it again.
I'm not in a dream state. I'm just, you know.
I know, but still, you know, try to poke some ideas in there.
I guess I appreciate that. All right, well, still not fixed, but we'll get there, Avenger.
Yes.
We will get there. What team do you want to talk about? Never mind, the casters are ready. Shut up, Avenger. It's time now to head over to the commentators here for game number 2 of day 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, oh man, Toby, if I have to sit there and listen to Martin and Event, I could listen to him all day, honestly.
You could?
I could. That was good.
With what they said on disc when they were poking at you, that you make nice comments about them?
Yeah, everybody makes fun of me.
Oh,
it's
we
fine.
have
It's
this
part of my bit.
rivalry, disc versus casters thing. You can't be on their team. They are pretty knowledgeable, though.
I mean,
gotta
look,
give them
hey,
that.
that is a tough gig right there. But those boys pull it off with flying colors. So thank you so much.
True.
But we are in the plane, and we are in game number 2 after seeing E United bring a little bit of their American Milta dominance to the international stage. We get another far southern plane here.
Snake is flying to land from the shack now so that he wins that game again. That's the strategy. We are seeing Polish Power out early again. A plane path that doesn't really favor North George. So as much as we've been talking North George Polish Power versus Tyloo, we might actually never see it because the plane path ain't gonna allow for it.
Yeah, the plane's just not favoring it this time around. So interestingly enough, I mean, even if it keeps going that way, I mean, what if we wait until you know, you're in game 9 and game 10? Next time they're going to be in Erangel, and it'll be the first time, and they'll have to deal with it then when the stakes are especially high. So
yep,
we'll see.
Yeah, the victors of game number 1 United. Again, I mean, they came to the position the game ended in rather easily, but it took guts to make the decision early on, and then once they got there, they knew how to bring it home. And that's the thing that I think is very important to mention when talking end games, because yes, as much as you can have 9 circles go your way, you still have to beat teams that are also pretty damn good. This time around, though, it ain't going to be one of those Eastern circles. Quite the contrary.
Yeah, let's flip it on its head and go all the way over to the southwest. A circle that we did see yesterday. Very similar one that kind of finished up right around there where a doozy is.
Yeah.
It was a
Donowa win.
Donowa win, yeah. It was very close. It was
Should have been a Twisted Minds win, if you ask Patulins.
Yeah.
We were discussing it backstage.
We butted heads on this one pretty hard. I thought I agreed with Twisted Minds making the push to go for those points. Take a look at your kill leaderboard there. Kickstart at the top so far with 4, as he was more than willing to remind me between games that he's like, hey, yeah, show did really good last game. And, yeah, thanks, Kick. I appreciate it, man. He's mad that I didn't pick him as a captain.
I mean, and now he gets to rub it in.
Well,
how better does he get?
You know what? I'll take it.
You still got him on your team, so it's not like you're missing out on points. You just could have had it doubled up.
I will take it on the chin every single time. If anybody, I want to see these guys do as well as possible. I'd love to see BBL step up here and show us a little something.
Yeah.
This time around, as those boys, I mean, they got a good position in this circle here.
I was gonna say it's a buffet and it's theirs for the taking with the exclusion of Prim, but I don't know why it'd go down there in a circle like this, especially knowing the question mark is towards the south. But speaking of the circle, while it is far southwest, the plane path, not forced, but a lot of teams are on that southern belt between Milta and Primorsk, which is going to mean that we are going to see, I could only imagine, quite a cluster of rotation of the few teams that are opting to go like south of Pochinki in towards the open fields west of there, whereas I wouldn't be surprised to see 4, maybe even 5 teams actually up to go all the way north around Rostock, all the way north towards the northern side of the river, just to make sure that they're given a free entry point. Because the southern plain and teams oftentimes like to play it more safe here in the early tournament. So Polish Power, potentially even E United as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see them just do a hard grab, maybe even come in through North George to make their way into the circle.
And on the flip side of that, we have down here on the south a little bit of a situation. We're taking a look at Take Me Away Gaming after looting up military base. They have LG that are already on that western bridge.
Yeah.
And often Nova, wild card, finishing up their looting. They've got Waikikimukau on the north side of that eastern bridge. So getting a little bit close to each other. As LG, I mean, man, it looks like they just sent it right across that western bridge. They didn't even look like they paused to scout.
I mean, when you know there's a team in and around Ferrypit, when you know there's a team to Snovka or over towards the military island, you're just going to go, you know what, we got to get away here fast, because if we get stuck, and with all the teams that we were just mentioning coming from the east as well, if we get caught in that kind of cluster, that could be game over. So might as well get ahead and get going while everyone else is still looting. That's exactly what they've done. Same thing here for Question Mark, sending it full speed forward up towards the north. They know that they have the first pick in the compounds that they want, so might as well claim them early.
And this is the compound that winning team did pick last time, and QM definitely doing their homework, as maybe they liked how that game ended up yesterday for their
It wouldn't be too bad for them if it ended here again.
Yeah, that'd be a nice little come up. As Dante going to come and join Mr. Aduzi. They have a little bit of a 2-2 split going on. It looks like they're taking shots, maybe at BBL, maybe at Gen G. There's a couple teams just off to their north making their way in. But look at this, USG don't. Oh no! Why does it happen to every time I cast a game is the one where the guy gets yeeted by the car? Narendra going to get spotted out by Gustav. Shots coming through from Gustav will get him down to about half HP, but won't get the knock just yet. Narendra tries to make his way out, but Bex there to protect his teammate.
I like the committed push from Narendra there. He knew he was alone. He knew he was probably up against more than one. He knew he had attack coming through already. So might as well see if you can take the fight to 1v1, maybe get the knock before more members arrive. But unfortunately, Fex there to assist Gustav, keeping him alive. In the meantime now, back towards Donuts and BBL. As BBL, only 2 in the compound thus far. Kretpat, Thendalos trying to fend off. It is called gut compound for a reason, because a lot of circles tend to go in this direction, and you have a great overlook towards the south, east, and west. Issue becomes, especially now, with Korn destroying your tires, that sharing this area, it's terrible. And then in that case, trying to get out of it can be even worse, especially now that you don't have a car.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Smash and Coat Marco starting to try to make their way over there, but you can see 17 just off in the distance. USG has perfect position to kind of take shots over here and keep them honest as well. As you can see, I mean, Americano just kind of shooting at areas where guys might be, but meanwhile BBL, okay, they're going to just hop in the vehicle. They're going to send it back over here. So full 4v4 in this God compound.
This is, I mean, begging for a third party.
It is indeed, and I was about to mention Petrichor Road starting to make their way in from the northeast. Gen G just off to the west, as well as 17 on that south side. Nobody looking too terribly interested in making their way in, but look at this. Here you go. You called it earlier. Polish Power United making that long wrap around from Georgia Pole.
I mean, it plays perfectly into the hands of Polish Power as well. We know them. They are a North George team. They only in this tournament said, let's go Lipovka as an alternative drop spot. They used to always rotate out of North George. And as much as we can say, just change your drop spot, what does it matter? Teams do have timings. They have different paths they like to go through. And, well, for Polish Power, while they did loot Lipovka, now actually get to rotate out of North George anyway.
United taking their time.
They know they're backfilling, so it's smart to
they
play,
absolutely know that they're backfilling Polish Power, so they're going to spot out, see if they can see where they are going to make their cross. Meanwhile, the Expendables get a little bit close to Question Mark. I think they basically just knocked on the door, found out somebody was home, and decided to dip on out.
We are not interested.
Yeah.
We are going to leave.
Yeah.
And understandably so.
No real
I mean, I get the idea that they go down there, though, because if we do go back to yesterday's game that ended down here, it was not until phase 3 that GEX off of, actually, we both said it during the game there, a really, really nice, ballsy scout actually called that the compound was completely free.
Sure.
Everyone was playing the compounds around it, but no one took it early. So smart for Expendables to go, you know what, maybe it's the same case as yesterday, but no, Question Mark, don't let those go.
My captain, Show, is running a mutant.
I mean, people giving me a hard time for saying that the SKS is the best team on the game. Are you gonna go on the mutant wagon now because your captain has it?
Honestly, 17 Show is using it. It must be probably one of the better guns in the game that we just never really knew about. Crazy 112 getting pushed on by Wildcard. He's going to spot Waikick Cow. Nice spray down comes from him. And immediately Adam going down as well. Waikick Cow and the Wildcard boys had no idea what they were pushing into. Adam will get flushed out. Cow now will try, but nice trade from Nikos. But he's going to go down to Lulu always. And all of a sudden, Wildcard once again down to just one.
They were sat patiently here and it paid off. And now Greg just trying to get away. He's going to run straight into Bury Ram, and just like that, Wildcard eliminated. Tough one here. You can see the heart rates already sky high. Of course, caught massively by surprise on that one. But then again, I mean, that's what we were saying. Southern side, it is going to be a cluster. Teams will be running into each other, and that's the first example of it right there.
Rough stuff there for Wildcard as they will go out. Buriram actually kind of making their presence known by taking some shots at that as well. So TMA might be, should be aware that there's a team just underneath them on that western or on that southeastern side as well. Meanwhile, they're lost. The rest of the BBL boys. We saw a knock come through on a USG Donuts. No push came from it, and it looks like they're just unhappy neighbors for the time being.
Exactly. You can't really make a push up that hillside, especially not knowing exactly where the other people are playing from. And then even again, if you do and you give up those southern side compounds, that is you inviting opposing teams into trying third party. I think the only thing that is going to force them to take the fight or to try and leave is if the circle shifts away. So let's see where is phase 2 taking us.
Where indeed.
And they're in.
There we go. Okay. Well, you know, that's about as kind of a shift as you're going to get on this. As it's pretty much all playable right off the bat. Quarry still involved. Most of our teams actually already in the circle, and those that aren't too far removed. As we check in with Petrichor Road, they're just off to the east of that shark fin compound where USG and BBL were queuing up.
This is not a spot that you usually see teams commit to early on. The reason they can do it is because they're aware of what's going on here. They're setting up down here because that no one's gonna have the time or the focus in this compound to look towards the east right now. Issue becomes now the Polish Power is riding right next to them. Ike's left there, ready and waiting, gotta get behind the car, stay in cover. Cabby, tags come through. Marcelik is gonna be the one to find him though. These players are so damn deadly in their vehicles, and now Ming is gonna be completely caught in the open. Ghost managed to find one, but goes down in return. Cabby finds one more.
Absolute insanity on the roadside here as AZ will finish off that kill. Ming will get taken down by Kind, so USG getting involved in this, trying to get some points for themselves now as Polish Power down to just Cappy and Marcelik as they will survive for now. But Petrichor Road down to AZ. He's going to have to retreat over to the sniper tower as 17 Show looks like he's starting to make his way over here. I think that's Show. I'm not sure. I see an S. Oh, it's Suju.
This was a no scout, full speed forward. I mean, whenever they set up down here, again, I was complimenting them. It's a really smart play, but Polish Power, no scouting done, just blind sends it into an area where, again, usually teams don't play this early. But Petrichor felt we can do this because of the compound, like the God compound in the west, ain't doing much. Unfortunately for them, little did Polish Power know they were going to be running straight into them.
Indeed, Shiva has that micro Uzi in hand, and that is a very dangerous close-range weapon. You see Shotty's in hands as well. And Shiva just kind of hanging out just on the outside of the wall as Korn will get flushed out. So Americano knocked very low. Looks like BBL finally decided that they wanted to get a piece of this. They're going to find Kai now as well.
Yeah, Marco has no clue that they didn't check the back room.
Oh my goodness. Americano the last one alive. Can he get anybody? Oh!
He whiffs it. That is so fortunate. Well, that's Donuts out of this one. BBL lives with the scan. Crucial for them that they get those kills now as well. Not only do they do that, they keep all players alive.
Yeah.
And, I mean, again, should the circle shift away, they will be able to rotate. Like, now they can actually start scouting. And even if it doesn't, now they're ready to fortify the entire compound. So crucial and great timing for BBL to go for those kills. And this is where they're dangerous. Like, they're such incredible fragging team. They're well communicated. So these up-close battles, well, you can never expect to go 4-0 in a combine fight like that. If there's a team that usually does so, it's BBL.
Like anytime you go 4v4 in an international lobby at the biggest stage in the sport, that is worthy of receiving some flowers for, as we see Luminosity moving their way into the eastern side of Quarry. Finding no resistance, really. The Expendables kind of hanging out on the high end of the west, but that's about it, really.
In the meantime, Gen G has said, oh, west? We're going to take all of it. Brenba, Edda sitting down towards Prim, Asura
on a
out there, and then Inonix all the way up north of Swamp. Just you know, just doing their usual Gen G things, and that's what they get for doing so. The more terrain you take, the less you'll get. Good thing for them is that they have set up a highway on the southern side to which they'll now be able to rotate, but Poro, north, west, these teams are going to have to full speed send it in, and there's only a field up for grabs right now.
I mean, this is wild. You see these circles, these late game circles that look just like this quite a bit, but it's very rare that you see them shift from west to east, as 17 is going to make their way into the compound. Looks like they'll take a few shots in passing at Petrichor Road. Polish Power, BBL just off to their south. They're pushing very close to each other. FaZe needs to regroup onto Gustav, and it looks like Petrichor Road will get spotted out. Yep, AZ will go down to Marcelic, so Polish Power picking up another point.
Polish Power just hunting Petrichor Road all the way till the end. Quetpa in the meantime goes full again. BBL having to make a tough rotation. Now they're going to be running straight into Polish Power. One team just pulled up on this. Now here they come as well. That could be an absolute god tier nade if they get them down. Does not. Vehicle explodes, though, actually. Cope Marco, first one to fall.
Well, Marco didn't hear it, and he pays the price. Smash Thunderlost, looking through the window. It's going to find Marcelic. Nice lead done there by Thunderlost. As now, I mean, you can see FaZe Gustav starting to creep up over here. 2 up for BBL, but there you see Gustav going to hit some damage there with the nice lead place utility. As Thunderlost, it's a trade here. Okay, Polish Power finally taken out there, and now BBL down to 2, and they're not out of the woods just yet, Toby.
No, I mean, again, they lose the first one on the rotation, and now they get in. And I mean, given how much they risk by trying to crash a center compound, again, with no scouting opportunity done at all, losing 2 in that transition ain't exactly the worst. So regardless of how things go out from here, still a 6-kill game. And you can only imagine that they're going to be in at least for a little while longer.
And we saw Luminosity take in.
Oh, they see them.
Make their way into the eastern side of that quarry. That grenade's going to do some damage, but not going to get the knock. As Penta tried to follow it up, but he's going to have to pull back down again. Doesn't have enough guys with him, and it looks like TMA actually may have found an angle as well. So LG pulling away from this fight. Question mark survives to fight another day for the time being. Oh, well, speak too soon. Nurens, nice shots come through, and Phil first going to go down.
But Doozy already down earlier. Philfus now falls as well. Dance and Hobbits will have to see if they can get out of there. But Renba, alongside the remaining Gen G players, have already wrapped in from the south, making this new rotation very hard to manage to pull off. Flash goes down again. I mean, when you're sitting down in the valley below, this cat hill is just so damn difficult to try and defend off of. Dante goes down. You can only imagine that Hobbits is to follow in just a second.
Oh, last one up for QM. Will manage to escape. He's pushing forward off to the north, where the Expendables and E United still holding court a little bit, but it looks like Hobbit should be able to survive a little bit. And look at that, he's going to get some luck. The hard shift from the east back over to the west, Toby.
This is a full-on ping-pong game of circles. I like it.
This
Cat
is
Hill,
brutal.
Very, very center position, and for TMA, take me away game in here. I think as much as they enjoy being center circle right now, they have got to play an entire 360 non-stop. Because once one team pushes up to take that hilltop control, there are going to be more teams coming, and they better be ready for it. So regardless of them being center right now, I don't even see them finishing top 5 in this game, because maintaining control of this hill is practically impossible with this many teams around.
This might be the first test as Buriram going to push up. They're down to 3. They were holding just about everything on that eastern side, immediately getting into the vehicles and started making their way over, but you can see TMA already on the move. They heard the engines coming. Lulu always grenade at hand, elects to put it back, and it's going to be Yuppie that finds the opening knock on a Cheese King.
I mean, they're on an aircraft carrier sinking on that hillside, and all they got is duct tape to try and fix it. It's they're going to be sprinting back and forth. They go, no, off our hill. No, this is our hill. No, this is our hill. They're going to be running around to try and force these players off, and eventually the leaks will come through. I'm worried, but let's see now if they can deal with them fast, because that's what they're going to have to do. Down to low HP, Konaxi, but able to stay alive.
6 kills already for the veteran squad, TMA. And Konaxi will go down as Crazy 112 finds him through the smokes. Meanwhile, Gen G starting to push in from that south side. They're going to crash onto Day Trade's compound, essentially take the spot that QM was just holding. FaZe, meanwhile, will regroup at this red brick house. They should be actually fairly safe.
Yep, great read from FaZe seeing that it's a split from Tyloo, forcing Tongs out and away from that. Now have real estate inside the circle. Now shots being fired from behind as well. Edie, single player left alive for Buriram, so Take Me Away Gaming, I mean, successful in fending them off. The issue is now Tyloo is pushing, now FaZe is coming, and as I said before, they're gonna get smothered by the amount of teams who wants a piece of the high ground.
Indeed they are. Edie has the grenade in hand, gonna send it right into the smoke, and it might be a little bit short, but that one won't be. That's gonna be Tyloo's. Xiao Yang gonna land it. Little Ghost actually gonna find Yuppie through the smokes with the SLR-17 from way off on the north side, landing shots.
They're being fought, like they're essentially fighting the entire rest of the lobby right now over this position. I think they're starting to realize it too. Tyloo wanting to push up again. They know that FaZe is out towards the east, and if FaZe gets high ground before they do, they can be completely pinned inside the compound. So I'm loving the proactiveness from Tyloo. FaZe, in the meantime, pushes forward, finds the final on BBL, and that is going to be them out in the 11th.
FaZe looking real strong right now on that northeastern side. They have a lot of room to work with. Hobbits will go down. We'll take out 777, but it looks like they should be able to get that res, I believe. Yeah. And meanwhile, TMA, they do lose their one player, so they're down to 3, have that center circle, and they'll get the circle pop as well. As we've hard shifted everywhere else, Toby. We might as well hard shift down to the south this time.
I feel like we need a northern hard shift next circle, and we really have been all the way around.
Every single one.
Yep. Penta spots one, easy peasy. Lewis down with his back turned. That's going to be the first one to fall. Expendables quickly able to apply some suppressive fire, but Lewis will fall. And now Luminosity needing to make their way around the east side of this one. Again, they know they have a team in front of them. They were up to take the fight to question mark earlier. They've heard Gen G pull in, but they want to make sure they have no threats coming in from above before they take the fight down there. So smart decision making on the side of Luminosity.
Ooh, like a little driving accident there. Might have taken out one from the Expendables down to just Ninja. As United will take a few shots from TMA. I like this from TMA. They've lost one. They knew they were getting pushed from everywhere, but they managed to regroup, and they are moving as a death ball right now. 9 kills in the bag already, and they are climbing that leaderboard here as we check in with Ninja 2K. Can he survive a little bit longer?
Yeah, a little bit longer, and then some. He's, I mean, he's one team off a placement point, so maybe, just maybe, he'll be able to stay put. He is 1 meter, I think, off the circle right now, so technically there should be a chance, but with where United are positioned, with how Luminosity is pushing in, you'd have to imagine that he's gonna be seen eventually. I don't know if having, like, the name Ninja, if you do somehow become more camouflaged with that.
I'm gonna go for it.
Yeah,
you know what? You adopt Ninja properties.
He's like a proper Shadow Warrior.
Exactly.
Yeah, maybe. Well, 17 Gaming, not Ninja or Shadow Warriors, in the sense that they're coming out full speed forward in vehicles, and obviously United will have heard that.
Yeah, I mean, United took a knock from range from LG, but they managed to get Snakers back on his feet. Looks like he healed up as well, so they're back to full strength. But 17 had to leave that compound. They've sent 2 in, but I mean, United has this high ground. They are just waiting to strike, waiting for the first member of 17 to reveal himself. Show is going to be the one that does it, and nice spray from Kickstart, and combination of him and Flood will get it, but then return grenade from Little Ghost is going to find Snakers. Immediate trade now is 17. They're just W-keying right into United.
I'm baffled by how 17 got all the way around them. They're able to get up over the hillside without too much pressure being applied from FaZe. Now the shots are coming through, fortunately. Damage is coming through from United as well. Kickstart, all that's left for the team. Does manage to find one. Last one runs into the molly, and that's going to be 17 out in 9th. Kickstart able to come out victorious in a battle that I thought was sure to go against him.
It was a full 4v4. Kickstart, the last one to survive, and they all go down. And Ninja will get spun out by Purdy Curdy, so he was right on the footsteps of Kickstart. Kick's now they're drawing the aggro from FaZe. Looks like he's found a little bit of a tree to hide behind, but FaZe definitely keyed in here.
Yeah.
But look at I mean, TMA, LG, FaZe, everything on the north side getting real wonky.
The fact that Take Me Away Gaming are still alive, and with this many players, I mean, they've been able to dodge and weave so phenomenally well. And even though, like, even if they go out now, I'd say that is a game well played by Take Me Away Gaming, because many teams, if not all, would have probably been dead at this point.
I mean, there was only a couple of teams that really tried to make that push onto Take Me Away's hill early on, and they kind of all collapsed at the same time. Then Tyloo they saw the fight. They ended up stepping away, staying on that southeastern side. FaZe did the same thing, decided to come in from the north. So, so TMA really hasn't had to put up with much pressure other than that Buriram fight.
Well, I mean, while the players haven't necessarily been there, the fact that at any given moment, any hill, or like they're sitting in a bowl and can't scout anything. At any moment, they could be peeked at from anywhere. That is pressure. While, as you're saying, it might not have amounted to a whole lot of them being confronted like face to face. It's I understand now while they're starting to kind of turtle down a little.
Well, yeah, I mean, it seems like TMA's kind of shifted through different phases of the game, right? The first phase, they wanted to kind of go around and make sure that they peacocked, get as many points as they want, defend their hill, and now we've gotten to this spot where taking that dip is the smart play.
We can put it this way. The only reason they have as much buffer room, as much info room right now as they do is because they've played it smart. Kickstart just does not want to go down, and Purdy learned that the hard way. No vest left, barely a helmet left for Kickstart, but he is still alive and kicking.
Oh, and Gen G, they see that in their kill feed, but Luke 12 doing work. He's going to find Adder, as he is going to find Anonyx as well. LG taking fights from everywhere, but Kickstart not going now without a fight. He's got 6 to his name.
Continues, he's relentless. Same thing to say about this side of Take Me Away game, and now FaZe smart push forward. Great timing for them, but Lulu ain't done fighting yet either.
Kickstart from the north side. He is getting involved. He has now found an angle onto FaZe. He's going to find another one. He's going to eliminate FaZe Clan. Kickstart with 8 kills.
That is, I mean, a one-man performance and then some. So smart in all his timings of engagement. Look at the amount of space. He's got almost like an entire quarter of the circle up towards the north to play right now. Right now, or just as I mentioned it here, and I spotted it instantly as well, Tyloo, they are on a north side trap. They want to clear everything that's up here. But fortunately for him, he's seen it. Issue is, Tyloo has seen it too.
Tyloo, they've left Tongs down on the south side to keep an eye on Day Trade to make sure that they don't wrap around on that southern side. But it looks like Nurin's, Flash, Pushu's, Belmont, they're content to just kind of hold that ridge line for the time being. Tyloo and TMA, though, this is the fight. They're going to find immediately 2 knocks and get the flushes as well. Lulu always the last player up for Take Me Away. 10 kills for them so far. Nurin's, though, is going to find an angle onto Tyloo.
Kickstart plays this one right. I know that Tyloo knows where he is, but if he's able to just chill this one out for a little while longer, Day Trade might be forced to take the fight to Tyloo. Having said that, I mean, you can see he's going rock to tree and tree to another tree. He's really got he's got 0 meds left, no throwables, but 8 kills to his name. So regardless of what happens from here, that is a salvage game and a half.
Tyloo pulling 3 together here. They want to deal with his raid boss as quickly and efficiently as possible. And the grenade is going to be sent out, going to find its way and right on Kickstart as he goes down. But what an effort.
What an effort indeed. Solid performance coming through now. Tyloo, knowing that the snake in the grass has been dealt with, the giant in the grass, I should say, make that 2 of them has been taken out. We now find ourselves in a 4v4 for the win of game number 2. Day Trade versus Tyloo.
One of the best teams in APAC. Probably, I mean, I guess you could almost say without argument the best team in APAC, Day Trade.
Definitely.
As they've collected championships this year. Can they collect their first win here at PGC? See the odds there, 51-49. Tyloo and Day Trade both extremely efficient once they get to this point of the game.
And they've both gotten to the end game in 2 very different fashions. Day Trade were kind of sitting tight, waiting for teams to come to them. Tyloo more proactive and pushing out, forcing FaZe off the hillside, then backing off themselves, giving some space just to go up and punish again. Like, they've been so smart, Tyloo, and essentially sheep-herding teams into fighting each other so that they could third-party. Where Day Trade, they've just kind of been sitting back, waiting for teams to come to them, and, well, dealt with every threat that came their way. Now Flash, again, spots one. It's important that they keep Tonks at bay, because if he gets just a small angle from where he can backstab them when they're looking the other way, they are going to be in trouble. They still have to make it out of this valley.
Almost more important that Tongs plays his life here. He has to know that he is...
He's got to stay alive.
I mean, he's the bookend. He's got to make sure if he goes down, then that opens up a lot of room here for Day Trade to start wrapping onto Tyloo. But Tongs now has some support from Zhao Yang off to the north. He's just listening for those footsteps, waiting for that circle to pop. There it goes. It's going to not really favor anybody more than others. You can see Sia, CC108 on that northern side, looking around, peeking around. Nurin's starting to creep over there for day trade.
To use American football terms, which I'm sure you will like, he's playing the contain role right now. No one's allowed around him. Like, no one's allowed through. He has to stay put. Issue is there are only so many places these players can be. They saw him early. Now they see him again, but he somehow stays alive. They do find him. Okay, in the end, he goes down. Xiaoyang instantly to follow. So all of a sudden, in a blink of an eye, it's a 4v2 in favor of day trade.
Absolutely beautiful stuff from Belmoth and Flash. They knew they had the guy close. They knew that the close guy had somebody covering for him. So they both peeked at the same time. Managed to get immediate knocks. Now CC108, Sia on their own here as the smoke clouds bloom.
This offing from Norris is absolutely crucial. CC does, but one has to back off though. Has Nate in hands, will throw them forward. Knowing the pressure is coming through, Flash smart in using the crate for cover. Able to stay put. CC backs off. More utility picked up. Trying to see if they can stay alive here. No more resist comes through. Belmoth spots one more, and it's just CC left alive.
Beautiful spray from Belmoth, and now Norris has spotted out 108, and that's going to do it. Day trade. Your APAC champions get their first victory here at PGC.
And what a way to do it, too. It's so incredibly difficult, if not near impossible, to push up that hillside. When you only have Tyloo left alive, you know they're going to be there. You know they're going to be ready. But they say, you know what? We don't care. We'll take the fight uphill. We'll beat you off the hilltop. And that's exactly what they did.
I mean, they had some fantastic terrain to play around as well. Tyloo, they had that high ground. They got a good spread. They had multiple lines of sight, but they just could not see the push coming. There was just not enough defense for their for Tongs for the contain man, essentially. And just great spray immediately, back-to-back knocks, just opened up things, kicked in the door for day trade, and they shut it in dramatic fashion.
And it was the perfect counter as well. 3 wrapping up towards the solo holding the flank. Knowing sitting back to try and contain the others. Absolutely perfect. Now let's throw it back over to the desk and let them break down game number 2. Thanks, lads. That's right. Day trade get themselves the victory from a low ground push up. Very strong. Really not allowing Tyloo to be able to hold them at all here in this 4v4. A great victory for Day Trade, Avenger.
Honestly, so well executed for them. The opening Flash Nurse, the 1-2 punch combo there, so well played. But the start of this game has to be Kickstart.
Oh my
god, that was just some of the most insane individual and solo play and skill that has been displayed on a global stage.
That was fantastic, yes. Definitely, across these 2 days, easily the best solo play of the tournament thus far, no problem.
Luminosity tried to go and, finish him off.
Yeah.
But then eventually got pinched in between. Then he took revenge and took them down. He got 3 of them in that. That was just absolutely insane. And then the third party onto Wasteland, taking a few there, and then 8, I believe, kills in the end. That's crazy.
He's just walked past us. He's ridiculous. He's a monster.
Get him
What's
out
he
here.
doing? I can't believe it. But that was, what a performance coming out. Definitely MVP worthy from a moment like that. But let's go back to Day Trade here for a moment, because again, let's break down what we saw in these final moments against Tyloo. And quite honestly, against Tyloo, they pretty much dismantled them.
There was literally just one-to-one, the perfect execution of how to make sure that you're kind of clearing your edges, taking some of the furthest and closest teams to you. And honestly, the way that, I gotta say also, this circle here, perfectly centered onto the cat hill, and then everybody had to fight uphill, is just perfect. I love that.
Yeah, let's take a look at the highlights from this game, and nobody wanted to hear me and Avenger in the back being like, oh, cat hill, meow, 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 like for about 5 minutes after we saw it perfectly centered. But there you go, as we had quite a few occurrences going down. TMA being able to try and hold down central positions towards the end, but it wasn't to be. Again, I think you mentioned, the potential crunch down for them was just too hard.
Yeah, when you're in the center like this, no matter how much utility you try to kind of stay alive with, you need to control an edge.
Yeah.
And take me away here in this situation. Once you're centered, yeah, sure, you're going to get some good placements. You're going to get some points from this, but you're never going to be able to take the win home unless you go out to one of the edges and clear this. Here, we take it with Kickstart. Some of the shots here. First, 17 Gambling, completely dismantled. Good use of utility. And then further onto FaZe Clan here. Both knocked one, then got finished. I think he got 1 or 2 from that as well. Plus the Luminosity stuff. Just insane plays from Kickstart.
He just didn't stop. He just did not stop. He does what he likes, I think is fair to say. When it comes to a player like that, brilliant stuff from Kickstart, and it just never ended.
I gotta say, the way that Tyloo tried to kind of encroach onto Faceland a few times, I actually love that. The way they tried to control the eastern side and managed to do so, but Day Trade here in the southern side and managed to get into a good spot. Flash and Nernst absolutely popping off here, ending with 8 frags in total.
Oh, even backstage here as they get the victory, and that will be game number 2 in the books. The chicken dinner goes to Day Trade, representing APAC. A good win for them. That'll push them up the boards nicely with the 8 kills under the belt too.
Like the little stars that they added. I'm assuming it's for the PCS Championships, the small stars there. That's lovely.
Very nice.
I love that. Utility here, Tyloo, you can see how much they tried. 19 smokes, 15 frag grenades. That's a good effort, and that's probably the reason why they're in second place here with the amount of smokes they're able to do defensively, but also with the frag grenades they're able to throw towards CMA and the frags they got from that.
It's an interesting one from Day Trade as well. Quite the conservative use of utility. I'm wondering if they didn't have that much.
They had quite a lot.
Did they?
Yeah, they did, but they weren't able to loot that much, right? So they used what they had, and then again,
get Kickstart back on there.
Just get all the frags from Kickstart. That situation. No, but they had the southern control for so long, and they didn't use that much. So really loved what we saw from that. And then here the control we saw on that northeastern side, kind of pushing in. I'm not sure if the FaZe Clan third-party attempt is. So FaZe Clan actually attempted to kind of wrap into that northern side and clear it. United, so they can take that. I would maybe have loved to see how it would have ended if they actually took on Tyloo and tried to take that eastern side.
FaZe Clan in these last 2 games is getting themselves to the later portions of the mid-game, but not really doing much with it thus far.
No, it's been rough for them here. So first of all, you always want a third-party fight where you know that teams there are weakened, right? And you know that Kickstart is down to a minimum of players. The timing was great, but they just got pincered perfectly with Tyloo then pushing in behind them, taking control of their old position, right? And then starting to bang towards them as well. And then Kickstart obviously still taking a lot. Total 10 kills for both Take Me Away and United, but it's 18 points on top for Day Trade.
I think when you look at that, it's got to be just a big win for United, considering that they just came off the back of a chicken dinner, and then Kickstart decided to go Super Saiyan in this game.
Yeah, that's honestly some of the most impressive play I've seen for a very, very long time. Not just this year, but years ahead as well.
You can see as well in United from game to game, from an individual performance like that, that they have been working so hard in the American region.
And the scary thing with this is these guys, the ego and the confidence that they're able to build off these 2 games is gonna just snowball them into the next games as well. So they're gonna be super confident in their plays.
Ride that high and then move on. But Day Trade will be able to get the chicken dinner, as we had Flash being able to put in a lot of work. In general, getting the kills, not too much damage pumped out here and there, and I think it's symptomatic of the kind of compound that they're in to then have to move up onto this high ground. A lot of the teams on the high ground kind of eliminating themselves, and from the compound that they were in, you can't really see much of that going on.
No, and you also want to be kind of the last team to exit that, right? You want to be at the very end, kind of pushing up when you have to, not doing it too early. Otherwise, you're ending up in a Take Me Away situation where you're going to be backfilled and somebody's going to sweep in behind your old position.
32 points for United in number 1 as Day Trade off the back of that victory will move up to 22 points. We are only 2 games deep though here, so still a lot to play for the day. Still a lot of movement that can easily happen.
A lot of big names in the drive, James.
A lot.
Petrica Road, Gen G, BBL, Question Mark 1, Pieces 7 Europe. But early days, 2 small game only.
Yeah, 2 games only for Erangel. We will have 1 more grassy pastures in Erangel, but we are going to go to a short break. And when we return, that Erangel is on the way for you here at PGC.
Hey, what's up? Bayside's here. I'm the last one standing.
Yo, my name is Maxi. Yo, my name is Luba.
Hey guys, I'm Fasis and now I'm coaching for Overpickers.
Uphill. But look who's coming! Maxi! This is Sunday! This is Fame!
This is Face Sunday! We have some special trip prepared for you guys around Dubai.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're ready.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go, boys.
Let's go.
This is gonna be cool.
Where is it, Uba?
I just wonder what's gonna happen now. Yo, look there.
Oh wait,
The
I see
Raptor.
something.
It's a Ford Raptor.
That's a long car.
That's a big one.
Yeah, that's the place where I said Uba goes. Is it for us?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, this is not really limousine effect.
Hey, my white shoe. I mean, compared to home, this is nice. It's warm.
It is very warm.
Yeah, because it's all like expo area.
Yeah.
It's actually more humid than I thought it would be. Like way more humid, because it's desert. Should be dry, but it's not that dry. I guess we were by the water. That makes sense.
Did they ever put you on a limo? You guys became champions, like to celebrate?
I would
No, what? Where were we champions? No, they never put us in a limo.
They just put us in the plane and to fly back. I wonder who is like the oldest player now.
Probably us.
Us three?
I don't know who else would be older.
I mean, I don't really know the Asian players' ages at all, though. But
Now I started to feel old.
you were young.
Where are you? What year?
98.
Had a long life. I had 3 boomers and a boy. My hair like turned gray when I started playing PUBG.
Okay, I have my hairline. It's going back.
So what are the 4 players from Phase 2019 doing in a limo in Dubai?
It's a good question.
I want to know.
Ekstra özel bir menü çıkarıyor oyuncularına. O yüzden bir...
Those clutch moments are always the most exciting. So that's why we're here. Okay.
Fans love us.
We are here just because of the fans, actually.
Too bad we hate each other.
Yeah, we don't go alone.
By this guy. Yeah. We're just gonna let you go out.
Come with me, man.
I'm doing like full crab walk here.
First motor.
Oh,
Yo,
what is this?
what is this?
Thank you.
Goddamn.
There's many cars here, boys.
Hello, welcome. How are you?
They're good.
Hi, welcome.
How many tournaments do we need to win? Maybe 50? Is this like more classic car?
Lamborghini Murcielago SV. This one is 2.4 million dirhams.
Not bad.
It's very limited, very special car.
So everyone can get it then.
It looks like a spaceship.
It does. Looks crazy.
That's actually.
But it's sold.
It's sad that it's all.
There's only 63 of them are ever made, and every single one of them are different color.
Not the same color.
You will not find this color
That's cool.
anywhere else.
That's how you want your car.
Yeah.
This one is fast one, right? Or no?
No. Yeah.
No, I
It's like all.
What's interests you here the most?
I think I would take this one.
I mean, all of them, to be honest. What was the, you said the one with the exposed carbon fiber?
Lamborghini
Yeah.
Veneno, yeah. And it's not over yet. Our tour is not over yet, so we have a special surprise for you.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
With I will give you 2 cars.
Oh,
Okay.
cool.
Okay. This is the Ferrari F8 Tribito. This is one of them. It is 3.9 liter and it has 711 horsepower on it. Ooh. It's a pretty strong car. Yeah. And the other one I will give you as a surprise is the Lamborghini Huracan Performante and 640 horsepower. Definitely will enjoy that.
That's cool. You will feel it.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. How do I do this?
Just press it inside and then...
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, the seat is just in the back.
Yeah. I'm ready.
You want to see it in sports mode?
Yeah, man.
To make more sound, you know?
Whatever you're allowed to do.
So how is your day so far?
Really good.
With a lot of cars, huh?
Yeah, really cool cars.
That's nice, right?
Yeah, it's really nice. That was nice. That was nice.
That was cool. It's a really nice experience.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. How are you?
Good, good. Will be better, I guess.
How you want me to drive? Fast, slow?
As fast as you can.
As fast as I can.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I just bought this yesterday.
I mean, they said we're gonna have local food, but I don't know what local food is.
Food is always good.
Yeah, the bread is always.
Did you enjoy your ride, Uba?
Yeah.
It was really good.
Ferrari.
I would have went faster, but it's no big deal.
I think Ferrari wins. Hey boys, remember 2K19? The face one?
It started bad though. Oh yeah, phase 1.
Yeah.
That was a bumpy ride.
And welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready to head into game number 3. Toby, I know you are very excited, almost as excited as those boys seem to be riding in those cars. They picked me up in a Corolla, man.
I don't know. I feel like we missed out on a pretty cool day of content shooting. Maybe
so.
They're saving one for us for later.
That must be it.
I feel like that's going to be the case. I've been pretty good with my car promotions lately. I feel like maybe it's my turn to get into some cool cars. Yeah. Maybe.
I think you're right. I think you're right. I think I would love to see Toby try to fit into one of those supercars.
That's a whole other thing.
See, that's the other thing. Once you get the
6'4",
6'5", I don't know if we...
6'6".
It's going to have to be a convertible, right?
Well, that too.
Drop the top on that sucker. Well, we got 2 games in the books, and Day Trade with the big win in game number 2. I mean, it's fantastic play from the southern side of that hill, using that ridge line to great effect. Although, I mean, United has been a big story, obviously. TMA had a big game that game as well.
And in the fashion that they come by the win as well, right? I mean, game 1, we kind of give them a little smack for getting lucky with the circles. Game 2, it was all on Kickstart. He made that happen all by himself.
Absolutely filthy stuff coming from Kickstart. He's on one right now, and that's a dangerous team to give a lead, Toby. They know how to play with that lead. They know how to snowball that into even more points.
Now we're up and into game 3, and we talked about it coming into the previous one, and I love how much time we and the desk talked about the North George hub drop situation, because we've now had 3 wrangles, and it ain't gonna happen in any of them, because this plane, hard eastern skewed, is not, I mean, you know what, if Tyloo and Polish Power up to go North George off of this plane path, I would be incredibly surprised.
It's
just not a George Paul Dave Group B.
It's gonna take some driving if they're gonna do it. So
Ubi could race. Maybe give them some of those Lamborghinis and Ferraris that get that fast.
Man, those things are sick too. So you can just see Uba as soon as he hit the accelerator, he's holding that phone up, and you just see him just sink into the back of the seat. He's like, okay, yeah.
The adrenaline
That's
smile.
what G-forces feel like. Oh man.
Oh yeah.
That's a heck of a good time. Can't wait to see episode number 2 for that.
Oh
So
yeah, definitely.
Make sure you guys stick around and stick around for the breaks, because you'll see how that all plays out.
They have been all around Dubai doing all different kinds of content, so definitely a break is not something you want to miss out on, because it's
gonna
great
be something
content.
good.
That is convenient driving, that you let your car kind of go rolling next to you and you get off it too. Now, southeastern circle to begin with, western circle, second time around. Last one of the day, up towards the north, so a little bit of everything on day 1 here.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Let's get up there to Stallberg. Let's get up there to Yasnaya. And LG.
He actually
feeling
tagged
pretty
him.
good there. Tinkery. Those mini shots. I mean, it's funny. You talk to a lot of these guys. Obviously, we got a lot of vets, right, that have played many lands in their past. But every single time we get those couple of guys that have never really played on it before, and you just see their faces just light up whenever they start hitting the, doing the peak battles with the mini and stuff like that. And they're like, oh my god, this is amazing.
The amount of individual skill on this server is absolutely insane. Here we see some highlights from the previous game, how Day Trade came by the win. And as we said during the game too, it was a pretty quiet beginning, but then, then they slowly, patiently start clearing out everything outside the compound once they leave. And then they push up the hillside. They just seemed absolutely unbeatable. The fact that they take the 4v4 and win it without taking any casualties, that is very impressive.
Good stuff.
Wait,
Sia
doesn't know.
Yeah,
now
this is still, you're kind of running.
I don't know if you guys heard that in the back, but someone from Tyloo was very happy you just killed Gustav.
You can see it, let him know, but yeah, that's kind of a little gutsy play there from FaZe.
Yeah.
Maybe ambitious might be the better word for it, getting all the way out there into Tyloo territory.
Exactly. I was just going to say, Tyloo and FaZe have been, they've been fighting over some of these compounds in scrims and whatnot, and well, I guess Gustav now knows where the boundary ends, because that sure seems to be Sia territory.
Indeed it does. Well, you can take a look at our kill top 5 from last game. Obviously, Kickstar just popping off. TMA also have a couple on there for their 10-kill performance. Checking in with Asura. Once again, Asura playing for Spear for Gen G. And, well, 11th place so far, 6 points overall. It hadn't been the best day for Gen G, but it hadn't been the worst either.
No, it's, again, they're still playing we saw in the previous matches too, very, very hard-committed edge playstyle, which sometimes can be incredibly rewarding, especially when the circles go your way and you get plenty of space to play from. Because really when you're playing edge, you're just waiting for that one hard shift that allows for you to full speed send it towards the center before anyone else gets a chance to pick a compound. The issue is sometimes those hard shifts, even though we did have a lot of hard shifts in the previous game, sometimes they just never come your way. And that's why it's so incredibly dangerous to try and execute this playstyle, because you can have amazing games, but you can also completely zero out because you get hard shifted out of it. Now, well, circles ain't really much of a factor right now. It's Polish Power who's coming up from Remba.
Indeed it is. Polish Power just full sending it right onto Remba's compound. And keep in mind, Gen G had a very wide split going on right here. So Remba a little bit on an island. You can see he's getting some support from that low side, though. Might not get here in time. Oh, no, that's not what you want, Marcy. And he gets the nade himself as well. And now Polish Power going to lose 1, going to lose 2. Remba will go down to Marcelic. But how much damage has been done? The rest of Gen G starting to swarm. They're coming out here to see if they can maybe finish off what's left of Polish Power.
One small mistake is all it can take for the house to fall apart. And now Asura inside the compound. Cabby trying to play the roof side here, try and see if he can stay put. As Polish Power, what looked to be a clean 4v1, is now looking to be a very difficult position for them. Cabby, not sure if he fell off there, if he actively jumped off, but he has a chance to get away, but with Norky still knocked, I'm sure they would want to try and see if they can get it back up.
Keep eyes on this fight. There was another fight taking place just north of that western bridge. You can see BBL Smash gets taken out by Pushoes, but looks like BBL has managed to escape for now. Now, Mark is still alive, hasn't bled out just yet. The grenades coming through, not going to find their mark. Get him very, very low, but he might be able to get res. But look at Anonix. Oh, he wants to go in so bad, Toby.
Thing is, they don't know whether he's rezzing inside, outside. Obviously, with the nade, you'd have to imagine that it's inside. But now with them on their feet, first one spotted, second one spotted, and there you have it. Both of them torn apart. Last one is going to be seen, and just like that, the 3-piece for Anonix. And Polish Power, again, what looked to be a straightforward 4v1 push, fell apart with the first nade thrown.
Oh, man. And the faces on those boys said it all. That's not a good way to start this game here as we check in with 17. They're a little bit damaged, a little bit bruised and battered as they have run into, I believe it's the Expendables and maybe USG Donuts as well.
I'll put it this way. What just happened to Polish Power is an amazing test of their mental strength.
Oh, absolutely.
Because that is one of those where you know you had it. it was as straightforward. I mean, well, a solo player can still put up a fight, but you know you have that one dialed on in. Then you make a mistake like that. Now you have to be able to completely clean slate it, because you know you don't make those mistakes often. Clean slate it, reset, get ready for the next game. You cannot carry over the frustrations from moments like this to games to come, especially not when you're fighting for a top 8 in a stacked lobby with only 15 games to play in total.
Gotta shake it off. Well, Gen G with their 3 kills. They did lose Remba, which is unfortunate. But, you know, they got 3 for 1 on that one.
I was going to say, if anything, this situation played out much better for Gen G than they initially hoped for.
Yes, indeed.
Like, once Remba goes, guys, there's an entire team coming, and he goes, great, you're alone for 50 seconds. That's a dangerous situation. And then, of course, just really unfortunate timing with Brunio still having the nade in hand. Great initial play with Cabby, getting the knock, pushing up and over, but everything from there on out.
And still credit to Gen G for collapsing as quickly as they did.
Definitely.
And making sure that they got most of those kills. Obviously, the 4th one going over to PP themselves is Rory Rom. Going to take a few shots at TMA on this far southeastern side, just north of Lippo.
We didn't see it early, but FaceKine actually set up a bridge camp on Take Me Away Gaming. We know that TMA, Take Me Away Gaming, they like to loot military. They did so this game as well. There was a bridge camp set up by FaceClan. FaZe has lost 1. That's, of course, Gustav dying in the early game. But TMA able to get through there without any casualties. So despite having been shot at what I believe to be 3 teams, now the 4th is coming into play with the United. They've actually all managed to stay alive, which is pretty impressive.
Not too shabby. United in that little 2-2 split. Looks like they're just going to be just peacocking more than anything, just letting them know that there's a squad over here and don't press too far into us. And it looks like Take Me Away Gaming is going to say, okay, we won't.
Yeah.
They'll send Crazy and Lulu always a little bit farther up that coast just to see what they can find. But for the most part, everybody inside the zone now and just waiting to see where the next circle decides to take us now. As you said, Toby, last game, hard shifts, the order of the day, and not just hard shifts, but counter hard shifts. Hard west, followed by hard east, followed by hard south, and that's what makes it more difficult than anything for these guys.
The circle was magnetized to the edge of the previous one, that's for sure.
For sure.
And yeah, I mean, with everyone playing center, with Yasnaya being center, in this one, any hard shift we'd see now would be, I mean, atrocious for any player that is anywhere near Yasnaya, because, I mean, look at what we've got to work with, right? You got Stalba up towards the north. No one likes playing up Stalba. Out towards the west, we got the massive open fields. South, we're talking massive open fields, and then up towards the east. You'd actually argue, I mean, in an area like this, when you're saying east of Yasnaya is the best possible circle, that's when you know you don't have a whole lot to pick and choose from.
Yeah, it ain't great. It ain't great. Well, let's see where it decides to go now. Just quick reminder, BBL we saw down to 2. They did lose 2 early towards over there by that Western Bridge to a day trade bridge camp. So BBL now down to 2. Let's see where the circle decides to take us. And we are cutting over to the west, a 50-50 circle, Toby, with that river splitting it in half.
This is spicy, because keep in mind, viewers out there, the next one does not have to shift away from water either.
No,
while they cannot center up on the water, it can still very much keep water in play. So teams now have to make the gamble. I like what 17 is doing in trying to take control of both sides of the water, set up a sort of rotation opportunity for when the circle is pretty much guaranteed or telling us where it's going to go. But for now, you got to flip that coin and you just got to commit to a side.
Hey, man, I'll tell you, this circle just straight up sucks. Like, it is not fun to play because you have to put all your chips in. Well, unless you're 17 and you can find a way to split on both sides, but you got to basically make that decision for north or south and wait for the hard shift to go your way. Now, a lot of these teams on that southern side already have that hard cover. They've got good splits going so far. You can see Luminosity, Petrichor Road in that south side of Yasnaya. Buriram, they're in a little bit of a pickle here. They've got to figure out how to come in from that south side while being gate kept slightly by Tyloo. You can see TMA coming in from that north side on Stalber. So probably about 50-50 as far as teams going north and teams going south.
And I mean, and it makes perfect sense, right? Because the water is I mean, if anything, we might say 55% Yasnaya side, 45% northwest, but it is very center. And practically impossible to predict at this point. Now, the interesting thing is, I mean, as you said, with Expendables trying to maintain a wide split, BBL, again, limited how much they can split with 2 alive, but they try to maintain control. This right now is just going to be rotation fiesta. And come next circle, it's going to be as well, because there's a very, very big chance that unless if we hard shift straight up, it's not a hard shift, but center up on the river, we're pretty much going to be guaranteed where the circle following the next one will go. So a lot of teams will be full committing to compounds, knowing that this is probably where the end game will take place.
Tyloo. See Tong starting to creep out into that field. Now, the Expendables have a big split going on in these South Yaz fields right now, as Duckshoe's all by himself in this liquid compound. And it looks like Burgerom's just going to go ahead and push onto it, and he's going to get in there and get out of there. Nicely done by him. Definitely.
Wait, are they chasing him?
I think they are. They sent it right back. They saw him in a buggy, and they thought this buggy's wide open. Let's try to go for it. Duckshoe's not going to go down without a fight. Oh, he will get taken down eventually by Noradra, but you can see the damage he put onto Cheese King. He almost got him.
This is a hardcore full commit on the chase. Again, you know it's a buggy, you want to get the kills. They actually drive past what we, at least in the EMEA, call liquid compound to get up over the hillside to get the kill. They get it, now they can return back towards the south without taking any casualties. There's a treat, a little bit of a dent in the car, but other than that, that is a ballsy play that paid off immensely.
There you go. You see Ninja 2K gets to him just in the nick of time. Shots coming from Petrichor, might be from Luminosity as well, as they
so much for the three-way split. They've just been pulled up by 8 players and go, well, now we have a tower to play around. We just had like a third of the circle, and now we have, well, nothing. So hopefully for them, the circle doesn't go northwest, because that's a lot of real estate lost in the matter of 20 seconds.
Let's see where it decides to go. Oh. There it is.
Sorry.
About the worst possible scenario for most of these teams. 17, obviously laughing. BBL, they've got the ender loss over there by the gas station, but QM starting to creep down in that direction already. But this is going to be bloody, violent, chaos. Pick a descriptor, Toby. It's going to be bad.
It is going to be absolutely terrible. We said it coming into it. You have 3 bridges you can cross, or you're going north of Yasnaya. That is really all you've got to work with. Remember, next one has to shift away from water, so there should be no way that we're not going up towards BBL, up towards 17 Gaming on this one, and everyone is aware of this. So the grand migration to the west has begun, and everyone is trying to find a way to get across without running into too many opponents.
Bad little spot here for BBL, as you can see there. Trying to take shots, 17 taking shots, Petrichor Road. They lose 1 trying to escape Yasnaya. Looks like they actually lose 2. Ikeslep along the last 2 remaining. Ikeslep, he might not be much longer. Show has landed some dirty shots on him from range on that moving target. The Expendables, meanwhile, they're trying to escape as well. Luminosity just shooting everybody in the back as they try to leave Yasnaya. Meanwhile, FaZe, Daytrade, Buriram all on the south side here trying to fight through Razak to find their way on the other side of the river.
Vex will have hurt those vehicles, but of course he's in a car as well himself. He's just going to go, I can't stop to shoot. I need to just try and see if I can beat him to it. But now, an entire team behind him. This is going to be so damn difficult. Konaxi with the MK in hand. Not going to allow for it to happen. Run him over, get across. AC single-handed play on the other side. He's going to fall, and that is FaZe out in 15th. Buriram, they held their fire. They played it slow. Now they're across, but now they've got question mark to deal with.
Phil First immediately getting that knock on a Cheese King, and the rest of QM full surround as Hobbits is coming from the other side as well. Phil First will find Edie. Actually, Dante going to be the one to find Edie. 2 down now for Buriram. Can they hold on? Dante will find another one. Konaxi, the last one up. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, question mark, takes out Buriram.
Welcome across the river. Now you shall die.
Yeah.
And thus, Buriram ceases to exist. Question mark nets themselves some more kills. And up towards the north and the west side, we see the shoreline run. Ninjas tries to beat from one tower to another. Can he make it?
Oh,
he's so damn close, and he's inside. So alive for now. But for how much longer?
Kiki had one more bullet out there. He might have had him. But Ninja 2K will survive now for the Expendables.
Also a rotation.
Okay, we're good. Tyloo coming in from that north side. I think they've got TMA just off to their west. Tongs has found his way into the zone. Now wildcard, E-United, Luminosity, a very American eastern side of this circle.
Yeah.
As see the rest of Tyloo starting to make their way in from the blue.
I don't think Tongs initially wanted to be this far away from the rest of his teammates, but that flip-flop that they were doing down the hillside that delayed their rotation, but now he's driving in circles. Guys, where are you? I got a spot, but I'm all alone. Fortunately, the team is coming.
Just a bit slowed them down as it looks like they'll be okay. I think actually Tongs
on a buggy too.
Yeah, I mean they've got a little bit of a dip that they can work with there if they want to. But Tyloo just kind of taking their time with this one. The United now realizing that obviously the circle is just shifting hard away from them. They're going to have to push north through wild card. Still 4 strong wild card as they're leaving no lead.
Tyloo actually opting to play out on foot from here. They want to scout forward. They know that they have taken away, a team in this position, but I'm a little surprised that they're not doing more to try and fortify Tongs' position, because as you're saying, too, for both Wildcard and United are making their way in this direction, and the later that Tyloo makes the committed play towards the shack on that hilltop or the plateau, the more trouble they're going to be in.
Yeah, Tyloo's really taking their time with this one, and looks like Flood may have got a little bit of an angle, took a few shots. Wildcard looks like Nico's going to be the last trailing man to come and join the rest of the squad inside the building. This is just barely on the edge of that circle. You can see on the mini-map, but it should be strong enough to hold as United now still looking for a place to make their way in.
There's really not a whole lot of places to go here, so
it's not great.
This is going to be a full commit. I mean, if they knew there was only 2 players inside the gas station, maybe that'd be the play. But I think for now, all you can do is play it slow on the edge and hope that you can make your way on forward. Of course, a bike is suboptimal in this situation. You want those vehicles for cover, but every little step at the time here. Can't stress this one. They just got to take the fights head to head.
Yeah, a lot of tough spots here. United being in 1, Luminosity starting to swim across the bridge from Yasnaya. Not a great spot for them either. They've got USG Donuts on their tails. Day Trade as well on that side. Tyloo, Sia trying to find shots through the smoke. Not going to land anything just yet, or find any knocks rather, as the damage will come through, but the knock's not going to follow.
Damage done. All of the United players forced down on their knees to get healed back on up, and now again just gotta play with the smokes, try and get closer, try to get an off-angle kickstart. The hero player from the previous game strikes again as Xiao Yang falls down, and now Tyloo probably realized, and we tried to contain them as best as we could, but we gotta back off, we gotta go play the shred. Issue is, and Tropic doesn't really have United doesn't really have a whole lot of other places to go than there either.
Hell of a job by United keeping everybody up right there, taking no knocks and opening themselves up a little bit of a door here to work with. Now USG having to make that cross. LG already in position to do a little gatekeeping of their own, but the problem for USG is Day Trade across the river has just free shots on all of this. They will eventually go down. I think it's down to just 1 donut left, and it's going to be Shiva hiding underneath the bridge.
Comes the United again. There's only so many places they can go, and the fort is ready on the side of Tyloo. This is why they went early. This is why they tried to wrap underneath to prevent this exact thing from happening. But Kickstarter is still alive, and there comes the first knock. We've seen what this man can do as a single player left alive, and he's not done yet. Finds the second. He will fall, but damage is already done.
Oof. A bad spot, bad place for United to be in, and they did their best, but they end up going down to Tyloo, but Tyloo immediately behind them as Wildcard finally having to leave their compound. They're going to find themselves in a decent spot. TMA still on that northern side, but the fight's still going on. LG, it looked like they were in a terrible spot, and now they are fighting their way out of it.
Yeah, brawling their way up the shorelines, trying to make landfall towards the west, which they have, but they need to secure some sort of space, which they have now done so as well. Issue is, with them swimming across, we know that there's no vehicles to work with, and they have to make their way further north. Day Trade got the cars that they left as fast as they could once they started taking casualties. Now they're going straight into Gen G.
Haven't really talked about Gen G too much. They've been working their way on this western side of the circle. Not a lot of action been going down there, but they now find a little bit of an angle here onto Day Trade. Belmoth will get taken out by Petrichor Road. So Nuren's the last one up for our Game 2 winners, as they will survive. QM now finally on the move again, pushing right past BBL.
Okay, I like this idea of setting up outside. They don't need to push it up foot. They know there's a wounded team sitting inside, so there's no need for them to over-aggress. If BBL wants to take this fight to them, they're more than welcome to. And remember, there is a gap between the wall there outside, so theoretically, it should be question marks advantage in that fight.
Oh man, while all this is going on the south side, TMA taking over basically the entire north. I mean, they have everything and anything they could possibly want. Luminosity, meanwhile, how they have managed to keep all 4 players alive through this. They are very split up at this point, but they are still alive. As we come back to the Expendables, Ninja 2K had that sniper tower, the last one alive. He could do some damage to LG. Here's Purdy Curdy. Oh, the grenade! It doesn't hit where it needs to.
And Ninja actually takes him out as well. Waikikamuka there to steal the flush. But unfortunately, both nades falling just short of the staircase. So he's going to fall. In the meantime now, rest of the Luminosity players in trouble as they've been forced to make the run on forward. They will go out at 9. Code Marco now, solo player left alive, trying to fend off against Question Mark.
And he is doing a hell of a job here. Question Mark down to 2. Phil First and Dante. Dante already less than half health here. You can see 30 HP left as he will stop down. Looks like Code Marco will get taken care of, so QM should be able to reset here. Nobody really interested in pushing out onto this, although 17 starting to hop into vehicles.
Yeah, I mean, they got to get the cars inside the circle, hoping that probably the next circle is going to get inside. If they're smart on this one, they just go west. They go underneath the hill of Question Mark, especially now. As I say that, they're actually lopping east. Not sure exactly. Okay, they want to go up. They want to play the antenna, which I guess makes sense. They scouted it. They saw it was clear. Now they have to hold out Wildcard. I thought they were going to set up below Question Mark maybe to kind of fend off against them, but nope, not the case. They're taking the fight to Wildcard instead.
We'll see. Wildcard moving against Deathball there on that eastern side. They're going to find a little Ghost immediately at him. We'll get that knock, and that's going to put 17 on the back foot. Suju will have to come down here. Show just going to stay on that south side. Keep an eye on QM. So 17 not going to be full strength in this fight as Waikikamuka will find the follow-up grenade, and Lil Ghost will get taken down.
It's going to be a tough side to fight on, of course, with the circle closing in as well. It's not making things any easier. Adam on forward, can't quite get the angle. Showerwood will go down. Suju now from behind the tree. Applies suppressive fire, but it's just too little too late. They weren't really orchestrated in their push on forward. And now the 2 players playing from behind, they can't do a whole lot either. Suju down to the nade from Nikos, and it's just Shower alive.
Wildcard doing a great job so far of keeping that smoke wall refreshed and not taking a single knock there as they'll flush out their final kill. They'll find Show as well, and it's actually going to be a doozy that does it down from that gas station area, as now Wildcard having to find their way in from this eastern side of the circle. QM owns the south, TMA owns the north, and then you have Nurens right in the middle.
While this was happening, Taking Away Gaming did manage to take out the remaining players of Gen G. So now they have literally half the circle to play. And in the meantime now, Wildcard, well, they ain't done just yet. Pushing further forward. They know that they still have a player alive inside. So a little more utility spent. Icecliff should fall. One of the strongest players out of Asia. Ain't gonna be enough to stand up against the remaining players. Actually, it's gonna be Taking Away Gaming who gets the kill.
It's Wildcard just having their food stolen right out of their mouths here as Nikos is knocked and actually nowhere near the rest of the squad. So don't think that res is going to come through, and Doozy going to make sure it doesn't come through. As QM now full strength and on this south side, but Wildcard has a little bit of real estate to work with here on that eastern edge, and it looks like TMA and QM might be starting to look at each other. Really just everything depends on what this next circle decides to do.
I love that Adusi and Phil First push their way down the hillside. Again, you gotta have somewhat of an area you can push into. You gotta have somewhere to call your own once you have to make your way out of the compound. Now, finally they do. They've taken control below, and Norrens, solo player left alive. Spots one, spots two, but they're on the other side, and they might just have seen him, yes. No, they're shooting far. SLRs in hand, Norrens nade in hand. They will have absolutely no chance of doing anything against it. As I say that, Cook just a bit off, and now they know there's a threat in front, and Norrens, what was guaranteed for a short while there to be 2 players down, in the end is the downfall of Day Trade.
Norrens, leave it on the stove a little longer next time. Get that thing cooked nice and proper. That was 2 of the freest kills could have had there, but unfortunately does not end up that way. And now TMA gets that circle. They have 4 up. Wildcard starting to take some big damage here. That grenade not going to fall right where it needs to, as QM starting to regroup on this southern side.
Bounced off the backside of the tree. I'm seeing a lot of lethal utility in the terms in shape of mollies in these players, but no smokes to work with. Everyone's been playing in the open for so long now that you really don't have a whole lot to work with. Nate's used as well. If anything, there's going to be Molotovs lopped across the map. But in the meantime, now Adusi, such a threat with DMRs in hand. Top damage dealer out of Europe for PCS 7. And now Doing damage here once more, but unfortunately too many targets looking at him.
I mean, Aduzi was just laying wood on Wildcard for there. I mean, I think he had about 3 knocks in a row, and Wildcard just consistently recycling them. Finally, he does go down to TMA. Now QM down to 3. They have no real way to get inside the circle. It looks like QM's primary focus here is just getting whatever points they can off a Wildcard.
One thing's for sure, they ain't getting to the circle before it's dealt with Wildcard, so might as well see how much damage you can do here. They know that Wildcard has to move as well. Now with one knock coming through, they can push their way further forward. That car is 1 bullet away from blowing up. And now again, these guys from Take Me Away Gaming, they are full speed forward. They have to dial on in on which trees these players are hiding behind. Issue is Dante. Surprise element. Crazy wasn't ready, and his aggression comes with a price.
That may have been a little bit too crazy as he does go down, running outside of the circle, trying to see if he can maybe get some more points off of this, as the points are just going off the board quickly. And for TMA, they're just not going to have him. Question mark does finally go down. Nice shot from Adam, will be the one that does it.
Yep.
And now it is a 3v1. Can Adam pull off something magical here? It looks like he will not, and it's going to be Lulu always that gets the final kill. And Take Me Away Gaming gets their first win of PGC.
And what a game. They rev all the way north around, they come in, they take full control towards the north. And what ignited all this? The fight between Tyloo and E United. They were the team that pushed on BBL in the Granny compound. When they hear the action commences on the plateau above, they instantly push uphill on foot. They go, great, now this is clear. Let's take their cars. Let's not run back down and take our cars. We stay up here, and now it's just start swiping left to right, clearing the entire north side.
Just area control to the maximum there for Take Me Away Gaming, and that's going to be a beautiful win for them. As you know, it's been a little bit of a slow start. They had that one game where I think it was the last game where they got like 10 kills coming from the middles there. So Take Me Away kind of starting to show up here a little bit, but I can't wait to hear what our analyst has to say about it. So let's throw it over to those boys and hear what they have to say.
Take Me Away gets the final Erangel of the day for Group B. It's been a brilliant effort from them across the multiple games now. So to be able to get this conversion, maybe I really liked Avenger, how they were able to just control that last circle. Maybe a little bit of an over push by Crazy, but you know, it lives up to his name.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously a lot of experience in this team here. Former MCG players, Kaishin, and of course Xiaohai.
Yeah.
First place with OMG at PGI 2018's 4.5 years ago.
Lineage.
Crazy. But yeah, of course, able to gun into the clinch. A little bit greedy, well not greedy, eager.
Yes.
But they managed to close it out, and luckily for them, Wildcard and Question Mark, they were really focusing on each other. Like, it was so crucial for them to get each other out, and they just ended up really destroying each other. But happy to see both Wildcard and Question Mark actually end up in the top 3 here.
Their win here did balance on a knife's edge to a degree. If Nurans had cooked that grenade for maybe 1 second longer, then that compromised situation in the middle could have been all the more difficult. But anyway, let's take a look at the highlights back from this game as we start things off. Polish Power. I'm going to say it, and you won't hear this from me normally. This did not go well for Polish Power.
It was a nade that didn't hit a window that it should have hit, and then of course the Gen G up and close without having to worry about anybody third-partying them, because it was the very beginning of the game here. But then Inonex absolutely destroyed and outplayed them in this situation.
Gets a 3-piece off the back of that at the end here. And for Polish Power, just not accounting for multiple moments and multiple angles. It really did feel like a little bit of land jitters in that. For all of this, but as we take a look for this circle narrowing down, not the easiest circle to play with, considering the river and the pond in play.
Once we had that northern shift there, all you could in the arena, the amount of communications coming out from all the players.
Loud.
There are so many teams that had to move. It got super loud, and also some messy fights, some scrappy fights. Question Mark was already up there. Obviously, they were able to take some good spots, but a lot of teams had to come in from that northeastern side and try to cross the river as well.
And I mean, yeah, once it does actually cross the river and the circle narrows down on these areas, these teams are ruining the day. They have to play these kinds of circles. There's not much cover to play with. But Take Me Away is able to get the final Erangel of the day here. A great win for them. That's going to be pushing them up to first place.
Fantastic play for them. Yeah, they were able to close this one out. Again, another time we see them deep in the late game here. And if you told me that this is going to be our top 4 in Game 3, I was going to be like, are you sure about that? Because it's you know, contender teams, but still very unexpected to see, but again, it was the circle that really shifted away. Day traded another good game for them here. Top 4 with 5. 9 points for them after a good game last one, right? Christian Mark, fantastic. 3rd place with 10 kills there. Wildcard, another good presence here. Adam had a really good performance. Nikos as well in this game.
Nice to see a good Eastern sweep coming out from Wildcard.
29 smokes, by the way.
That's pretty wild. I mean, you kind of, it makes a lot of sense. You kind of have to in this area.
For sure.
It's very open. You know that there's going to be all the line of sights on you. And as we see here on this east side for Wildcard, you're seeing all these smokes being laid down as they're trying to push up against where Petrichor Road was. But what was more impressive to me about Wildcard was their willingness to bring the fight straight away to 17 as they moved into what I didn't think was going to be them going as east as they did, but they moved off that pylon to try and hold them out, but it did not work for 17.
No, 17 got absolutely destroyed. The way that they're able to defend it was obviously beautiful here, but here now in this situation, Wildcard, the fight between Wildcard and Christian Mark took so long that the opportunity that we saw from Take Me Away, it was just so easy for them to completely close this one out here. But of course, when you have 8Xs and SLRs like this, you're able to just pick everyone apart as they try to get in. And Adam, last alive, 4 kills for him. Very impressed by Adam's performance so far.
A great performance coming in here from Wildcard. I like to see as well, as Question Mark got themselves 15 points on the board. They had a really decent high ground position to play with the mid game, but then coming off of that high ground, I was like, how are they going to work this out? And they did crash onto BBL and take them out quite quickly and recover quite quickly.
For sure. And on top of that, have some situations where, you know, now I'll say this, when you have these northern shifts here, when phase 3 goes on the other kind of lower chance side of the river, you're always going to have some scrappy fights, some of these pull-ups, some of these crazy plays where they're just rushing to try to get into a good spot here, right? Crazy 1-1-2 there with the top 4 kills for them, but everyone else, of course, still getting it. A lot of experience with this team here. Very, well, it's veteran players here.
Yeah, definitely. I do think, again, you know, maybe Crazy went a little bit too far at the end.
He went crazy.
I mean, the fact that he gets knocked on that, of course, yes, you know, Captain Hindsight, lol. But ultimately, it was an extremely bold play. But I think they knew, given the circle, given the layout of the land, that they were going to be able to kind of afford that, as they do now move up into first place here.
So
United gets bopped down a little bit. And yes, as you say, Day trade here with that top 3, all of those 3 above 30 points.
Yeah, really top heavy at this point here. Still 15 points only for 8th after 3 games here. We got 2 more. We're going to be going over to Miramar. It's going to be interesting, of course, a lot of changes in that, but still a lot of big names on that right side there. FaZe Clan, Petrichor Road, Gen G, BBL, some of the teams that you definitely would expect to be in that top 8.
And it was crazy a little bit as well, these Erangels that we actually watched, because you have these plane paths that did not allow some of those Northwest team dropping, etc.
No North George.
No opportunity whatsoever to have what would they consider to be an inverted commas normal game.
Exactly. So, of course, rough plane paths, and sometimes that happens. We had some chats with the players, of course, and like some of the thoughts that goes into this. But I actually, with the the Kafka drops and stuff, it's actually pretty decent drops still. It's not because they're not going to be able to do so, of course. But I'm looking forward to seeing them playing, not tomorrow, the day after, and seeing if we can get some North George fights.
There is Take Me Away. They will be absolutely flying high right now with the victory that they just got, as well as the points prior. 39 points. Look at that smile. Oh, it's a lovely smile. Very, very happy for them indeed so far, with a great start to this group, which, again, I think there was a lot of, mulling over who was going to be able to take initiative quickly in this group, because we felt like it was a bit closer compared to Group A. And Take Me Away. It's a good start.
Fantastic start for them, of course. Yeah. Young players, but with a lot of experience, actually. 98, 2000-ish around, so they're up there, 22, 24, but still.
All right, well, it's time for Murmur, Martin. Let's get it done. We are heading over to the desert, and we're heading over to our commentators for the penultimate game of the day.
Thank you so much, James and Martin. Great job on the desk, as always. We are now hopping on over to Miramar for the first time for Group B. Curious to see if we are going to have any skirmishes early on. I don't think it's going to happen, but who knows? Maybe there are things that just have yet to be settled.
I know. I don't want to be the one that has to predict whether or not we'll see any early game fighting, because I've heard I've heard some rumors, man. I've heard some rumors that stuff that that we thought was sorted out maybe wasn't as sorted out as we thought. So
it ain't always as easy to predict as things might seem. Now, I'm all for that it's Take Me Away Gaming who's on top right now. And you know why? Because, I mean, when we talk Asian teams, a lot of the focus lately with Korea, I don't want to say they haven't been delivering. PCS Asia has just been a China show.
Yeah.
But it has not been a Take Me Away Gaming show.
No.
It's not the Chinese teams that coming in. Like, I think Take Me Away Gaming might be one of the teams that for your average PUBG viewer who might not, like, full-on committedly follow PCS Asia, they probably know the least about that team.
Sure.
Having said that, as the desk mentioned as well, you have players that have literally gone out and won at PGI 18. So there is years and years and years of experience within the roster.
Sure.
It's just interesting that it's one of those teams we don't quite expect to be at the very top that now are here. And now, well, this is the first race of many probably to come, and I'm sorry, Expendables, but you lost it.
Just gets on out of there. His kickstart. A few vector shots. Oh, okay, yeah, he's not letting go of that, is he? Yeah, the problem here is that nobody is there to defend you, my dude. Yep.
There you have it, Ninja. Well, they lurk in the shadows. They don't run around in the sun in the middle of a desert.
They do not.
That's the debuff.
Apparently, also don't land their parachutes.
They don't need that. Well, can't be good at everything, and unfortunately this time around, Alo wins the race to the car. Curious to see if Ninja is going to try to go for it another time, maybe even next game should the playing path be similar, or if this is a one and done, because one thing's for sure, he did not come out victorious.
Well, there's your kill top 5 from last match, and Crazy 112 right there at the top. As you do talk about TMA, that's a team that's, you know, obviously not as storied as some of the other teams that we've talked about. It's a team that's kind of been put together lately, you know, recently. But at the same time, you got a couple of angry men, former angry men on that squad. You got a couple of from COC. You've got there's some storied franchises represent Kaijin. These guys have experience. You know, they didn't just come out of nowhere.
No, they've been in it. They've been in it since the beginning, and they're showing now why they deserve to be here, just as much as everyone else does. Solid game in that previous one, maintaining control in an area of the map where it's really hard to maneuver around. Sure. And they picked their fights wisely, came out victorious as well. Now looking over towards FaZe Clan on their first rotation. The team currently the furthest away from the circle, but interestingly enough, also one of the teams with the most pretty much direct route to the circle. Take the scenic route, enjoy the south, wrap all the way around Porto Paraíso, and you should have yourself a pretty safe entrance. That is, if you start rotating now, which 3 of the 4 are already doing.
And obviously you look at FaZe Clan sitting there in 10th place, and you're like, oh man, what's going on with FaZe Clan? Well, you know, it's 3 games in.
Yeah,
right?
slow starters.
And slow starters. We got 3 teams at the top with 30+ points, so that's kind of clogging up the lobby a little bit. There's, you know, everything is still fine. You know,
definitely.
You're fighting for 8th place, right? You're fighting for top 8, so you can move on to that winner's bracket. It's you know, no need to. You still got 10 more games to play even after today, so there's no need to start going crazy about it just yet.
If FaZe started to be worried already now, then I'd be worried for them, because that is we talked about with Polish Power in the previous game about the test of your mental fortitude and mental, I guess, stamina, so to speak. If they're already worried now, then it's going to be a very long tournament.
Yeah, a little early, and I say this obviously mostly for the fans. Right?
Oh,
for the fans. Don't worry about
Wait, we didn't win every game. Boo, our team sucks.
I know. There's still plenty of time left. It's okay. We'll be able to reset. We're going to come back again in 2 days. And that's the other good thing, right? Is that with these group stages, you have a full day off.
Yes.
After your games to really just kind of relax, talk to your team. Everybody can kind of get squared away with what's going to happen or what happened and what you want to do for the next time. So it's really, really nicely set up.
I love when players get days, in this case, a day, between their matches. Because it just means that whenever we then come back for the following day, they're just that well better prepared.
Absolutely.
When you have games that... I mean, also one thing is that obviously all the players are here in person, so they're not focusing on anything but being the best they can be in this tournament. So it's just an amazing atmosphere, being here with the players, seeing how much they just live and breathe PUBG.
Yeah, and I mean, shoot, when you compare it to the old days of MC, where you thought
we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that.
That was some of the most stressed I've ever seen.
We don't
any of these players in my life. I mean, this is like night and day here. Well, Marcella getting a little bit close to Buriram here.
Yeah.
That's not what Polish Power needs.
Firing squad is on the other side. Issue is they're not hitting their shots, and Edie is. Marcelik, again, I mean, I said it coming into the first game of the day, he is the player they will send forward to try and scout, to try and claim real estate. Issue is that sometimes, well, he finds the opponents, sure enough, but they also find him.
Well, Tom's actually finding Cheese King there, so they do end up losing Marcelik, but Tom's kind of helping out a little bit from range. So Polish Power, well, it ain't a great day, but it's definitely all salvageable here as they'll make their way through this one without Marcelik.
Yeah, Shoop noticing the entirety. Petrichor making the rotation on forward as well.
Oh my goodness, that was the shot?
That is,
really?
That's him dead. No, you would have to be like a genius to cook the nade perfectly so it just explodes before it hits the ground. Because as you saw there, as soon as it hits the ground, boing, it's gone.
But you look at the way Tongs is moving. He's like, God, I want to just sit here. I don't want to flush this kill. I want this damn point so bad. But if I stay here, they're gonna come and they're gonna knock me, and I'm gonna go down trying to flush this idiot, and I just don't want to do that. So it's smart play from Tongs.
Oh, sure is. And then you see the way they're split right now, Tyloo, like they cannot risk sitting up like that. Another thing that's interesting, and the desk brought it up in region rotations. This is the third game in a row now where 17 and Petrichor run into one another. This is Konaxi. I envy your bravery, because many could never be anywhere near there. But you need to get out, you need to drop a smoke, and you need to commit to the rest. All within a half second.
Oh, no!
Happy, though, from afar, with a mutant in hand, does Tongs dirty. Good for Tongs is, the kill is confirmed. Point comes your way, but he stayed up there for a bit too long, and Cappy, well,
he knew it was going to happen, man.
Yeah,
he knew.
He got greedy.
He
got greedy.
He knew. Well,
he got greedy, and now he has to deal with Edie.
And sometimes you get knocked from 500 meters by a mutant. and that's what you have to tell your team.
You know what? I mean, again, sometimes you commit and you pay the price.
Look at this, Xiaoyang.
They're pulling up on this too.
Yeah, they sure are. Buriram not taking kindly to Tongs doing what he did, so they're going to pull right up on him. And Xiaoyang now in a little bit of a tough spot, and Cappy still has that mutant in hand. Still has. No,
it's
he's
his
not going to get another one, is he?
It's his knock. You're not stealing the points. You're not stealing Toby's fantasy points. Come on, Cappy, you can do this.
He's running out of bullets.
Show everyone why the mutant is now the best DMR in the game.
I
can't even I couldn't. Shushu finds AC again. Petrichor alongside 17. Once more, and yet again, 17 Gaming, the ones coming out with the better results here.
Well, these guys scrapping early and often here. Now Long gonna get popped off. This little ghost. Goodness gracious, these minis are just doing work so far here today. 58 players alive already, Toby. We've lost 6. And this is just a basic make it 7. Xiaoyang now going to go down as Cuneo going to take some more shots at Naradra. Buriram, I feel like you're seeing some of these teams that are on that right side of the leaderboard say, well, we've made it over to Miramar. It's time to start getting some points here.
Well, I mean, it's one of those interesting ones where you have a circle that's hard east, not a whole lot of players in it initially, a lot of teams vying for an early center position, and then you have this godforsaken valley running from El Sahar down through like the east side of Junkyard. And once you find yourself there early game, if a team stops to fight you there early game like we saw just now, it just becomes a pool of third parties, and it is absolutely atrocious to have to try and fight your way through. Circle now, send us up. And this is an interesting battlefield, because the road that leads from Minas out towards the east, the one that Tyloo is currently sat on, you can't really scout north or south from there. The breaking point is there. So for teams who don't know like the lay of the land, this is very, very hard now. If you have to move south to north or the other way around, to really know what you're running into.
Yeah, this is tough scouting. This is tough scouting area for sure. As question mark and wildcard trade shots back and forth. No knocks coming through. Adam, long range stuff there on Dante. Phil first, the rest of the gang already in vehicles. They've got places to be. They don't want to stick around and do this any more than they really have to. It looks like Buriram actually shooting wildcard in the back as well. So wildcard. A little bit pinched here, but I mean, again, it's long range stuff, so shouldn't be too terrible.
I'm curious as to like whether or not wildcard were planning. Now it's going to be too late, so that kind of answers my question. But whether or not they were going to try and see if they could grab underneath question mark and maybe set up a trap, but that just did not happen. And well, in the meantime, last teams come to the circle. No big surprises there. They're going to be coming in from the west, and well, again. Very slow playing edge team that are very good at fighting when it all comes down to it.
There we go, FaZe just over here north of Impala. Have that high ground, have that mountain taken over by Fex. Day trade coming through on that western side, but FaZe, nice little split here. They haven't really. I feel like FaZe has looked good today as far as like just meta decision making and all that stuff. It's just they just haven't been getting paid off for it.
No, I mean, it's been, first of all, some absolutely insane hard shifts through and through, so it's not been easy. Then in the previous game, they lose Gustav early on the push over towards Farm. Like, there's been small things like that, but those are things that will happen. Like, they have to happen on day one. You would much rather have it in day one of group stages than the final day of your grand finals. Like, get those things out of the way now, find the boundaries, figure out what is the lay of the land in day one, and then come back strong when you have all the info coming into day two.
Check back in with QM.
They're not even on the minimap.
They are way off to the east. But you know what? They were really just trying to avoid Buriram, I think. Just pushing in. Although now Polish Power might be in a little bit in the way. We see Hobbits. Saw it just on that mini-map. Wildcard, however, do come in from that northern side. Looks like Buriram actually pulled away, so Wildcard actually going to get a pretty free pass into this.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason for Buriram to try and play contain when you have an opportunity to play further south. I mean, again, as I said before, this is a very hard area to scout further forward in, and if you're Buriram up on that north side hill, you need all the info you can get, because if the circle does not hard shift northeast, you're pretty much being forced to run in blind, or as they say, scout on the go, with everywhere you're going to be going from up there. So smart that they prioritize not looking towards Wildcard. As long as they don't hear them, as long as they don't see them, they should not have to worry about them either. And Polish Power now, well, they might not see, question mark, but they sure as hell have heard them.
Yeah, you can see on the map, question mark, just on the tip there, on the east. And Polish Power, all their little Doritos, all looking over in that direction. As with the new circle will pop, and it's going to go down to the south. Still holds Impala. So Day Trade has that dead center spot. FaZe looking real nice as well.
I'm looking at the unplayables that we have north of Impala, southeast of Impala, and west of Impala. This one should shift straight north.
It should.
Come next circle, and that is going to be absolutely horrible for every single player other than Expendables and Day Trade, who have the only two compounds in what most likely will be the next circle. Now, well, Polish Power, they heard them, now they see them, but no kills have come through just yet. Remember, they lost one early on, and somehow Dante is still alive here.
Well, these shots just not landing the way they need to. Crunio will find Hobbits. Now Doozy will come over and get the trade back on Crunio. And now down to 2 for Cappy and Norcus, the last two up. Just kind of playing around the sides as question mark. I think only one knock so far.
Yep, Philfirst finds one more. Cappy, solo player left alive. He might be one foot short, but he has the aim. Unfortunately for him, so does Philfirst, and he claims it. Polish Power out of this one. Tough start to the day for them as they struggle to get things going. But again, still got a game to play.
Indeed.
Still got one more on the go, and then of course another 10 to follow. So
lots of time.
Far from over.
Lots and lots of time here. Petrichor Road, definitely not a team that I think any of us expected to be on that right side of the leaderboard. They're down to 1 as we check in with 17. They had a little bit of a scrap with the United. They're actually scrapping with Wildcard on that far northwestern side. Now pushing back in to United. Kickstart has gone down, and they try to go for the res, but 17 just pulls up at the exact wrong time.
I mean, 17 has lived under the shadow of forced, I mean, not forced, but I guess you could say wanted to take all these, what I consider stupid hot drop fights in the previous global tournaments. Now they have nothing to worry about, and they are just full speed forward. Like, they do not shy away from a fight.
They sure don't. It has been going pretty good for them so far today. It's 25 points in 4th place overall. Snakers, though, is going to find Joe. He's going to find Little Ghost. He doesn't win the fight, though. The Groza just too much. 1 HP left for Little Ghost.
Level 3 gear too strong. Unfortunately, Snakers found out the hard way. Kickstart down as well. Suju trying to buy time for the team while the rest is coming through. Able to do so successfully as well. Rillo taking a lot of damage, down to 27 now as he tries to get the kill off the tree. Blocking off the nade. They're not going to do anything.
Just holds off the roll just a little bit too much. Rello still holding the line here. Suju waiting to hear those footsteps. Rello might have time to stop down and heal. Will do so. Back up to full strength there. Rello and Flood just holding the line for the entirety of 17. As now Wildcard has come in from the north side.
Yeah.
You can see they're starting to look over in that direction as well.
The way that Wildcard has moved in underneath and are now essentially being contained from inside the circle is absolutely perfect. Circle shifting north as expected. As I said, expendable stay trade. The only 2 compounds really left in play if we don't consider Tyloo on the far, far northern side here. This is going to be a downhill battle or an uphill battle, regardless of how, or considering how you look at it here. Now, Wildcard on the very edge of the circle, they want a piece of this action.
Boy, 17, they had this. They had E-United kind of at a disadvantage with 1 knocked when they pulled up on it, but E-United has just given them everything they could handle. Down to just Flood, and Flood's going to find another one. As now he's going to find another one. Show goes down as Flood just wrecks him, and now Greg Shot's going to be the one to do it to his own countryman. And Shawu, a little shots back on there as Wildcard can maybe clean up what's left of 17.
Yeah. Now, I mean, again, face full damage. It hurts if you get knocked here, you're not staying alive. 6 kills is not the best game for 17. But, I mean, a 6-kill salvage game, you'll take it. Of course, suboptimal at best.
Not great. LG, meanwhile, have now run into Buriram. Radra and Edie, the last 2 remaining up. Penta has not been flushed out just yet, so LG may have a chance to get this taken care of, get back up to full strength. Purdy Curdy, I think, saw him on the wall. He's playing back and forth. He's going to try to make a run for it. He's going to go down, though. Immediately traded back, though, as LG will lose Penta. But it's down to 2 versus Edie.
Nice angle there from, I believe it was Luke, jumping out the door right as Natra came around the corner. Edie now, he's going to be blinded by that if he peeks it. Smart of him that he doesn't. Luke still has the angle, wants to get the flush as well, but can't quite come into it yet. Now caught with a flash in hand. It will go through, and Edie's going to be tanking a lot of blue from that. That nade should be the death of Nuatra, and indeed it is.
Edie, still a danger man here. Going to be eating a lot of blue damage, though, and that thing is ticking pretty hard at this point. FaZe starting to creep up here as well. I think they heard the gunshots. The rest of LG just going to pull away and start making their way towards the next zone. You got to leave him here, don't you?
This is a good disengage. Like they're simply like, you know that Buriram has to come to you. Yes, it's kills that you're not gonna get potentially if they died blue, but this is a very, very wise disengage call on the side of Luminosity, because they know that more teams are gonna be looking this way. They need to fight for the circles to come, not for a compound that's not even viable anymore.
Petrichor Road going down. USG Americano, the last one up, just off to the north here for Donuts. We'll see if he can maybe survive long enough to get a little bit of placement. It's going to have to be it's going to take him a little while, though. We still have 13 teams remaining as Gen G starting to clean up on that south side with BBL.
I mean, they've been rabbing. Now they come in on the southern side here, playing it slow. Only 1 kill on the team so far. Of course, when you play Edge the way that Gen G does it, you don't really get those kills in the early game. And Edie now. He's still got 3 first aids to work with and only faced 5 damage, so he should be able to heal through this, but this fight could be determined by the snake in the blue. Oh, Vex met by a firing scrut from Luminosity as he peeks on over.
Luminosity with the triple peek there. Edie decides he wants to get involved, but that might be the death of him there. And now Gustav and Diggory Just sending the flashbangs over the top. Not engaging directly here. Just kind of, again, peak battling. You can see, look at Americano still chain healing out in the blue as well.
Tyloo shooting from behind as well. Luminosity getting all the cover fire they're going to poke for. Purdy knows that there is still someone down there. Good for them that they're given a second to look for him. Luke finally able to deal with the snakes, so they don't have to worry about that anymore. Now they can take the fight to face, and they have to do that actively because they know that they have Tyloo playing in from behind.
And look at this, Americano actually snakes one away from Tyloo and Wildcard before going down to himself. Gustav will find Purdy Curdy. Luke 12 though will find Diggory, and there it is. Trades back, but CC108 gets the flush onto Purdy Curdy, so LG down to just Luke 12 as the blue is encroaching. I don't even know if he can go for this.
He knows there are knock players on the other side. He wants everything that he can get here. Solo player left alive with limited placement points up to fight for. He knows that the last remaining player of Luminosity is over here somewhere, and he desperately wants this. I mean, Tyloo coming out of the gates today with much more aggression than I was expecting.
CC108 just full send right in there. Haven't found him just yet. Lulu always. Nicely placed grenade will find Dante. It's going to be just down to Phil first. QM is TMA starting to make their way in from that south side. Yuppie going to do some big damage. CC108 will find Halo, flushes him out. Question mark will be eliminated. Luke managed to escape though, as CC108 didn't spot him get into the vehicle. So Luke 12 still alive, Luminosity still in it.
Yeah, BBL again. It's been a slow game for them. They've been able to third party from different angles. Now, for the first time again, I mean, trying to force teams to look the other way, trying to force teams to go away from them, but now they know they have to commit to something, and this time around, it's going to be up towards Wildcard. If we can be the kings of the north, we won't have so much to worry about until the circle shifts down the hillside, and well, Wildcard Gaming, they're the ones that have to battle for it.
Wildcard 3 alive still with that high ground on the north side. BBL can avoid the LOS or line of sight for the time being, although they are getting shot at from a long way away. Anonix, the last player up for Gen G, somehow had an angle on this, and it looks like the Expendable is going to find a nice little angle on it as well.
Yep. Solo player left alive on the southern side. Now Lulu actually from the east takes out an Onyx. I guess that's what you get for shooting people who are occupied elsewhere, taking down and returning. Now, I mean, this circle right here makes BBL even more satisfied with the rotation that they committed to. In the meantime, towards the east, this little snake hunt has been happening for a while. Shots coming through, but it's actually Yuppie again. I mean, Take Me Away Gaming, they're essentially playing the exact same game they played on a Wrangle just in the previous one. They're just doing it on the flip side. It's Miramon. It's from the south instead of the north.
Take Me Away Gaming, first place in the lobby so far here today, and boy, you can see why. They are just earning it left and right. 3 up for them. They have a little bit of a ways to go to get inside this next circle, and they've got Day Trade kind of in their way. BBL, meanwhile, on this north side, they had a lot of teams shooting over in their direction, but the smoke walls and the ridge lines have kept them alive here as they turn their attention, keep looking over towards Wildcard, but Wildcard, they're not interested. They're going to pull away.
I like the fact that BBL waits on this one. They know that Take Me Away Gaming is the team shooting at them. They know they have to make a move either for a fight towards Day Trade or towards Expendables. Regardless of which team they push towards, that's 2 teams preoccupied. And that's really, really going to minimize the third-party threat once they do take the fight to Wildcard. So wait for that kill feed to start popping off and then take the fight.
They try to make a push for it, but Flash is going to find Yuppie. And it will go down as well. Lulu always going to go down. Xiao Hai, the last one up, and is Xiao Hai going to find one? Day Trade, they got to be careful with this Danger Man here. As Pushus goes down, he'll get flushed out. Another point in the back for TMA, and he has the garage to himself for the time being. As Flash looking over in that direction. I think Luke 12 actually looking in that direction as well. Yep. As Luke 12 and CC108 have come so close to fighting so many times. And he's going to find Flash. No way.
As free as they come. Flash thought he was safe and holding that angle. Not quite the case. In the meantime, while this is going on, you got Expendables actually pushing out of the only compound left in play to try and push up and third party on the hillside above them. That is a 900 IQ play. They could have just sat, sat tied in the compound, but if they time this right, they might get to wipe both the teams on the north side and have the compound to play from, because you can only play on foot from here on out. This might be Expendables pretty much setting up themselves for a win, because there's no way in hell BBL expects the team with the one compound in play to leave it to try and third party. They just cannot overextend here.
Luke 12 tries to make a push onto the day trade compound. As 777, oh, BBL, like you said, has no idea. The spray comes through, the transfer. Give 3 to 777. He doesn't miss a shot. Give him all 4. 777. The Expendables cleaning up.
That is as clean as you could even write it up. No, sure, throw one nade, get all the kills. Maybe in that case, but 777 took it on himself. Expendables took it on themselves to claim the top, to make sure that that compound down below was going to have no Achilles heel, and they have successfully wiped out the competition.
Meanwhile, Luke 12 does get taken out by Day Trade on that south side. Day Trade keeping 3 alive. CC 108 still looking over in that direction. Wildcard starting to send some utility over towards the Expendables, but it looks like Ducky's 777 have already claimed. Their plates are full, their tummies are full. They're going to go ahead and go back to the hard cover where Levi's is holding court, as CC 108 will run right into Greg's shot, and that will do it for Tyloo.
They don't come more free than that. You hear the footsteps, you peek out and see someone looking the other way. That is very convenient. Greg is running low on ammo, but with the ammo that he's got to work with, he's making the most of it. Speaking of, there goes the last bullet in the M4. Hopefully he can pick up something soon, but Norrens is here, has the angle, easy double headshot connected, and that is going to be Greg out of this one.
Greg was kind of holding that eastern edge, and now the Expendables start to pull in. They see Belmoth. That might be the flashbang that does him in. 777 giving another one as he is just collecting dog tags across this map. Can he find Nurens as well? Nikos, though, has a little bit of an angle. Shots coming through. 777 will get the credit for that kill onto Belmoth. But Wildcard, this is not a bad spot for them to be in, Toby.
Not bad at all. They got the hills up with Expendables pushing back down the hillside, no doubt. So there is still somewhat of a threat. But again, I mean, for Expendables, they've done all they needed to do. They've made way more space up above. And now they're sitting in a good position down below. Issue is, I'm seeing one nade on Adam, and that could be all he needs.
Adam trying to make his way a little bit closer while Expendables are ducked down, healing up, and it looks like he will do so. He's got Nikos with that high ground above him, giving some cover. Adam, grenade in hand. Let's see if it finds the mark. Ooh, well cooked, but just short. And now Levi's will spray down onto Nikos. Remember, though, Nuren's still alive here for Day Trade.
Very much so. That's the angle of above. Adam with the fadeaway on towards Duck. I'm not even sure as he was expecting to get that knock, but able to pull it off. Yep. Again, buy more time. Allow for yourself to push further forward. Hope that maybe soon Norrens will become a factor in this.
Absolutely huge flash for Adams there. And good support coming in from Nikos as well. Norrens will land a nice little spray there onto Levi's. The Molotov will fall just shy. Adam, another flashbang in hand. Might be going forward again. Oh, gets himself just barely. 777 has to pull back off.
They have to back off on this one. Now Adam again finds the first one. 7-7 will find one return. Finds the second as well. And just like that, both of them down. Norrens knows it's a 1v1 if he's been keeping track of the kill feed. Shots through both sides. Taking casualties. 1 HP. 1 HP for Norrens. Gets the flush on one. He's going to have to commit to the reel here.
Oh my goodness, 777 has been an absolute beast in this game so far. And now Norrens, it's all up to him. 450 damage so far, but 777 has managed to take some. Oh, Norrens, he saw that helmet. He saw just the tip of his helmet. He's making sure that he keeps track of him. He'd love to be able to get that last kill. Yep, go ahead and get that point as well. And it is a full straight up 1v1 playing around the smokes now, Toby.
Yeah, again. There you go, around the side, perfect off angle. 7-7-7, see the joy in their faces. They told us they were gonna get 2 today. They found themselves the first, and oh my lord, were they the authors of their own story. The way that they push up, the way that they take control in that well-deserved win for Vietnam in this one.
777, if you didn't know his name before, you damn sure know it now. What a performance from him in that final game there, as he is just the cutest, most adorable, destructive force that we've seen in quite some time.
I mean, can we talk about APAC for a second?
I mean, let's do.
Because they are absolutely on fire. Regardless of Group A or Group B, they are looking strong.
Bringing it Bringing it, and you know who's happy about this.
There's a certain someone
There's a
sitting
little
out
certain
back
someone
watching
that's
these
happy
games,
about
being
this.
very proud of being able to represent his region here on the casting desk. But oh my lord, what a game. First one on Miramar, and it did not disappoint. Let's throw it back to the desk and see what they had to say about game number 4.
Lucky sevens across the board, but there was anything but luck when it came to that. The Expendables. We have to start with 777.
Honestly.
Wow.
The one barrel max spray down onto BPL. That is some of the most sicky. That transition is the sickest transition I've seen in a long time. One barrel's max spray down, and then it continues and gets 8 and wins the game.
I was really hoping he would end on 7 kills,
yeah,
but you know what? The fact that he got Nurens at the end as well. We'll take it, but what a performance coming out. We thought, I mean, a Kickstart did look absolutely amazing at the start of the day, and then we get 777. Today is full of bangers, and the Expendables look amazing in this game.
The individual plays, they assist through the roof.
Awesome.
Honestly, it's so wild. Huge congrats to the Expendables here for winning this game. Amazing game for them. The amount of control they had. They were pincered. They were in some rough situations multiple times. Gregshot also, of course, fought hard. Wildcard. Gregshot had some amazing plays himself, and 4 kills for him. But he ran out of bullets in his M4 when he got pushed by
It's rare you see that, but here we are. It's the highlights coming in from this game. As you say, Wildcard on the east side playing it well. I liked in the final moments the kind of almost corralling of Expendables. You saw as the teams that didn't win the game were trying to kind of maneuver them just a little bit to try and pincer them in, as you say, but it was all for naught. As we saw FaZe as well in the earlier stages of this game go down. It's not been the easiest day for them.
How much damage does the nade actually do?
That's a good question.
We don't see. The other guys are low. I mean, they're low, so like a couple shots still. It wasn't even a barrel spray down. It's an M4 mag, by the way. So still insane to see that. Holy. Here, Gregshot. He has 32 bullets left. 18 left here, no reload. And then that's where Nurens actually push up and take him down here. He could not reload after that. It was so unfortunate. And then 777. Insane shots. 3x that close range. It's 0 to 100 meters, by the way, right? The amount of recoil control you have to do in that situation is just insane. Valiant effort, though, I gotta say, for Day Trade Gaming and Nurens. The boys, they did super well for themselves. And yeah, APAC coming here to dominate.
Yeah, what a performance here for DAY1. Ecstatic with that victory as well, as we have Game 4 of the day in the books. The Expendables are anything but, because they get themselves the chicken dinner. Let's take a look at that top 4 coming on in. Day Trade once again. As you say, APAC looking phenomenal.
Looking absolutely amazing here. Expendables, of course, winning the game. 20 total points for that. Good amount of utility and throwables used there. The same for Day Trade. No kind of really big ones. We don't have your 19, 20-something smokes, but still, good amount of utility uses here. And that is really what is crucial towards the late game. You're able to put up a defensive smoke. Of course, it's soft cover, but still, you can hide. You can kind of sweep around with the unexpected positioning there.
APAC looking good, but Wildcard back-to-back games now, getting themselves towards the top, towards that podium here. And it might not be a huge kill game coming in for Wildcard, but as you say, Gregshot, along with the boys, getting themselves some nice points.
Migas also with some good amount of damage put out through this one here, and it's just coming all the way through there for Wildcard. Really happy to see them do this well here in this stage. Of course, only 4 games played, where we got a lot more. One more today, but a lot more for the rest of it. Unfortunate for Gregshot, of course, to run out of bullets in this situation, but 777 being able to clutch, being able to get this amount of frags is just insane.
I mean, the thing is that when you look at the previous positions for those circle,
he got both of Wildcard in the end as well.
Yes, he did. I was thinking to myself, BBL, they've got a great opportunity here. They've got a good high ground spot to be able to play from. Ain't no thing. Maybe they'll be able to do something with it. No, never mind. 777 comes along and ruins their day.
Yeah, we were talking about, I'm like, yeah, Code Marco, the guys are all for alive. I might have a good chance here for my fantasy team.
Maybe.
But no, the Expendables, they came in and completely ruined that. Not even Expendables, actually 777, just the low completely ruined BBL. But yeah, again, Day Trade up here. Wildcard again in the top 3.
20 points, a huge move for Expendables now. That is going to bump them up easily. Maybe even the top 3, given the scenarios up there. So that is a huge bump up for the Expendables. Tyloo The 9 points come in for them alongside that, so they'll be having a nice little bump up too. But there we are, there we have it, solidified in writing in front of you. 777, 8 kills, 889 damage.
Yeah, that's almost the 1K club. I would have loved to see the 1K club right there to begin things, but still insane. 10 kills total, 110. So the guys, they didn't get too much. Still a lot of damage put out for Levi. Is there the experience coming through for him?
I mean, honestly, though, on an international stage like that for 777, that's the kind of single game performance that gains you fans across the world as they tune in. Watching that, they're like, well, they'll remember him forever.
And the excitement, we heard that, fortunately as well, we heard that here in the mic. But the top leaderboard, the total leaderboard, with just 4 matches done here, James.
Takeaway Gaming still at number 1, alongside Day Trade, very closely behind. But I mean, even take me away. What we saw from them in this game was yet another decent performance. They got far. It was difficult to get into, move further in the game, all things considered.
They got gatekept when they were coming out of the oil processing area. And in general, the way they kind of played out was fine. They got some kills still, but oh my god, this leaderboard is so top heavy.
Yep, definitely is. It's going to mean that our mid-pack will be close between all of these teams that can even jostle for position to try and get into that top 8. Again, to remind people at home, top 8 moves onto the winners bracket after 3 days worth of games, with 15 games in total. But what a shakeup it's been here in Group B.
Yeah, honestly, Group B here looking fantastic, and just coming in with APAC dominating, we're coming in here, China dominating, and a lot of big names are missing there. They're on the bottom half at the moment.
I love it. Every region is representing really strongly already in one facet or another across these 2 groups. But we're going to go to a break. When we return, we have the final game of the day for Group B here at PGC.
Here is that shot from Sparking.
Oh,
this is going to be really nice.
Oh, slow-mo 2, bullet time. Oh,
that's not nice. That's beautiful. And then even positions like Apps and Skull, so big right now for these teams. E5 pushing up onto Skull now. Twisted Minds are going to have to just try and ward them off.
Ranger down to 1 HP. 1 grenade from Lou is going to do it. That's a double knock. And then a triple. Lou is raining fire down on their Hunt 5.
Yeah, unfortunately, front end.
Timing, and you don't want to overpush, and you might just want to just hang out on the edge and hope for a different ship coming in the next phase. Overpeakers, though, they are again trading it with a dropping.
What is going on from the Overpeakers? They're on something today. So over his head it goes. Mexi will actually get eliminated by Seokjang. He'll take that kill. Ming gets the down onto Seokjang and then onto DD98. Why not one more for good measure? Only the lack of ammunition that cost him there, but pull out the barrel. He doesn't need to reload. Easy pickings for New Happy. Position towards the southern end of this circle. The worst of it, HS even healing up, Nan even pushing forward, can't win the fight against Leo though. So SGD still holding strong, but down to just 2 players remaining.
I mean, it's a good idea.
Leon! Timas has to be perfect, and he gets the name of the Savior. Really calculated play here from Cerberus, understanding the terrain, but they lose their staff, might have good position, but it's GEX, and they're letting all of the shots from GEX.
To wrap around the side and find the angle, because there is not a lot of cover, but it's going to be a final shot.
improvements to the folded shield, some spawn rate adjustments for vehicles, and a collaboration with one of the best footballers in the world. All this and more as we dive into the Update 20.2 patch report. First up, the folded shield is getting a few changes based on community feedback. The inventory weight has been reduced, weapon durability increased for both guns and grenades, and it now installs in half the time. You'll also find it a bit harder to run over than before, with a vehicle now needing to be going at least 10 kilometers per hour instead of the 1 kilometer per hour it was before. In addition, the shield can now be placed back into your inventory, and deployment can be cancelled before it finishes. Let us know what you think about these requested changes. Next up, vehicles on Erangel and Miramar are getting a slight adjustment, with some spawning more and less frequently. You'll now find more UAZs and Dacias on Erangel, and more Murados and pickups on Miramar. To contrast, we've lowered the amount of boats, buggies, and aqua rails on Erangel. And speaking of maps, this update's rotation will now include Erangel, Miramar, Tego, and Destin for all regions. Regions with map select enabled will also have the option of playing on Sanaa, while regions without will instead drop into Karakin. As usual, the ranked rotation will remain Erangel, Miramar, and Tego. This update also features a collaboration with one of the best footballers in the game, Neymar Jr. For a limited time, you can pick up several Neymar-themed items in the store. Gear up and score big. There's also a reduction in the number of multi-care packages on Tego, some MMR adjustments for normal games, new workshop skins, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 20.2 is here, so fold up your shield, pack up the Dacia, and go catch a ball game. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Global Championship 2022 group stage. I'm Toby, joined by Pro, and we've got one more game left to play today. And if one thing's for sure, we said it coming into today. Yesterday, the teams looked tough. They were out there to win it. I feel like the storyline for today is teams are taking matters into their own hands. When everything is against them, they found ways to come out victorious. And oh my lord, did 777 pull off magic in that previous one.
Individual performances, man. Kickstart in the first game, then you had 777 this time around. TMA has been putting on a show as well. It's crowded at the top, Toby, but most importantly, that 8th place cut line is still well within reach for everybody in this line.
Nothing is determined, that is for sure. Final game of the day, kicking off as we speak. We're headed on over to Miramar once more, and I could only imagine, Paul, that we're going to see plenty of aggression right from the get-go. And also, I feel like there are some scores that aren't quite settled just yet. There were quite a few kills in the early game. There were fights for vehicles. Maybe we'll see it happen here again.
One thing, I know you've heard it because we're here, right? I don't know if the fans at home get to hear it, but there's been quite a few times where these early kills, these early fights happen, and there's yells and screaming going on behind us. These guys are back at land, Toby, and they love it.
And they're enjoying every second of it. The zero ping, the offline service. What better way to finish it off than an island ending now? That would be the crown jewel.
Why do you got to do this?
Because I never get.
Why are you this way?
I'm never that lucky. And I feel like now they're at zero ping, and when it's our luck, it's them. They buy.
That ain't luck, man. It's awful.
It's one of those.
I will say on zero ping though, it make it a lot.
That's what I'm saying. Then everything is fair game, right? Well, 7-7 last time around. Keep in mind, actually, now that I come to think of it, 7-7 was the team to lose a player in Ninja before the game even started, and they still came out and won it. This time around, seems like they are not gonna be fighting over vehicles with Luminosity, so no casualties ninjas. Maybe they should just send ninjas to die again. That's the secret recipe to getting those wins.
That's the way to start off, right? Well, there you go. We get the classic Southeastern Los
Leones ending.
Oh man. If
now you wish we were on the island.
Now I kind of do, man. I've seen this circle so many times, but the fact still remains. You know, depending on whether it cuts south, if it cuts east, if it cuts north, it's 3 entirely different games. So it's you know, and then there's always that possibility, Toby, that it just goes right on top of the city.
Really always is. We're taking a look at the kill leaders from the previous match. Of course, 777 up there in the very top of things. And again, I mean, taking matters into their own hands. I was all for their push out. I saw it when it happened while Take Me Away Gaming and Day Trade were fighting on the southern side. You can't even fault BBL for not being ready for it. Because no one in their right mind would ever dare, would ever even for a second risk when you have center compound, when you have the only hard cover in the entire server, to then push out and say, we don't need that. Let's go up and fight these guys.
And they only sent 2. Like, they still had the guy back. They didn't even full commit
to it.
They didn't.
And, well, 7-7 put on a show, as Martin said on the desk as well. 1 M4 spray and a well-placed nade is all it took to literally annihilate BBL in seconds.
It's good stuff, and it's what we're here for PGC every single year, man.
Oh, yeah.
Every single time, it's these individual performances that come out of nowhere that, you know, when everything's on the line at the end of the game, when you got the win there and these guys step up, it is so much fun. It's so much fun to watch.
And the greatest thing is,
what's that?
This might not even be the play of the tournament.
Oh,
we're 2 days in.
We're
2 days in.
I mean,
we had a 3-week plus tournament.
Yeah, it's 7-7.
We're gonna be blessed every day with phenomenal PUBG.
Look, you had 7-7-7. You had Kickstart. You had what James did yesterday. I mean, there's been a number of individual performances so far, and like you said, we're only 2 days in. It's only going to get better.
I know it's November, but Christmas came very early to Dubai because this is really a treat to be witnessing these players play at this level, play with so much courage and bravery to go out and take some of these fights that no one would ever do. There's no land jitter. There's no, oh no, what if we're not good enough? Everyone here are here for the crown. And honestly, I mean, with the way we're seeing it right now, everyone is worthy of that crown. But of course, there can only be one victor, which is going to be determined a few weeks from now, fortunately. Up until that point, action galore.
They want to be the ace, Toby.
They want to be
the ace and
get
take
the crown.
Get the crown. Just get it.
Get it.
Get it. Well, there you go. Wild card down there in Puerto Paraiso. Great game for them last game around as well.
Yeah.
Finally, kind of having things go their way a little bit. They've had a decent day so far and managed to get up in that 6th place spot. But as he said, again, look at the leaderboard. Everything's so close. Everything's so tight. So 1 game left to set themselves up nicely for the next day.
I mean, like where the desk said it was top heavy. I mean, if you look at 45 down to it, I know teams aren't tied per se, fair enough, but as you say, I mean, you're sitting in 10th and you're 1 great game away from 1st.
Sure.
I don't know if that's top heavy to me.
Well, you can argue with them about it. I'm not.
You know what? I will. That's my entire
I can't argue with James.
You should try it sometime.
The funniest man in PUBG.
The funniest man in PUBG, according to his designated twin on the analyst.
Just ask him. Anyway, check in with PBL as they're getting a little close to Petrichor Road there in those buggies, but it looks like they'll just be ships passing in the night, getting a little bit close to that western side where Day Trade off to the south, FaZe off to the west, as well as Luminosity. This is going on just on the side of Los Leones, getting a little close to QM.
Of course, I mean, Luminosity, the team that loots Los Leones in this lobby, they've pushed further southeast. They want to play the hilltops. Makes perfect sense, given the unplayable terrain that they find themselves on. And now, first encounter with question mark, issue being they did not get the knock that they would have really wanted here.
Really get much damage at all. I think maybe one round might have landed.
Yep.
As question mark just going to go ahead and spam those Flashbangs off, and that's just going to open up the door for an escape. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, they weren't expecting to find anybody up there anyway. They were just going up there to do some scouting. Maybe thought they could do a little bit there. So let's pull away here. Belmoth, meanwhile, he's got Groza in hand. He's going to find the shots. He's going to find Code Marco, and now BBL down 1.
Some of these teams have barely even finished looting in the first fight you take. It's not even a fight. The first encounter is someone just waiting in the grass with a Groza. That is, I mean, that's when you know that the stars have aligned and the luck is full on against you.
Grass Grozas, man. Always got to be on the lookout for the grass Grozas. Okay.
One more tech. Well,
there it is.
Groza transfer completed.
And he said, you know what? I can finish my kills, sir. Give me that point. Day trade now immediately turns back around. They've got to get on out of there because, Pushu's nowhere really near. Nuren's not really near. So Flash all by himself here.
I mean, you can't fault Belmoth for lying prone in the grass there, hearing that entire rotation coming on through. Issue becomes he goes for the shots, and that's what really triggers the engagement, right? Had he just let them drive on past, nothing would have happened. But of course, wants to kill, sees a buggy driving on its own, who wouldn't go for that shot. Issue is when you have the entire team to follow. That's when it gets spicy.
Yes, indeed. Well, 63 still left alive as we are now hitting the 7.5-minute mark, waiting on everybody to get in, find their place in this first zone, rather. The only team really still outside taking their sweet time is going to be FaZe Clan, and they have a fairly, actually I see Gen G as well. They blended in a little bit of that map, but yeah, both sides, Gen G and FaZe Clan, fairly clear paths into this next zone.
Just always take for granted that Gen G will be the last team to enter the circle. I'm actually really liking, if we were to take a look at the map for a second here, I'm actually really liking what FaZe Clan are doing, because they're on purpose sitting, not far outside the circle, but pretty decent, like a mile and a half outside the circle, waiting for teams to rotate south. They know Gen G is late. They know they loot like further northwest of them. They know that they're going to be coming their way. Unfortunately for them, this time around, they don't. They're up by Chuma. They've scouted on forward. I think with the blue coming in, FaZe are now starting to realize, you know what? I mean, even if they do come in later and they are coming down here, it's not worth our time.
Yeah, but that's good. That's good practice to get into now.
Definitely.
Right? Especially if you're looking forward to the next few games, and there's going to come a time where that actually pays off.
Yeah, and believe me, the Gen G coach is now going to be like, after today's games, guys, at no point are we rotating south around, because we saw it in yesterday's games. They were ready for us if we came, so we are not doing that. So I guess this FaZe had one chance to attempt it, and now, regardless of what happens, Gen G is going to be ready for it should they opt to make the southern rotation.
Well, should be ready for it.
You'd have to imagine.
Should be ready for it.
They've had a chance to find out.
Indeed. Indeed they have. We'll see what happens. Meanwhile, Nurens, looks like he spotted out Thenderlost here. Doesn't, oh man, that truck. That truck just right in the way.
There's a game dev somewhere sitting going,
it's like I placed that.
I put that truck there just so you couldn't hit that shot, Nurens. Diggory alongside the remaining FaZe players. Of course, again, I mean, not the best start to the tournament, but then again, I mean, no reason to worry.
Top 8.
FaZe is a team that have always been a pretty dangerous team to go up against, and I must admit that with the addition of Diggory, they've only become that much more dangerous. The amount of firepower on this roster now is some of the best that EMEA has to offer. Now, that doesn't, of course, show right now on the overall leaderboard as the circle takes us to Porto Paraíso.
I mean, that's one of the spots that it usually that it does tend to favor. Yeah. Right? I mean, it's and again, as things usually do go whenever it cuts over this way, nobody there. I mean, Wildcard has their pick of the litter as to where they want to play this, and they're going to have to collapse very, very quickly because they're about to be surrounded essentially on all sides, and they know it.
This is the players running for lunch, knowing that there's going to be a long line if they get there late. We've seen that. We've seen it over the last couple of days, and now they're running for the circle because there's only, like, the buffet is only so big. You're going to have to fight with guns for the remaining few compounds that are going to be available down there.
LG making their way from those cliffs just off to the southwest of Los Leones. They have eyes on something. Ty Lu, I think just shooting out windows more than anything, is they're coming in just off to the north of Wildcard. They actually have a pretty decent 2-2 split if they can hold it.
Yeah.
UM, they're coming in, looks like from the, well, actually lost them. Toby, do you spot them?
Question mark, they're
There
in the middle of the
okay.
circle.
Just in the dead center, just off to the west of Luminosity, just off the east of Buriram. So a lot of teams getting real close to each other, but again, the terrain of this area, this part of the map, lends itself to people being right next to each other, and there's just no lines of sight.
There really isn't. It's an amazing area of the map in the sense that a lot of teams can stay alive next to each other. It's not one of those pancakes where there's just literally no way to play it. The issue becomes, because so many teams can stay alive next to each other, it becomes a powder keg. Once the first shot is fired, all kinds of hell breaks loose, and we lose like 5 teams in the matter of 2 minutes.
Indeed it does. It's the dominoes. The dominoes kind of fall.
Yep.
As one team will fight another team, then the other team will come back to third party that, then the fourth party comes in, the fifth party.
And all of a sudden we're in Sanhok.
And all of a sudden we're in Sanhok, and that's just how it happens. That's how it be sometimes. A little Coast 17. It's you know, I think a lot of people were expecting the world of 17 coming into today, and they've had a decent day, but they haven't had, I think, the day that a lot of us were expecting from them.
I mean, they've been running into a lot, with Petrichor on our screen, good time to mention, a lot of different teams and fought them early, Petrichor being one of them. Now, with Petrichor, they've come up victorious in the most, if not pretty much all, engagements. The thing is that having spent time fighting some of these teams, that means they have not had a chance to rotate in. So even though they have good center compounds available with them looting Pachinki Picado, they haven't really opted to try and claim any of that early on this time around as well. Of course, with the hard shift towards the southeast, doesn't exactly make it easy. But this time around, again, now they're stuck on the edge, a team that usually would always play center.
And credit where it's due, man. E United has been kind of laying the wood onto 17 today. They've been running into each other quite a bit, and E United has been getting the better of it for the most part.
And been the thorn in everyone's team.
Sheila. Nice little shots right there. That's a member of Team Poro, the fantasy squad. Best fantasy squad.
I think they wish they could take the tractor right now, because that Bronco does not look to be in very good shape anymore. Petrichor, full speed forward they go again. A team that we, when we mentioned them, kind of consider one of the very best of their region. It's been a tough journey today, but again, it's only 4 games in, make that 4.5. And now the circle's centering up. I mean, we are talking between where we're seeing Luminosity right now and Take Me Away Gaming, it is very barren. Yes, there are hills, but you can't utilize them yet. You cannot utilize them as long as those compounds around are still in play. So all that is center right now is you proning in a dip, holding the follow, like hoping that the following 3 circles will go your way. You can't play open at all in the middle right now.
Oh, you sure can. QM taking that valley stuff on there. You see BBL, unfortunately, don't have that option, so they're going to get some shots from Day Trade sent on them. Naradra actually going to be the one to find Kekpa, and will get that before it can be stolen away. So a nice point going to the bag of Buriram as the bad rotation continues here for BBL. I mean, there's just not really much else they can do.
There really is. You got to go somewhere. They don't want to be caught on the backside of all of those rotations coming through, so they had to make a play. Yes, they lose one, but again, had they stayed out there, that would probably have been them dead anyway. So smart that they tried to be proactive and wrap underneath. Penta finds one. That's a doozy fall into the ground. So again, teams try to make space, try to make something happen in areas where there really isn't a whole lot to play with.
Oh, this is just brutal stuff here. As a doozy continues to kind of move around, as checking with Pero 4 deep, and they
4-man Petrichor car.
The timing. They happen to pull in just as all of Gen G is pulling out.
I think it was also Petrichor hearing a car come in and saying, "Oh no, it's only 15 minutes in. We're not supposed to fight before phase 6."
Maybe. I mean, now again, that compound is outside of circle, so you assume that Gen G was going to leave it anyway, and it could have been Petrichor Road just trying to send it, but 4 deep in the Bronco. That's
they continue.
Yeah. Let's
now
keep
all
on
of Gen
going.
G is shooting at them. So fortunately, shots are being missed, but they are in a compound now. Well, a house. And the house is inside the circle, so well, for now, mission accomplished.
I start calling my home at home a compound.
Does it have walls all the way around the house?
No.
Then it's not a compound.
Oh, well, it's got a fence. A fenced-in backyard. That counts, right?
Is it fenced all the way around?
Yeah.
Then technically, your house is a compound.
There you go. Got to push the compound. All right. good to know. 17 lose 1 to E United, but they might lose a little bit more here as they're pushing right into Donuts, and Shiva's going to spot him out in the middle of that wide open field. Oh no!
Donuts so
no
far.
shots for though.
The champions of running around the blue. It's come to fight them a few times, but this time around it's working in their favor. They find the first 2, and there's just nothing you can do if you're Shu or Sushu here to kind of counter that. Down instantly, circle up towards the north we go. And again, as I said before, tricky area to play in. Now with the southern side of the road being out, you will be able to start playing the very south of the new circle, but not before your teams like Luminosity opt to leave, because as long as they stay there, that north side of the road is practically unplayable.
Look at that. Group Stage B, matches 1 through 4, kill leader, the Expendables.
Curious as to how many teams, or how many people have 777 on their fantasy team.
I mean, look, we talked a lot about APAC, and I definitely thought that APAC were going to come in and surprise a lot of people, but the Expendables were not on the top of my list. Nope. They are just coming in here and proving everybody wrong here today as we check in with Gen G, trying to make their way on the south side of this circle. It looks like Tai Lu maybe found a few of USG Donuts, and Gen G, they'll survive for the time being.
We know Vietnam is strong. We saw them play phenomenally at Nations Cup, but again, in this setting, with some of the best in the world, many doubted them, and they have proven that they are not to be doubted.
Nice little spray there from Show. Will find the knock on the Snakers, but that's going to get immediately rezzed, and now E United 4 strong at the north side of this circle. Let's see if they can maybe bookend this day with a couple of wins. It's obviously what they're looking for here, but the south side, Toby, this is where everything is coming to a head immediately now. BBL fighting back.
Yeah.
They were put on the kind of the back end here with the loss of Kepa. They'll lose Code Marco as well, but Buriram down to just Cheese King in a very, very hurt Canaxi. Okay, he'll get the heal.
This was the powder keg that we were talking about just before, with one rotation coming through the entire west side of the circle. Starts lighting on fire. They trade out of this one in 15th. You can only imagine that either BBL or Buriram is going to be there soon to follow.
Day trade going out very, very early, sitting in second place overall. Boy, this has definitely been the day of APAC as Canaxi will find a nice grenade there. Smash will get one back, though, and he will go down. Cheese King has time to get that res on the Canaxi as BBL has been taken care of.
Vehicle explosion. How much damage will that tree block? All of it, apparently. As Ixlef's managed to stay alive. Donuts fall as well. We're now eliminating teams by the second. The West is crumbling, and only so many teams will come out victorious here. It's just a set, and Ixlef left alive. Again, a troublesome day for Petrichor, but they're running from fight into fight into fight. And now on this rotation, they ran straight into the open arms of Facelane, who now themselves are in trouble with Wildcard nearby.
Luminosity still have a couple there. Halo going to take some blue damage as he got, I think, just kind of caught in the middle of a Pero push, and he's going to find him the grenade as Luminosity picking up some nice points there. Petrichor Road, you can see it on their faces. This is not the day one they were looking for.
Not at all. Expendables trying to make the run on down the hillside. They have Polish power nearby. They have question mark there waiting for them as they make it down towards the bottom. Gregshot does find Gustav, so that's now in for Fed Across that faces opponents on the hill towards the east.
That's actually huge because Alo looks like FaZe was kind of collapsing on top of him. And there you go, Wildcard going to take care of FaZe altogether. And Alo is able to get across the road, get back to the LG boys. They have to make their way in, but look at Gen G completely spread here. They've got an Onyx just off to the north, looking over in that direction as well as everybody. The south side, Toby, still has not come to, hasn't concluded by any means.
And it won't anytime soon either. 777, the hero of the previous game, finds Hobbits, instantly met by gunfire though in return. Question mark. We still have a Buriram player alive on the other side of the road. Look at the nades coming in from all different angles. Dog is hearing and seeing those nades being thrown to the don't have to worry about it. 777 does fall. Oh, it's that car! Bounces in the air, gets the flush on the final few, and question mark are out.
Who are these guys? The Expendables just out of nowhere. have come in today, and they have wanted to prove a point, and by God, they have done so. So far, they will get that res. They will get back up to full strength. We'll see if they can get into this next circle. Polish Power looking over in that direction. LG, wildcard, kind of combining here onto Gen G, as Gen G's going to lose Remba.
Yep, nice proactiveness from Luminosity, moving up towards Expendables, making sure they're not pushing down towards him, and now saying, great, if they're not pushing, we can take the fight to Gen G. Issue is, now they're coming back down in this direction.
Well, Penta going to get spotted out by Greg Shot as well, as LG just, I mean, they're kind of pulled in two different directions here. Halo going to have to go get that vehicle, but they spotted out the Expendable. Shots come through from Purdy Curdy. Land a little bit of damage, force them to pull back. As good shooting from LG, just kind of keep them in this thing right now.
Jet pushing further forward, and one nade in hand. Lewis tanking through in phase 5 here. Lewis goes down through. They're all going to be dying through if they don't start moving real damn soon. Alo gets the flush on one. Alo finds the second. Will he find the third? Not at least first time around. 7-7-7. It's going to get the trade in return, and that's one more in favor of the Expendables.
7-7-7, the Anchorman. He's going to go down to Inonix, as TE has just been taking every single damn fight they can find. They want all the kill points. 6 so far in the bag. Just Juice, the last one up. He has managed to find his way into the zone. Purdy Curdy still has not. He is kind of still, you can't see him on your screen. He's just to the south here of Gen G. But TMA, once again, 4 strong. And they have that, I mean, they're the only team in circle.
They've been playing
right
Edge
now.
all day long. So you know what? It's only fair that they get themselves a center compound at one point or another. They're sitting tight. Polish Power, again, cannot forget about them either. It's been a quiet game for them as they've been watching, listening to all the action happening on the southern side.
Yep, United still on that north side as well. Looks like they're going to be able to pick themselves up a crate. And Onyx gets knocked very, very low by Greg Shot, as Wildcard definitely coming alive here on Miramar, getting some points for themselves. Purdy Curdy will get taken out, so that's going to be LG out in 8th place. Shot pulls back down. 7 kills now for Wildcard as they are collecting here, and they're going to find Adder.
Ty Lewis coming in to say hello with no follow-up from E United, so they know they're going to be playing backs free. They will be the last to push on forward, and it might just be the collapse of both Gen G and Wildcard as they come moving on forward. Toms finds the first, gets the flush on the second. Nikos, I believe, is all that's left alive now for Wildcard down below.
Yeah, Tyler, just beautiful timing from them. As Duck Juice, Duck Juice manages to get his way out of the blue. He's going to find one Polish Power. Marcelek goes down and can't get the flush, though. Nikos is going to get another one, though. Another point picked up for Wildcard. 9 in the bag now. And he's going to turn his attention back over towards Ty Lu. They are wrapping around here. They would love to clear this out, have this whole south side of themselves, but there's so many snakes, Toby.
Yep, a 2nd place for Wildcard, followed by a 3rd, and now, well, probably a 6th place finish, but with plenty of kills to boot, they can be well satisfied with the final 3 games of today coming into the next play day 2 days from now.
Not a bad showing from Americas here in Group B. Nikos does get spotted out. Zhao Yang going to go down as Inonix going to eat a little bit of a molly there. I'm not even sure who threw that. It was his own.
No, he tried to throw it outside at it.
Oh,
that's awkward.
Well, you know what? We'll just call it point denial.
Strategic denial.
Exactly.
Cinematic denial, maybe at best. No one got the kill, and that's all that mattered.
Happens to the best of us in
I do
Onyx.
not believe that was intentional, though, with the way that he tried to get out and heal.
Don't believe either. Well, we are down to our top 4 teams. And a lot of full-strength teams here. Ty Lu only one missing one.
Yeah, exactly. Ty Lu lost one early on towards the United up towards the top. But other than that, it's 4 strong, and everyone's going to be sitting tight at least for the next 14 seconds, praying to the PUBG gods that the circle is going to favor them. I kind of just wanted to center up, just so no one really benefits off of it.
Yeah, let's pull TMA out of that hard cover. Get them
pull the entire hillside off, because as long as the hill is off, there you go. Thank you. As long as the hill isn't in play towards the northwest, you can actually utilize the field down below. So this one is going to go one of 2 ways. United's going to try to fend off against Take Me Away Gaming. Take Me Away Gaming is either going to fight United or try to wrap down below. Polish Power is going to be forced to take the fight to Tai Lu, and then the victor of the southern side fight is going to push in.
It's bad. There's literally
everyone's forced to fight someone.
Exactly. Everybody's kind of hates it. Like, from a viewing perspective, it's fantastic because they have no shot. I mean, they've got to do something. They can't just kind of snake it out. But Polish Power already making moves here towards that ridgeline, knowing that Take Me Away Gaming has to make their way out of there at some point.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, this is just the worst case scenario for Take Me Away here.
This is Polish Power trying to make sure that regardless of what happens here, we cannot afford Take Me Away Gaming pushing towards us, because then Tyloo is going to backfill instantly. So they've left Master Lake down towards the southeast to kind of play that contain, to kind of play the backstop position and make sure that if Tyloo starts pushing towards them, the info is fed across instantly and they can come down and fortify. The good thing is, because of United's high ground, they can kind of contain Tyloo, like pin them in on the southeastern side. They can do that and kind of help out Polish Power in the meantime. So really the only team that is forced to make a play here is Take Me Away Gaming. Question becomes, do they go to Polish Power? Do they go to United? Or do they maybe full speed send it in a car across the field? Yeah. Probably to their own death.
I feel United in the best position here right now. As they have they have the ridge line. They can kind of do whatever they want. Tyloo has to kind of stay hidden, as you can see right there, just lying prone on that ridge line, laying the smokes down to try to avoid line of sight from United creeping up there to see if they can maybe catch Take Me Away Gaming leaving, but TMA has that little valley that they can work with, which is just beautiful. Yep. Polish Power actually loses sight of them there as well.
And as long as they're being as long as they're containing on their side, you can see it here in one nade, one molly could even be the death of them. As long as they're containing Tyloo can't really shoot them. Tyloo is the only one with an angle towards Take Me Away Gaming right now, but the nades are coming in. Rello to find the first.
Shanghai gonna go down to that one as that grenade hit him right on the toesies, and that's going to be another one. United's starting to wake up. They're going to find Tyloo. They're going to find Polish Power, as they're just all eyes everywhere here for the United boys.
Tyloo, as bad as it looks for them, they are really blessed in this position right now, because they will be able to get the heals on up. No one will be able to push them, and United really doing all the damage for both the teams down below, with more mollies coming thrown forward as well. Kickstart finds the first one. Norkis alongside Cabby goes down as well, so Polish Power struggling to make a play out towards the west.
I mean, United just laying down that smoke wall for themselves, a complete coverage, and they can just rain utility down on this valley. Somehow, though, Take Me Away Gaming's managing to keep three alive between the pressure from United, Polish Power, and Tyloo. Polish Power now just down to Marcelic, as you can see, just pinned right up against the wall.
Again, as long as Tyloo is being contained, they can't force the fight to Take Me Away Gaming. That is a Hail Mary if I've seen one. Lob the nade 80 yards downfield and hope that someone catches it. I'm afraid, though, that it's not quite the case. Nice and valid attempt, though. Tyloo now with the angle on towards reload. This is the issue for United. As long as Tyloo are not being contained, they are able to roam free and push forward. They could be the victors if United don't commit to try and contain them. And Flush, solid headshot comes through, finds the first.
Big boy shots coming in a big boy time here for United, as they will find the knock on to Tyloo. Looks like they're going to try to go for maybe a res here. The only thing I worry about here for United is that maybe they weren't able to do enough damage to Take Me Away Gaming while they had them pinned down. They still have 3 up. Crazy will go down, though, as Tyloo finding an angle. And they are just, it's just shots across a wide open barren plain here, Toby.
And that is what I said before. As long as Tyloo can survive the onslaught that was on them before, as long as the smokes are alive, as long as they get the reses, they could potentially be the ones to push forward. Unfortunately, not enough space was granted, none of the damage was done, and now we're looking at a 2v2, potentially a 2v3 if Crazy can get back up between the first and second place teams here.
Shots so far coming through, can't even stop down for the res. Rello will get one, but immediately goes traded down by the blue zone. Kickstart has an angle, he's got to be careful, the throws are coming through. Yuppie, he's spraying it down, but he doesn't have the angle onto the bush. Yuppie, the last one alive. He's going to find it, there it is. United will bookend their day 1 with 2 wins.
What a way to finish off the day, and I'm sure that we have not heard the last from Kickstart, Poro, because you had a chance to have met your captain, and they have proven to us exactly how damn good they are. They played with their backs against the wall all the way through the end of that one, and they came out victorious.
It's a fantastic performance from United on that northern side. As you said, Take Me Away Gaming wanting to kind of play that late game. They have the compound to get a little circle up, obviously. But that late game, man, that was brutal. That is where you separate the men from the boys right there, because that was... I mean, wide open area. United in a slightly preferred position. But, I mean, at any point, that could have gone completely upside down.
I mean, all those 4 teams could have come up victorious depending on how things go down. But for United, a solid performance in a hectic situation here. They start off the day with a win. They finish off the day with a win. So let's throw it back to the desk and let them break down how this final game played out.
That is some spectacular execution coming out from E United, and it's 2 on the day as well. Never mind the other brilliant performances we've seen from them here across 5 games. They're going to take the #1 spot for Group B to start things off here in the proceedings, and that was a brilliant game from them.
Going into this game, Kickstart had 15 of the 25 kills that have gotten so far.
Yeah.
He put even more on top of that now with this game here. It is crazy. They've had a fantastic day. So happy to see these guys succeed like this. But take me away again. Again in a good situation. Again in a good spot here. Doing really well. And with an underdog pick like them here, I did not expect them to do this well on day #1 for this group.
Yeah, it was a really good performance from them as well, but E United as a whole really reaping the fruits of their labor. You could see it in the American region, the Americas, just how hard that they were working to constantly be at the very top here, alongside Sonics in that region. And here for day #1 for Group B. Wow, what a way to shake up this group.
Yeah, I gotta say though, Horror must really be kicking himself right now for not having put Kickstart as his captain instead of me.
Well, unfortunate. Or wasn't it Shu, I think. But anyway, let's take a look at the highlights coming in here for them, because this Groza was singing its song throughout this game for quite a while here for E United. And in general, when you look at how these circles played out, especially with the final 4 teams, not much to work with.
This circle, with how the field works out from that high ground there, it is so rough from how it lays out. That northern shift, and also with Take Me Away being able to have that high ground closed down and completely locked in. They're just sitting waiting, obviously, for the circles to go away, but I feel like they could have been a little bit more progressive with the amount of damage that was coming out. But in general, that western side, there's 6, 7, 8 teams fighting for potentially, what, 2 spots.
Yeah, we just saw there as well, Genji in a bit of a scuffle. We liked the Genji send across the road to find themselves a spot in through that trench. But honestly, Genji today, they've not looked impressive.
Oh, I gotta say, this is not the Genji we're expecting at a global stage tournament, honestly. They usually are up there. They usually put themselves into those grand finals quite easily, but this time around, of course, different players, but still, the name has to be in there. Loving to hear from you. That's good. United with a fantastic game, and the way they controlled and pincered Take Me Away in that situation was just perfectly executed for them.
Game 5, E United's in the books, and that will be 2 on the day, and
27.
another 2,700 damage pumper coming out from E United.
Farming the ADR for that. That is great to see. Only 3 kills for TMA though.
Similar to what we were saying about Genji, kind of looking a little bit lost. Honestly, I felt like Polish Power looked a little bit lost as well throughout the day. They got a 4th place here, but beyond that, it's not been their day at all.
Only with 2 kills, only 6 points total from this game. They've had a rough day. Going into this, they had 6 points total. They just got 6 more, so now on 12. One great game, they could potentially, maybe 2 even at this point. They could jump into the top 8. But yeah, they were pushed on that western side. They survived kind of the massacre with them, 6, 7 teams kind of pushing into them, but they survived without getting that many kills you would expect for them to defending their ground like that.
Beyond that though, TMA as well as Tai Lu just looking really good throughout the day, especially Take Me Away. We've been singing their praises all day long with how they've been able to accrue points and survive into those later stages of these games. Little bit unfortunate for them there as they got pushed into what is a kind of, again, not exactly a trench, but an enclosed area where utility against them was going to be powerful.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I was hoping to see them go out and kind of spread their shoulders a little bit, take more space, be a little bit more greedy, make sure they have at least kind of one area of escape rather than having to go down, a little bit of a ramp where they're leading into just an open field where they have to use an insane amount of smokes just to defend themselves. Yeah, that's also why we see only 3 kills on them total.
And there you have it. There you have it. Here is the points coming in from this game, and it's double digits for E United. Tyler and Wildcard, 9 on the board as well. The past 3 games for them have been a bit of a blitz.
they've had a really fantastic day. And this time around, we see, you know, constantly just different players that are jumping in, doing well. They had 27 points going into it. They're going to be ending on 39 total for the day. That's really good, honestly. I don't think a lot of teams had this high expectations with them, but really happy to see Wildcard pop off here in day number 1 for them.
That's great, all things considered, because at the beginning of the day, yes, okay, they're able to hold out Gen G, but beyond that, I was like, what are they doing? But yeah, here we are with the points and numbers coming in for EU United, 940 down. Kickstar, MVP of the day, easy peasy.
This game alone is 20 points, fantasy points, for Kickstart.
Yes.
That would have been 40 if Poro picked him cast.
Yeah, keep digging it into him. Keep putting the boot in, that's very important.
Gotta give it to him.
Get him!
Get the ostrich boot in.
And we'll get him when we look at the groups overall in a moment as well. Yeah, but yes, Kickstart looking fantastic. Pushing EU United up to a cool 57 points in number 1.
That's amazing. Take me away, still 54. The top is so hairy here still. 28 points is the cutoff point, so still we're again thinking our hypothetical cutoff for top 8 is still going to be the 90 to 100 points mark.
Yeah.
100 some is going to be pretty safe for you, but 90-ish points is going to be where our expected cutoff of once we're done.
It really depends on pop-offs, right? But when we look over on the right-hand side here, Martin, there's huge names that we expected to have a bit of a better start, but didn't gain traction.
Yeah, Petrogro only with 12. I'm so sad myself, you know, I actually as my captain down there in 14th. Faceland expected to do kind of a little bit better than here. Genji as well, BBL2, question mark on 9th. The winner of PGC Europe. But here, the daily top results, not any surprises here for me.
No, we have EU United and Take Me Away all the way here between these two teams, just looking really strong to start off the day. So congratulations to them, of course. Kickstart, as I said, absolutely MVP. We have to give a special shout out to 777 for that amazing play here when it came to Miramar.
That clutch for him, both, you know, the wipe onto BBL with the M4 spray down, and then to take 2 wildcard members down in that situation as well, and then win the 1 versus 1 clutch. And then that was just some of the wildest individual skill and play we've seen for a long time. Besides, of course, Kickstart too.
Brilliant stuff. So, I mean, now we have had 1 day's worth of Group A, 1 day's worth of Group B. Group A, EU's on top. Group B, EU's on top.
Yeah,
we win.
It's a win-win for us.
Hooray! Poro won't like that, but
it's going to be great. No, but yeah, of course, looking good. But it's around the same mark as well. You know, 50, 57, 56, 55, I think it was for Europeak as well. So it's top heavy. It's sponging up at the top, which makes our cutoff, you know, our top 8 so close. It's going to come down to the last game of the last day for both groups, it feels like.
Yeah, definitely so. Tomorrow we are going to be back with Group A, and we change things up a little bit because it will be 3 Miramar and then 2 Erangels to finish things off for that day. So that does it for day number 2 for Group B's day 1. Tomorrow we're back, same time, same place with Group A, and we will see you then for more PUBG action.
Yo. I don't think they're ready for it. On the loose, on the loose, on the loose, on the loose. With the beast, on the loose, say the truth, on the loose. Off the chain, it's all the gauge. Yeah, getting wild, shot me out the cage. It's getting wild out here. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. But I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. Come in, come in. It's getting wild out here. Yeah, it's getting wild, it's getting wild. Eating them, beast, eating them, feast. Fire the most, tire the least. See them admitting defeat, and they so useless. I'm so ruthless. Who this? No reply to excuses. Got no bite, man, I'm toothless. Living a lie and the truth. Got this power, bringing it, play my anthem, singing it every month, and bringing it high. I soar, I rise, reborn. Come back, never before, taking our final form. It's getting wild out here. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. But I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. It's coming, coming. Inspire the most, tire the least. See them admitting defeat, and they so.